What up, everybody? You know what's up? It's Rev Gang family in the building. T-REV in the motherfucking building. Put your hands up in the air, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's have a good day. Because yesterday was reckless. The panel was reckless. People were going crazy. People were talking crazy. Shit got spicy. You know, I don't know what was going on, but look, it was spicy last night, man, to say the least, right? It was spicy as shit last night. We had, you know what I mean? We had the BK Innocent Project out there. We had the goddamn, BK stands in the building. We had the we wanted the people who want to see BK rot. We have the people who want to see just justice be played out. We had a little bit of everything going on last night. So let's just put it like this lightly. We want to see the right person go behind bars, right? And if Brian Kohlberger's team is willing to prove, or if they can prove that he didn't do this, then we want to get the right person. But one thing we don't want to do is let a killer walk free, right? If he did this, then he needs to ride. And that's what we stand on around here. We stand on the person who did this. We go off the facts on the paper as of now. If the facts on the paper change to somebody else, then that's where we'll lean. So allegedly, to me, I got BK right now. So until the facts on the paper change, until things are looking clunky, so say the pre-trial or the prelim drops, right? And BK is, there's some sufficient evidence to prove that BK was not there, or he was maybe buying drugs in the area, or who knows? And somebody just matched up the perfect planning crime for Brian Kohlberger. That will show, in my opinion. There's no way. There's no way. Well, anyways, guys, what's going on? What's going on this morning? Last night was crazy as shit. They say T-REV's naked this morning. I'm not. We just got the shirt off. I had to wake up, do a little workout, watch a little video. I started to watch this, and then I was like, man, I got to say this for us, man. What's going on? Crime on a dime, absolutely, T, regardless of who it is. They need to be prosecuted to the fullest, and I absolutely agree with that. Kelly says last night was crazy. Yeah, last night was crazy. When I had to exit my own stream, it's definitely crazy. I want to come on panel, but I don't take disrespect so kindly. Facts. Agreed. House purchase across the street from BK's parents closed on November 14th and just recently sold again. Hey, I guess real estate's doing great. That's what it sounds like to me. What's going on? The Butterfly Den, P. Fox, Remy, what's going on? Remy, I hopefully said that right. Shelly, what's going on? Miss Doozy, Trap got hijacked. I agree. Marie said, I haven't finished last night's live. I don't think you will. I personally don't think you will. Right? You would have to root in order to talk. Yeah, no doubt. Agreed. You shouldn't be disrespected at your show. I mean, it is what it is. I let them talk out. Shit was crazy, but I had to end that live, man. Shit just wasn't right. This is the best place for open discussion. Apparently to some people it's not. You know what I mean? Apparently other people, other creators are sending their little fangirls over here and shit to come try to push a narrative on the Innocence Project for BK. I guess they'll be dressing up like him too after. I don't know. All I'm saying is that whether it's BK or not, I want the right person behind bars for these gruesome murders. I'm not about to go out and get 50 million different body cam footages of different people's shit and look at motherfuckers' parties going on around their houses to determine and look at something that's not even my business. We want the right people. That's what we want. Anyways, let's jump into this video real quick. I want you guys to check this one out. Let's get it.
In the last hours, yet another bombshell in the case of murder suspect Brian Kohlberger, charged in the quadruple slay of 4 beautiful University of Idaho students, we believe murdered as they were falling asleep in their beds.
Y'all hear that? Let me know if y'all can hear that. T-REV is a no troll channel. Yeah, you see trolls come up in here Hide them bad boys. We ain't playing no games. No timeout, no 300 seconds. They come in here with that disrespectful, dumbass shit. Hide them, send them out the door. All mods, hide them bad boys and send them up out the door. We ain't playing. They can get their little one comment off and be gone. Go make another account and wait 10 minutes.
Believe it or not, in the last hours, Brian Kohberger's defense attorney, let me look her name up again, has pulled a legal stunt. And I don't like legal stunts. I take Lady Justice.
Rest in peace to Jerry Springer, by the way, man. Jerry Springer did pass away. I just seen that in the comments. Everyone, hello, everyone. Good to see you. R.I.P. Jerry Springer. R.I.P. Jerry Springer, man. Jerry Springer did pass away. I just looked it up as I read that comment. You weren't bullshitting. Jerry Springer, controversial daytime talk show host, dies at 79. Jerry Springer, politician turned TV ringmaster, dies at 79 years old. So he died this morning. He died today at April 27th here in Chicago. He died in Chicago, right here by me. Crazy. R.I.P. Jerry Springer, no doubt. I mean, even though the show was fake, R.I.P. to that man and his family. We can hear, bet.
And court cases very seriously, especially in a murder case, much less a four-victim murder case. Victims murdered in such a brutal manner. I do not consider the courtroom a place for theatrics.
Yeah, fangirls. Trev, get over yourself and pay attention. Pay attention to what? The PCA or what? A narrative that people are spinning in their own head on repeat. What am I paying attention to? Can you show me what I need to pay attention to? What, the Gigolo Brady act? What, that? The dude that lied on the stand against somebody? Pay attention to that. I mean, that doesn't compact the whole entire case if there's physical evidence. It just doesn't.
Stunts.
What do I need to pay attention to?
But this defense attorney, Ann C. Taylor, who reportedly dumped other clients that were the Idaho victims' families.
Thank you, Angela.
To represent Brian Kohberger, which is, I guess, more money and more fame for her, has filed this motion. This is a motion to terrorize and torture one of the two surviving victims. That would be a young lady, Bethany Funke, Funke.
Make sure you guys listen to this very closely because you really do need to listen to this closely.
We also know about Dylan Mortensen, who also survived the slayings. Dylan, as you know, is a witness who lived on the bottom floor along with Bethany Funke. And Dylan Mortensen reportedly woke up hearing sounds in the night, didn't understand that what she was hearing were her roommates being literally slaughtered, sliced, stabbed, mortally wounded till they bled out in their own beds. She heard something and she thought actually it was one of them playing.
Prayers out to you, blank, blank.
With the dog upstairs. The third time she heard it, she got up, opened her door, glanced out. It's, 4 a.m., later than 4 a.m. in the morning. And she sees a male, a white male, tall, thin, wearing black, and a face mask covering nose and mouth, with bushy eyebrows. The guy walks past her, she freezes, and he leaves. If you will recall, it is our analysis that the police kept her eyewitness testimony a secret until Brian Kohberger, at the time they didn't know it was Kohberger, but until the killer was apprehended and in jail. Remember, Brian Kohberger's dad comes and picks him up at WSU, Washington State University, and they drive home for the holidays over 2,000 miles to the family home.
Detective John.
It was only after police raid the Brian Kohberger family home in the early morning hours, arrest him, extradite him safely back to Idaho, and put him in jail, do they reveal what Dylan Mortensen saw? Why? I believe so the killer wouldn't know there was an eyewitness, wouldn't realize they had been seen, and come back and kill Dylan and Bethany. So what this lawyer has done, this defense lawyer, Ann Taylor, is trying to force Bethany Funke out of her home in Reno, Nevada, nearly 700 miles back to Idaho, Moscow, to testify for the man she believes murdered her friends. Can you believe that? And this is nothing more than a stunt, terrorizing Bethany Funke even more, scaring her, making her think she has to go back and face Kohberger in court, which she will one day when the real trial happens, but not for a preliminary hearing. Joining me right now, high-profile lawyer out of...
We are listening to somebody with the knowledge here, right? People can hate on Nancy all they want, and they can hate on Dale Carson all they want, but we're listening to some knowledge right now. Let's listen to people who have been looking at cases for damn near longer than I've been alive.
Of Jacksonville, former Fed as an agent with the FBI, and author of Arrest Proof Yourself. You can find him at dalecarsonlaw.com. Dale, thank you for being with us.
My pleasure.
I'm so mad I could chew a nail in half right now. Chew a nail in half. What they are doing to Bethany Funke, what this woman, not they, Ann C. Taylor, the defense lawyer with the public defender's office, is doing to this surviving victim. Why?
Well, obviously, they, as a defense, they're going to get information during a preliminary hearing that will help them prepare for the actual murder trial. But the odd thing for me is that probable cause has already been determined. It was determined when the arrest warrant was signed by the judge. There it is, probable cause. They make the arrest, they bring them back. So this ultimately is an effort to suppress evidence. And the way that would work, in my mind, is they would try to show that the actual issuance of that arrest warrant and ultimately a search warrant was invalid, and therefore they can get rid of all the evidence that was discovered when he got home or other places, because that was the beginning of the investigation. And if it's a fraudulent affidavit in support of it, they can then argue that the court should exclude that testimony. It's the exclusionary rule, or what we know of as a suppression hearing. But I don't think that's going to go well for them, candidly. As you know, individual states are sovereigns. And it wasn't until after the 1930-31 in our history that there was a uniform act to allow people to be subpoenaed in connection with a criminal trial. And so before that time, if you went to another state, as the organized crime people did, okay, in Prohibition, you couldn't bring them back. You just step over a state line and you were protected. That state couldn't come and get you. And that changed after Prohibition in order to allow the government or the individual states to draw people who had fled the jurisdiction and bring them back in order to testify. But this seems like a real overreach, because you got to remember, she's only going to be allowed to direct examine her if she were to come back. That's number one. Number two, they're going to have to process this in Nevada. They're going to have to process there. So there's going to be a court hearing. That court is going to have to be apprised of all of the details of why it is that the defense believes she has information that might exonerate him. I just don't even begin to see how that's possible. she may be able to testify and say, well, look, I heard things differently than other people heard them, as an effort to get some reasonable doubt plugged into the situation. But the evidence is so damning and so broad that I just don't believe that that's going to be an effective mechanism. I do believe that it brings notoriety to the case, like you've said.
Okay, let it never be said that I do not have self-control. Because listening to you, Del Carson, I nearly bit my tongue off. Okay? You gave me chest pains because almost everything you said is completely irrelevant and has nothing to do with this. I don't know how you managed to work in Moonshiners and the Prohibition Act back in 1930-something to what's happening now, almost 100 years later. This is not a motion to suppress. This is not a suppression hearing. What is happening on June 26th, unless it gets moved, delayed, or however adjusted, is a preliminary hearing. What is a preliminary hearing? A preliminary hearing, much like grand jury hearing, is a simple charging mechanism. This is not a jury trial where the defense can bring on their witnesses and question witnesses by the state and must prove or want to prove they're not guilty. All right, that's not what this is. This is simply where a judge or a magistrate, which is a baby judge, listens to a couple of witnesses by the state, like you said, much like in a search warrant, and they think, okay, yeah, there's a question of fact, which is the sole province of the jury. The state says Kohberger's DNA was found at the scene on a knife sheath. Kohberger says, I'm not guilty, I wasn't there. Even if Bethany Funke testified, I didn't see a thing, still, that's a question of fact.
If they had zero evidence, aristocrat, let's just face it. If they had zero evidence, nobody would be in jail. If they had zero evidence, there wouldn't be somebody behind bars right now. He would be a free man. They wouldn't even have he might be a suspect, but if they didn't have evidence against him, he definitely wouldn't be locked up. I don't know why people don't understand that part. Now, if the defense can prove that he's innocent, then they can prove that, but they definitely have enough to keep him behind bars, just as well as anybody that's in this live right now, including myself.
DNA is at the scene. His cell phone puts him at the scene. He had prior relation online trying to reach one of these girls, and he says he's not guilty. Who's telling the truth? That's a question of fact. It goes to a jury. It's really simple. The state could probably get by just putting up one witness, a lead detective. Yeah, they can talk about everything that happened in the case, but they may not be that stupid. There's really no way to put that other than stupid, because once you get the lead detective on the stand, he can be cross-examined about everything.
That's a fact.
And then that's basically a practice for the defense. They need to put up couple of isolated witnesses. So that's what a preliminary hearing is. Wait a minute, Dale Carson.
Yes, ma'am.
The defense just hears these witnesses and it gets bound over for trial. That is when the defense could appropriately subpoena an out-of-state witness. But in the motion, Dale Carson, you've done this many times before, you have to domesticate the subpoena, the out-of-state subpoena, which they did not do, because under Idaho law and Nevada law, you have to have a hearing to show that the witness's testimony is material, important, critical. Here, all that Ann C. Taylor's motion says is she might have material evidence. They haven't had the hearing. So they screwed up on so many levels, much less they can't even spell the victim's name right. But this isn't worth the paper it's printed on, Dale Carson, because obviously Ann Taylor doesn't know the legal steps for an out-of-state subpoena.
Right, that's fairly clear. The Uniform Act to secure somebody's attendance from another state is universal in our 50 states, and it allows a defense attorney to do this, but it has structure, and a whole bunch of hearings have to occur. There may be one in the state where the jurisdiction rests, but there has to be one in the state where the individual resides. And it's a hearing. They have to prove to that court that there is information that this individual has that's necessary.
Of course, there's innocent people behind bars. It happens. It happens. But we'll find out. There's innocent people behind bars all the time, right? But how many people are really innocent in prison? I mean, we could talk about Stephen Avery. He got exonerated, 18 years in prison. And then I think he got framed afterwards. You got the same police officers dropping keys and all types of shit. You haven't even been past the PCA and people are yelling this guy was framed. Now, like I said, if they don't have anything else after what they put in this PCA, which a lot of experts said they haven't seen nothing to this magnitude in a PCA, they must have some crazy ass shit afterwards. This is what I call a wait for it moment. But yeah, we could yell all that innocent shit until literally the information starts coming out. I think people's minds are going to start changing.
For the defense, the effective defense of the client.
Yeah, it again.
And I don't just. I really have thought this through, Nancy. I don't really see, other than maybe a timeline issue, how her testimony could be valid at all. She was not there to witness the deaths of, to physically see them dead. She slept throughout the entire matter, essentially, and she doesn't have any information. But we don't have the statement that she would have given to local law enforcement that may include some items that would come out in testimony anyway without her being present. And because she's on direct examination, the defense attorney can't cross-examine her. And it's unlikely that she would be turned into an adversarial witness in a circumstance like this. But it really does hurt the state's ability to protect witnesses overall from abuse by defense attorneys.
Let me look at these fake accounts in here.
Agree. So this lawyer, N.C. Taylor, who has performed this legal stunt at the expense of 21-year-old Bethany Funke, a survivor of Brian Kohberger's mass slaughter, right there in her home. It's just a legal stunt at the expense of those two victims. Now, wait a minute. We don't know what Bethany Funke may or may not say because her interview with police is still under seal. We know a little bit about what Dylan Mortensen said, that she saw the killer, we think to be the killer, a white male coming out of the house. She froze. They're both lucky he didn't come kill them too. But what if, let's just spin it out, what you're saying to its logical conclusion. What if she also woke up and went to the door and saw something? We don't know that.
I think so too.
Completely through the entire ordeal? We don't know that. What if she had seen Kohberger before, casing the house? We don't know what she might say.
She said this is about his hold up, I gotta run that back where Nancy said that real quick. Hold up.
Obviously, Ann Taylor doesn't know the legal steps for an out-of-state subpoena.
Right.
This is the people that people who are in chat talk about. She's a beast.
Obviously, might have material evidence. They haven't had the hearing. Might.
See, people are running with this shit. Oh my God, they got exculpatory evidence.
So they screwed up on so many levels, much less they can't even spell the victim's name right. But
I agree.
This isn't worth the paper it's printed on, Dale Carr.
This ain't worth the paper it's printed on. All right, let's get back to it.
It does hurt the state's ability to protect witnesses overall from abuse by defense attorneys.
Agree. So this lawyer, N.C. Taylor, who has performed this legal stunt at the expense of 21-year-old Bethany Funke, a survivor of Brian Kohberger's mass slaughter, right there in her home. It's just a legal stunt at the expense of those two victims. Now, wait a minute. We don't know what Bethany Funke may or may not say because her interview with police is still under seal. We know a little bit about what Dylan Mortensen said, that she saw the killer, we think to be the killer, a white male coming out of the house. She froze. They're both lucky he didn't come kill them too. But what
That's
if,
right.
let's just spin it out, what you're saying to its logical conclusion. What if she also woke up and went to the door and saw something? We don't know that.
Agreed.
What if she slept completely through the entire ordeal? We don't know that. What if she had seen Koberger before casing the house? We don't know what she might say. We don't know if she's one of the people that Koberger tried to contact. She could say anything, and we don't know. Or she may say, I didn't remember a thing. I woke up that morning. I saw that they were lying in their rooms dead, and that's the first I knew of it. She could say that, but it's a real Pandora's box for the defense. You know, the great quote,
Shout out to the
be
804.
careful what you ask, my dear, for you will surely get it. Putting her on the
Well,
stand may be a bombshell for the defense because we don't know what she's going to say.
well, but there's another interesting protection in all of this. If it's inconvenient for her to come back to Idaho, here's what inconvenience can mean. If she's suffering from PTSD, she may be medically not permitted to come back. And that's a whole nother series of hearings with experts testifying one way or the other. And it takes us away from the general focus, which is this individual is alleged to have slaughtered in cold blood 4 young people in the middle of the night and fled the jurisdiction.
You know, that phrase, be careful what you wish, for you may surely get it, that goes all the way back to Aesop's fables, which are very old, and truer words were never spoken. I wonder what is going to happen when Bethany Funke gets on the witness stand, and she will, at the time of the trial, get on the witness stand.
Agreed.
But to ask her to come to a preliminary hearing or try to force her to is completely out of legal bounds. There is no precedent, which means legal cases that have been appealed and affirmed in the past that speak to this exact issue.
It is innocent till proven guilty, but Nancy isn't no fucking fool. I'm telling you, I've been following Nancy for years. Years upon years upon years. She's not no fool.
There is no legal case that would demand her to come back to Idaho, and there is no statute demanding that she go back for a preliminary hearing. In fact, it's made out very clearly in the law.
So, Coffee Cake, you're telling me you wouldn't fight a subpoena from a defense team, the person that is representing the alleged killer? You wouldn't fight that subpoena either? They want to talk to you and say that you got some type of shit that could free their person? You wouldn't want to talk to them?
The defense has to show or demonstrate that she is a material witness. And in this
facts
motion by N.C. Taylor, it says she, quote, may be a material witness. They don't know, because none of us know what's in her police report. So what do you chalk this up to, Dale Carson?
Well, it's a desire to get back in the public view and to perhaps polarize prospective jurors.
I just said that last night. Run my stream back.
You and I both know that she could voluntarily come back. The fact that she's resisting is, from my perspective, a good thing. I don't think victims of these kinds of cases should be subjected to repeated interviews by people connected with the case, wanting a particular outcome, as clearly a defense attorney does.
You know, this exact lawyer, N.C. Taylor,
she can't know much. She's not been released or anything. Correct.
Who is the chief of the County Public Defender's Office, was previously representing one of the Moscow stabbing victims' parent on another unrelated matter. And as soon as...
What you mean? You're making moves on other channels again? What's that mean? Tell me what you mean by that.
As Brian Koberger's case came up,
what you mean by that?
Them and went with Koberger. It's very, very interesting to me. She represented 3 of the parents of 2 of the victims. 3 of the parents of 2 of the victims, Kara Kernodle, the mother of Xana Kernodle, in 4 cases. So wait, let me get that straight. She represented one victim's parents in multiple counts. Now, what do you make of that conflict of interest, Dale Carson?
Well, I think it speaks to her ethical integrity or lack of. But I also recognize that this is appointed counsel, and they may have just a small number of individuals who are capable of handling what ultimately is going to be a death penalty case. You know, that requires, as you know, certification and many steps. So those people are fairly rare
Well, I hope you heal
in
good.
the justice system because, of course,
Prayers out to
the
you.
desire to execute someone in connection with a crime is fairly rare as well.
Well, I will give her this. She filed a withdrawal of representation from the parent and then took on Koberger, which is, you have to file a withdrawal before you can get off of a case, and the court has to allow you to withdraw from the case. A perfect example would be Kirk Nurmi. Nurmi represented Jodi Arias, and he tried and tried and tried to get off her case. The court wouldn't let him off because the court felt, I believe, they couldn't get another lawyer up to speed with the nuances of Jodi Arias's case in time for trial. So Kirk Nurmi had to stay on the case. You can't just say, here's a withdrawal, bye. No, the court has to allow you to withdraw from the case. So she, Nancy Taylor, was allowed to withdraw from the case of one of the slave victims' parent and then go to Koberger's case. So, by the letter of the law, she did nothing wrong. Dale Carson, not just as a veteran criminal defense attorney, but as a former FBI agent, you've dealt with a lot of crime victims. These 2 young ladies, Bethany Funke and Dylan Mortensen, are dealing with not only waking up to find the roommates that they love, that they live with, dead, stabbed and sliced dead, right above them, but they're dealing with possibly survivor's guilt of thinking, wow, I heard something and I just went back to sleep. I didn't realize what was going on. What if I called 911? What if I could have saved their lives if I had called 911 earlier? Obviously, they didn't know what was going on upstairs, so they went back to sleep or slept through it. So there's a survivor's guilt, and there is the shock of seeing this crime scene that they're dealing with.
I see this in FBI agent shootings and in police shootings when I was down in Miami. If you didn't get shot when somebody else was being shot, you always think one of your own officers, I'm talking about, or one of your own agents. You think back and say, damn, I could have done this or I could have done that. There's all of those things because we're trained to deal with these situations.
Nelly, I thought Steve said he talked to. I thought he said he talked to him.
Yet when things really happen quickly, as they do, your reaction may not necessarily follow your training. And the result is afterwards you think, oh, gosh, why did I do that? Or why did these other people do this? And why are they dead? They were really good people. And you tend to have what's known as euphoric recall. You recall your relationship with the people that are deceased in a way that makes them much more favorable than they perhaps were in real life. And that is a menu for aggravation and injury personally to you because you feel like you could, as you say, you could have done something. When the reality is you could only operate on the facts and your ability at the very moment all this happened. And you remember, these are children. I have actually seen men stab one another in a homicide. And I can remember putting the stabber in the back of the car. And he would ask me repeatedly, now this is a caged police car. He would say, did I kill him? Is he dead? And I would say, my response to him was rather cold. I would say, yes, and you killed him.
Great.
So your reaction to the behavior of other people is often controlled by what you witness and your own life experiences as you bring them to the situation.
You know, just the way you recounted that story that you recall like it was yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It was over
go ahead.
cigarettes. Over a pack of cigarettes now. That the one brother killed the other. A pack of damn cigarettes.
You know what, Dale? I have relived so many times.
What?
Count millions of times. My fiance's murder, and seeing his part of his body in the casket, and imagining what he went through at the time of the killing. And I didn't even see the crime scene. These two girls saw the crime scene. They were nearly murdered themselves. I can't imagine where their mind goes at night when they try to sleep, or all during the day, and now this is just like a stink bomb at the dinner table. This subpoena to make her come back to court, and they don't even have a leg to stand on for doing this. I think is just tormenting the crime victim.
Good question.
Well, it's abusive process is what it is. It's an actual civil crime.
Well, this is a tiny peek of what we have to look forward to at that preliminary hearing, now set for June 26th. It could move, and they very often do, much less the trial. And there will be a trial. I guarantee you there will be a trial. What do you think? Is there any way that Kohberger is going to be allowed to plead out?
Well, of course, that's a decision that he and his lawyer get to make. I mean,
whoa, I don't know about that. They've got to be offered. They've got to be offered a deal first.
Well, they can plead straight up to the court.
Well, really, because the court can then sentence as it sees fit, and it's death by firing squad there.
Absolutely, the court.
The court could say, "Great, you can just march right on out to the basketball court. We're going to have the death penalty right now."
Well, it does offend me as a practicing lawyer that it does take so long to get to the end results of these cases. I mean, the longer this goes on, the more opportunity.
I just said they could march him out and shoot him dead on the basketball court at the courthouse, and you didn't say anything. Wake up, man! It's lethal injection there, but if they don't have the appropriate drugs, which there's a shortage of for the needle, he can get the firing squad. I guess that's something for us to think about. Carson, are you with me?
I am. And I was just processing the pain that those victims would reabsorb if they are forced to testify in the case. Because people don't really understand that the victims the friends, the people that they cared about and lived with, when they found them in the condition that this individual is alleged to have left them in, cut up, bleeding, they were in rigor at the time that they were discovered, and they wouldn't. You
actually just made my stomach hurt when you said that. When I think about those students, those beautiful 4 students in rigor mortis, when your body starts stiffening up.
Well, when you touch them, they're cold as ice, and it's just abnormal. The silence that attends to a homicide is something else that we never think about.
When we say plea, can we be clear, Dale Carson? The state has to typically offer a plea deal. The defense has to accept it after much haggling, or they can enter what is called a blind plea with no deal attached, and the judge can then sentence to whatever he or she thinks is appropriate. And a plea, unlike a jury trial, is very hard to appeal.
Well, that's right. In fact, in most of those plea deals, there is a provision that says you can't appeal the outcome.
I would always put every defendant under oath before they entered a plea deal and say, is this what happened? And I would give a rendition of the facts. And are you pleading guilty to this? Do you agree that is what happened?
That's exactly what happened. It's called a proffer. The state will simply provide information of what they believe they could prove at trial.
With every single guilty plea, because I did not want them jumping up later, appealing their guilty plea, causing me to start over from scratch, assemble all the witnesses, and try the case with the jury. So I would put them under oath with their hand on the Bible to
That's
make
right.
them agree. If they wanted a plea deal, here it is, but you've got to admit to the facts so
But
that
you know,
later it could not be somehow used against me as some sort of bullet right to my neck. So it had
But-
to be sealed with an oath and perjury as a consequence of going back on the deal.
I think that's a great idea. That's what's done here in Florida. The difference in Florida is that a single prosecutor can file what's known as an information, which simply says, I believe based on the facts, I can prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there is no preliminary hearing unless a defendant asks for it within a specified period of time.
It's basically one person, the prosecutor, drawing up an indictment. The indictment, of course, is with a grand jury. Dale Carson, if this is any example, any taste of what's going to happen, it's going to be a cat fight, a fight to the finish in State v. Brian Koberger. And you know what I have to say to A.N.C. Taylor, the defense lawyer? Bring it on, woman. Goodbye, friend.
Bring it on, woman. She said, bring it on, woman. I thought that was my kid, but in this what it said, mama. Kel, but in this country you are an adult after 18. That's true. Very true. Oh my God, Nancy is the same age as me, same month, same year. All right, let's decide it this way. Let's decide it this way, right? Make sure you vote. I'll give it 5 minutes from the time I hit this Ask Your Community button. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Here we go. Thank you, Wisdom Speaks. I appreciate you. 1, 2, 3, go. Hit it. Let's see it. I want to call in, open the panel. I'll give it 5 minutes. And the way that I'm opening the panel is under my stipulation. So, because it will not be like no yesterday. I promise you that. It will not be like yesterday. And I'm not pinning it up at the top either. Okay, I want to call in 36%. Open the panel 64%. Okay. Let me go pop some popcorn real quick. Hold on. How long for callers? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Cut off. 5 minutes. Cut off. And you know what? Hold up. While y'all are voting, let me do this real quick. Let me see. I'm going to go to this phone call real quick. You ready? Let me dial this number real quick because I told y'all I would call. Y'all ready to hear from T-Rex Mom Bomb? They call her Mom Bomb. I respectfully disagree with her, but hey, let's hear it. Hold up, here we go. Where's it at? Where the hell is her number? WSU. She told me to call her back. I said I was going to call her back yesterday, but I never got to her. Here we go. Pullman, Idaho's finest. You ready? 6. Here we go.
Hi, thanks for calling.
Hi, thanks for calling. Did I call the right number? I better have. Let's see if it says it again.
Hi, thanks for calling.
Hi, thanks for calling. Was Nancy a lawyer or attorney? Was Nancy a lawyer? Prosecutor. Wisdom Speaks. Let's see it. I clicked the wrong one. You clicked the wrong one? Damn. 144 votes. 144 votes out of 600 people. 59% say open the panel. 40% say I want to call in. Really? Nancy was a prosecutor. That's a fact. I've been watching Nancy way too long not to know that. Thanks for calling. Isn't a lawyer and attorney the same thing? I might be losing my mind, says Erica. Amy D says no panel. I want an open panel, not call in. Yeah, she was a prosecutor. She wrote some books. I wanted to read them. Sunshine says, "Are you still live from yesterday?" No, I'm not. Let's see. How old is Nancy? T-REV, you pick it. All right. Well, let's get to it. How long has it been up for? Let's see. 4 minutes. I want to call in. Open the panel. 57% to 43%. What is the difference between an open panel and a call-in? A call-in is when you can actually call from the phone. Open panel is when you have about 8 people screaming over each other and the host is oxed out from his own shit in case he just starts removing people and throwing them the fuck out. That's what that is. Excuse my language, but I mean, that's what that is. Patty says she's my age. Yeah, Nancy's older. We had kids on panel last night. I bet they were more behaved. Woo! Oh my God! Who said from yesterday? She's my age. It's the description of the panel for me. It's the description of the panel for me. Sounds like you want call-ins, T-REV. Yeah, no, I do. I do want call-ins. But I'll make it loud and clear. Let's see. I jumped in on a break to make T-REV was okay this morning after last night's panel. Yeah, last night's panel. I think I need a medic. I mean, the panel link. Here we go. Welcome to the panel link. I dropped it in my chat. All right, you said open the panel? I just did. Let's see. Here we go. All right, here we go. Panel tryouts. Hold on, let me send this to. All right, dropped it. You are the boss, man. I'm not a boss, man. I'm just run my stream. I like panel because everyone can bounce off each other, discuss more. Yeah, definitely. I don't know. Last night I had a migraine. That's all I know. I swear on everything I love for like the last hour of the stream, I turned the shit down last night and was just letting everybody go. I was like, I was talked over at that point. I mean, I really could have just started removing people and just left them backstage and talked to y'all, but you know, everybody was popcorn and I'm watching and this, that, and the third. All right, hold on. Here we go. I want to see this too while we're at it. Where's it at? I've just seen this fucking thing. I don't see no one backstage yet. People backstage last night with man, we had people. Listen, we had people backstage last night showing porno on their screens and stuff. That shit was weird. I'm not dropping my panel link out in the public no more. Promise you that. Lawyer is an attorney. All right, thanks for calling. Whoever the fight for the subpoena could be as little as only to do it via Zoom instead of going in. Agreed. Okay, hold up. I think we got somebody coming. basic white girl impression. Firing squad would be a blessing. Spending the rest of your life in a cell 23 hours a day on death row. Huh. Why did it have me going all the way down here? Here we go. Mix it up. Do call-ins then. Okay. All right. So who's calling in then? Where we at? I don't see nobody coming back in, so call in 219-885-9693. What's up? Hit the line. 5 minutes and I'm banging on you. 5 minutes and I bang on you. Let's get it. Hold up. Let me see. Oh, I think I got somebody coming back. Hold up. That panel was hilarious. I'm sorry. Yeah, that shit was hilarious. That shit definitely was hilarious. Yo!
What up, bro?
What's going on, man?
Man, I was trying to drop in, bro, but the freaking Google was tripping, so I was gonna tell you to email it to me, but I remember my password and shit. What's up?
What's going on with you, man?
Oh, dude. I mean, I'm feeling a little sick today, but I mean, I guess the shit that happened last night had something to do with it. That shit had me stressed out, dude. Once I got off there, I was like, man, like I shouldn't have said that when I left, but I mean, at the same time, it was a little heated. You know what I mean? You know how that shit was.
Oh, I already know. I knew you.
Right.
Yeah, I already knew, man. It just, but I literally the last hour I had to turn that joint down.
Yeah, I was reading some of the comments just a little while ago. I mean, and they was like, yeah, T-REV went play 5M with Eismic. I was like, nah, that man's still on pedal, because you could hear yourself hitting a little the interface. You know what I'm saying? I was like, nah, he's still right there.
Yeah, I came by. I was out in the kitchen, and then I was here. Like literally, I had the speaker turned up. I came back in and turned it down because I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's so many different opinions, but I mean, when you get that many people up there, dude, I mean, you remember from when we were doing this shit 4 months ago, it gets a little congested, you know what I mean? And then shout out Regina. Me and Regina had a little spat 4 months ago, but she still calls me big sexy, so I ain't tripping. I'm trying to change this picture, man. I don't need that dude on my shit. There we go.
My man got Babel on there. That's funny.
Yeah, that dude, bro. I'm not even gonna touch on that topic. That dude's weird, bro.
Yeah, that.
How you feeling this morning, bro?
Well, I was watching. I woke up and was just watching some stuff, and I was back. Like after going back and reviewing last night's stream, I was just baffled at the amount of people that, you know, they're saying that we're convicting Kohlberger before he's even, you know what I mean, goes through the process. But in the fact, I'm following the facts on paper, and if the facts on paper change and point in a different direction, then that's where I'll go. So in general, the thing is, people are like, well, there's no evidence against him. Well, then why is he in jail right now? Because if there
wasn't no evidence, he'd be a free man.
Not only that though, but if that evidence was against you, me, anyone in this chat, anyone in the world, or just in the U.S. in general, you would have the same exact charges.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, if he wouldn't be a free man, he would at least have a bond. You know what I mean? If there was no evidence against him, he would at least have a bond. I mean, it might be outrageously high, but I mean, he would at least have one. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I've bonded out on a $26,000 bond already. I mean, if you know anything about bonding out of jail, your bond was, you know, 10%, 26,000 is 200, well, 10% of what, 200 some thousand. You know what I'm saying? So 260,000. But I mean, we're not gonna get into that topic because, you know, convictions and stuff like that. But at the same time, his bond would be outrageously high for all of this. I mean, it's a high profile case.
I woke up thinking, bro, like, what's the security?
Oh shit!
Yeah, like this right here. You see the security cam right here? I'm thinking that this security cam now says at approximately 4:17 a.m. a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices of a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernoodle's bedroom. Now, the thing about the security camera, what else did this security camera capture?
Yeah, all they saying is it caught the audio, right? Hey, look, my phone's tripping. I guess it's Google. I'm putting my email in the back chat. Email it to me. Email me the link, and I'm gonna join through my computer because I'm on my phone right now and it's just tripping.
I got
If you don't mind.
Let me grab it. Yeah,
it's in the back chat. Yeah, hit me on the email. I'll be in there in a second.
Yeah, I got you. Hold up.
All right, bro.
It right. All right, brother. Hold up. I'm gonna send it right now.
All right, for sure. I'll see y'all in a second.
All right, brother. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Papa Sal, where you at? Oh, Papa Sal. Check your DMs, Papa Sal. Check your DMs, Papa Sal.
I love you too, brother.
Yeah, that's Papa Sal. You heard him. You heard Papa Sal. Papa Sal speaks. Papa Sal be speaking exactly. Isaac, you have to come up. You have to come on topless too. I'm dead. I had to come up topless too. I feel it should be the judge's job to fact check. Just saying, judge in Wisconsin Brooks case was on it. Yeah. We already got the phase. Shit, the votes came in. They wanted an open panel. So I'm opening the panel. I'm trying to call, pal. Shit, we are. They already voted open panel, Papa Sal. I sent you a link if you want to come up. All you got to do is mute after you talk, if you know what I mean, so your mic doesn't go. They voted open panel, so we got the open panel. So now we're gonna go through some stuff. Bro lost his shirt like Joe V. Yeah, I lost my shirt, man. I just woke up out of bed. If I want to get on shirtless, I get on shirtless. Hey, it's my shit. You know what I mean? People are like, damn, Trev shirtless.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm shirtless. I want to be. It's hot as hell in here. You'd be shirtless too. So yeah, bro. I mean, another thing is like, I wonder. See, what else they're not mentioning is that if this camera caught like a vehicle leaving the scene or anything like that. T called me trying to get on. Papa Sal, check Discord. I sent you a link, and if you check Discord main chat, I also put it there too. Last night, bro. Can you hear me? Last night, I put the link up in public chat, bro. You know how there was a dude back here named Fabio, and it had some weird shit going on. And then there was another person that joined that had.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, they had porn of their camera.
Yeah, I heard you saying that. Like, I mean, that shit. Who's gonna try to porn bomb a true crime community? Like, tell us you on Brian's side, bro. Tell us you on Brian's side. I mean, weirdo.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell was going on with that, but it was like a stripper, like a gay stripper. That's what they had as their video. Like, I'm like, man, I booted them out the studio. Like, what the hell is that? But I seriously want to know what else is, because they don't have to put what this camera really caught all the way through.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I did bring up a point on another panel the other night. If we were talking about the scream that was supposedly heard, right? If the scream was heard, it would have been caught on that camera. They would have audio of the scream from that camera if it was truly a scream that was caught. I don't think it was a scream that was caught. I think that shit was manufactured. You know what I mean? That scream would be on that camera as well. I mean, being it heard the thud, it heard the whimpering. You know what I'm saying? If it's 50 feet from her bedroom, why the scream's not on there?
My thing is too is that did they really? I mean, I want to know what the camera really caught, because what dog? You know, there might be multiple dogs in the area.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So that could be nothing at all, but they must think it's Murphy.
Yeah, I mean, shit.
That's what I'm thinking. You must think it's Murphy if you're saying that. So I'd like to, I think we'll hear that during the trial.
I mean, you keep a dog locked up for a little while. I mean, he's got to use the bathroom. He's going to start whimpering. You know what I mean? Like, I had dogs. I know what it is to keep a dog locked up for too long, you know?
Mm.
But I mean, I don't know. This case is definitely weird. I know that. Danielle said we look like brothers. You think so?
How this show is happening. Okay, thank you so much.
I mean, how tall are you, Red?
People coming. You said what? How tall am I?
Yeah.
Not tall enough. Oh shit, I'm 5'6".
Damn.
I'm short, bro. I'm short. I'm 5'6", but 215.
Yeah, I'm almost 6'3", so. But
5'6", 215 don't even look like it. People think I weigh like 175 or something.
Yeah, I thought you might have been a little taller. Miss
Hell
Doozy,
no.
Miss Doozy said hi. It's making so hot. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That boy Jerry Springer passed away.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No shit.
I
From what?
was looking at it. Pancreatic cancer, I think.
Damn, that's crazy. I remember watching Jerry Springer as a little kid. I want some Jerry beads.
So this is the later area right here, right?
Yeah, I mean, 50 feet from her bed would have to be. I mean, that's hard to say. Well, her bedroom was on the second floor, right? Because the only two that was on the top was Kaylee.
So
girl.
If we're walking to where that police car is parked right there, you walk between that little. If you walk between the police car and the side of the house to go to that back where you see the body cam footage at, where the police are talking to Kaylee, the bedroom is literally right there. So I'll show you. I know where the bedroom's at exactly. If we go here, it's right where I got my mouse at right now. This is the bedroom. This is where Xana and Ethan were.
Did anybody in the chat, y'all hear that popping? Or is it just my headphones? It's like a static popping. Hold on. Yeah. I was checking my settings just now. That's what I was doing when I came in here because I had the Bluetooth speaker on.
Are we good now? You hear it?
Yeah, that sounds a little bit better. A lot better shit, yeah.
Okay. So what I did was I unplugged that damn shit. I had to unplug the mic and plug it back in.
Oh, word. Just like on the controllers when I used to play on console, the controllers were all messed up.
That was mine, I think. I think it was mine. My bad, guys. It's when T-REV. Yeah, it's just the spirits in my room, guys. Don't worry about it.
Right.
You know, I got spirits that follow me around. Guarantee it.
As Xana and Ethan in there. Come on, y'all quit talking about my peoples. Creating static and shit. I mean,
I'm telling you, I know I got spirits around me. People can say I'm crazy all they want, bro. I got spirits around me.
I for one have done a spirit box with him, and my dad came through and was trying to say some shit with his weird ass.
I had to unplug it and plug it back in. That was weird, but it is what it is.
For anybody that believes that spirit box is just bullshit, like I could tell you what my dad was trying to say was some shit that's connected to my dad. So I mean, that
actually is crazy to me because I don't even know your dad.
Yeah, that bitch staticking again.
Damn.
Let me hold on. Let me try to unplug mine and plug it back in. Give me a second.
It's me.
It's you? All right.
I think it is.
I mean, I'll do mine too. Hold on. Just to double check. The Fed's watching, bro. The Fed's watching.
Yeah, I look like a baby. Who said that? The Fed's watching. Those spirit box readings are wild. That's why I made a channel for it. So I hear it again, static again. Did I fix it? Me too. A psychic more than one told me that. I got spirits, no doubt. So what are you doing messing up the bed, boy? Don't you come over here and claw me. All right, let me see. What else was this? Okay, so they're just showing this house. 112. Is that a camera right there or no? I wonder if they have a camera right here. It won't show me. Can you go down this way? I won't let you. But it will show you that. So it shows you from this angle. I wonder if any of these houses had cameras. Is that a camera in the corner right there? It looks like maybe a camera is right here too, no? Or that is the camera, no? Oh man, imagine that. Who said, how can I get on panel? Who said that? Court in session? Does your mic pop or make noises like mine does? I'm about to go get it. I'm about to go grab my other mic here in a second. I got a different mic. If it keeps messing up, let me know. I'll go grab my other one. There was a camera there. Yes. So if it's facing this way, it's going to capture anything leaving that road, right? Okay, I see it. Thanks. I hear my son. You said I hear my son. I lost 26 years old on the spirit box saying, "Hang in there, mother," and his voice. T-REV. Damn, that's crazy. Pretty neat. They got that from you, Mouthy Mama. Genetics are interesting. My 10-year-old is twins and only few inches shorter than me. Damn. You can hear me, Osmond? The landlord should have made their house more secure. Agreed. I mean, but how much more secure? I mean, besides fixing that back glass door, correct? Besides fixing that back glass door, in my opinion. You're muted. I can't hear you. Yeah, it says you're muted for some reason. Static again. You about to make me go grab my other mic. Trev, I hear you. Weird. How secure, honestly, can you make a party? How secure, honestly, can you make a party house? Yeah, I mean, that's a very true statement also. Papa Sal, I sent you the link. Papa Sal said I can't get on. There you go. Bam. You should be able to definitely do it. Sound is very low. Good God. People are saying sounds low, sounds clear on my end, sounds this, sounds that, sounds what? Would it matter how secure? Would it matter how secure if it would? What it was if doors weren't locked? That's true. It's not. It's StreamYard, but I'm not. I'm only sending my link. It's going out privately. If you're in Discord, you can get to the link. Sounds good now. I hear you fine. It ain't ever gonna be like last night. I promise you that. I can't hear your mic. He said, "Fuck." Good on my end. I have an old Mexican tradition that you speed in your yard once a week to ward off evil spirits. Like every couple minutes you get static sound, like it speeds up. Sounds good for now. I'll go grab my other mic. I hear you now.
All right. Jesus Christ, bro. I was about to put my fist through this fucking monitor. Well, I fucked up and I unplugged it from the back of the PC, dude. And then when I plugged it back in, it just started tripping. So I dropped down them a couple of times. Dude, this shit's. I see why I smoke marijuana. God.
I'm about to go grab my other mic.
Right. But I mean, dude, that wherever that camera was, like we were talking about how, it goes inside the house and shit right there in her bedroom.
This one right here aims at like the corner of the street where you would turn down that street.
All right. So, I mean, it's hard to say because, I mean, if that camera's right there and he's on that side of the house, that camera had to have him coming in and out. I don't see how it don't have him coming in and out. You know what I'm saying? And if he's that freaking stupid, dude, I mean, he deserves to be. He deserves to get the death penalty. He's that stupid to have him on camera coming and going.
Well, I mean,
that's. I don't know, man.
It doesn't say that it has him coming and going, but I think they would save that for.
Exactly. Yeah, like we were saying last night. When we were saying last night, there's a lot of shit that we don't know about this case still. I mean,
I feel like there's a reason he don't have bond. I mean, yeah, first there's four murders, but right.
I mean, his DNA on the sheath. Like, I get it. It wasn't in his hand. They didn't catch him like with the knife in his hand doing it. You know what I mean? They didn't catch him red-handed, basically. But his knife sheath being there, and it's on a snap. That means he opened the snap to get the knife out. I mean, and then it's at the scene. I know we said last night, Detective John was saying that they can't use, they can't tell the jury, use your common sense. But people, we can say it. Use your common sense here. You know what I mean? Like, you can't say it in a trial, but we can say it on YouTube.
That camera should have a clear picture of the vehicle. I was thinking the same thing.
And I was thinking maybe, what if that's the camera that caught the 3-point turn? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I was thinking the same thing because if you think about it, if we look right here, the camera is all right. Let's go to the industry.
That bitch static
The
again.
camera, look where the camera's located, bro. Right here.
Yeah, right.
If you look, if
Oh,
you click
yeah,
inside this
definitely.
picture, look, it's pointed right here. So I mean,
Yeah,
could you
definitely.
hit a 3-point turn right here?
Yeah, I mean, like you could take the right turn. You can take the right turn. Boom. That's 1 point, 2.3. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I feel that's what he did right there. That's probably the camera that caught that 3-point turn. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I mean, oh yeah, that definitely got something on it.
Okay, so yeah, I'm looking at. Well, yeah, you could
It's staticking again.
definitely turn right here. All right,
Your mic's staticking again. All right,
I'm gonna grab my other mic.
I got you. Classes in session. Y'all be quiet while the teachers away. What up, Chad? Look, got a hole in my lip. Y'all caught that on camera. Don't clip that. Clip channels, don't clip that. Damn. I'm over here trying to get it wet for the ladies. Y'all see that, huh? But I don't know. I mean, Nightbot, T-REV got a nice Nightbot over here. I've seen some Nightbots. They be tripping. Google JJ said, what about Google Maps catching him walking behind the house? I haven't heard about Google Maps catching him. What else? Keep everyone in line, Isaac. That's right. Whoosh. Miss Doozy said, hey, Mr. Sexy. Hey. Well, I do you one even better. Hey. I mean, I haven't heard anything about Google Maps catching him walking behind the house. I mean, if T-REV's heard anything about that, I'd like to see it. I mean, I don't know. I do think I did see the thing where the car was going on that roadway that's, elevated above it, but I don't know. Hannah R says she made a Discord. What's your Discord, Hannah R? I look thinner. You crazy. I'm a chubby fella. I'm a proud chubby fella too. I got the dad bod. My volume's low. I'll check some settings. Oh, hold on. Nope, that's not it. Oh, is that better? Drop a one in the chat if I just got louder. Oh shit. Hannah says she ain't got no idea what her Discord is. Oh, my name, Shelly? My name's Ismic. On YouTube, it's just EYESMICK. Like Ismic. Boss Lady Brooklyn said, big sexy. I need to start like a man calendar or something, huh? Shit. You see this, bro? I need to get me like a sexy man calendar going, dude. This is crazy.
All right, we in here.
Yeah, you low too now. Your volume's low. That's all. I can
You
hear
said
you.
what now?
I said your volume's low.
We good?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I can hear you.
How loud is it now?
I can hear you. Yeah.
All
Mars
right,
said you're hot. Hey, I appreciate it. Shit.
we good now. All right, I just had to turn my shit up, bro. I had to come in here.
Somebody asked. All right, good deal. All right, I see a bunch of ones. Shit, he stepped away. But yeah, Regina said clearly Osmic is big sexy. Don't lie. I do have a prosthetic leg. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of insecure about this shit. But I mean, other than that. Get some merch, Osmic? I never thought about that. I mean, I did reach my 1,000 subscribers not too long ago. So I mean, but even when I do get my 4,000 watch hours, I don't think I'm gonna monetize my channel because, and I'd rather say what I want to say. But me and Rev was talking about that shit a while back. Yeah, with the security shirt. If you know, I be security on other true crime channels. For real. Shit, you don't care if I drop my Discord in the chat, huh?
Nah, go ahead.
Or they were saying that Hannah was asking. Well, she said she had a Discord, asked her what it was. She said she didn't know, so I'm gonna just drop mine. I mean, I don't have like Discord itself.
Let me pull this bad boy over here real quick. All right, yeah, we back. Let me plug this in too. Now I got my accessories. Let's see.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I need to give me an interface. I got the little one that you download. I think it's Voice Mod or some shit. That shit sucks.
Yeah, it's not good at all.
No, it sucks. It really does.
Why did they pull that up though? That's not what I was trying to do.
Where Papa Sal at? You coming up, Papa Sal?
That's definitely not what I was trying to do. All right, fixed it. Bing bong.
Yeah, bing bong.
Yeah, but let me see. Did you hear what Nancy was eating that damn? She said she goes, his defense attorney don't know a lick of what she's doing.
Yeah, I heard that. And Nancy's a savage. Look, I just dropped my Discord right there. Hannah and anybody else that might want it.
Callie, send me a link. Papa Sal, I sent it to you. Is my mic loud enough?
Yeah, it's loud enough.
I sent it. Is it? Tell me if it's loud enough now. I got it maxed out.
Yeah, it's kind of a little too loud. Just a smidge.
What about now?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, say something.
People were saying I was
That's
low
good.
last night.
Last night you was alright. Yeah, I could hear you.
What's up, Holly?
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on?
Not much.
So
What up?
now that you can get some words out, what's up?
What?
I said now that you can get some words out, what's up?
Oh yeah, no lie. Who's the other guy on the panel? Because I've never met him.
I'm
This is
Isaac.
my bad. I'm so green.
I'm Isaac. Nice to meet you.
Isaac,
Yes, ma'am.
nice to meet you.
You too. I mean, that's my real name. Like, guys, down this is on my birth certificate. It's just spelled different on my birth certificate.
What is this?
That's your real name?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
mean, I
super
don't
cool.
care if people know my name. Like, on my birth certificate, it's spelled Izemic.
Wow.
My dad was on acid when they named me.
Hello, I'm English. Nice to
My
meet
dad
you.
named me too, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thought I was going to be a boy. That's why I have my name.
Really? That's
Yeah,
I mean,
it's before
I couldn't
son
imagine being a
names, you know?
parent and going through something like that. Like, they tell you your whole pregnancy you're gonna have a boy, and then pops out a girl. I'd be devastated. Like,
Yeah,
Right?
he cried.
I would too. Shit.
So, T-REV,
Yeah, what's up?
I have like a psychological kind of thing I kind of wanted to bring up
Mm-hmm.
with BK, Brian.
Right.
I was going back last night and I was watching through some old videos of footage of him, just of him.
Mm-hmm.
And I found it absolutely fascinating that he has no emotion on any level. If you go back to where he graduated, which is kind of like, you know, hey, you're graduating, you did really good, you know, yay, this should be cheery. Look at his walk and look at his face and look when he takes his diploma
Smith
and
and I
walks
entered the
away.
King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building.
Right?
All right.
Wasn't he on drugs though? Like, coming out of high school and stuff. Wasn't he on heroin or something? Didn't we?
But that was college.
It was college, so he
I
wasn't
think
on it
that
back
was
in
his,
high school.
I think that was when he graduated one of his college things because he looked much older.
Yeah, I mean,
If
I do
you
remember
play
they
that-
saying he dabbled with opioids. I just don't remember if it was high school.
Yeah,
or
but if
college.
you play that, look at his face, and then I'll
Yeah.
show you 3 more examples.
Right.
And you can't tell me that this guy has in the front part of the brain, there's the thing, I forget what it's called, magla, but it's the thing when they do on serial killers, they do the x-rays of their brains or the MRIs, and they lack the activity in there. And what it actually controls is like your emotions, like fear, which is why he didn't care killing people, probably allegedly, you know, and it makes them have no emotion. They think completely different than we do. So I looked at all this little footage of like when he got arrested and they
Thank you,
walked him
Shane.
through in his orange suit. His face, pan-faced. When he
Yeah,
goes into the
he does have a
courtroom,
resting bitch face.
yeah,
Dead.
when he goes into the courtroom, he looks at his lawyer once, nods his head, and does a quick smile, and then stops, pan face.
Right.
And then when he gets stopped by the cops, if you notice, he looks over and he does a quick smile, and then just goes right back to his regular pan face.
Yeah, and
He
did you
has
see how he
no.
looked at his dad when the cop was by the window and they were talking to his dad? He looks at his dad like he looks at the cop. He's looking at the cop, and then when his dad starts talking about where they're coming from, he gives his dad this like, and his face changes. I don't know how to explain it, but it goes from the resting bitch face to like a evil, sadistic look, and the way he looks at his dad. I mean, that shit creeped me out the first time I seen it. I was like, yo, that's not something a normal person would look at their dad. And you know, if it's nothing there, he wouldn't look at his dad in an evil way like that, you know?
Right. But that was interesting because watching all 4 of those clips,
Right.
basically, especially with the graduation one, it's a little weird. He's just like,
I see Papa Sal in the building.
Like-
Papa Sal.
no
No,
emotion.
I'm a friggin' idiot. I cannot believe it's like brain surgery for me to get on this fucking thing.
Oh my God!
I do want to compliment you. You must have got a new phone, or you fixed your phone. Good looking.
No. I went out. I did like Banfield said. I went out and got another burner phone.
Hey, Papa Sal, I got you a new one right here.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
I'm gonna send it out this weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's good-hearted individual right there.
It's got this too on the bottom of it, so you can pull that out and use it on the screen. It's brand new. I've used it 2 times.
I have no idea what you're fucking talking about. So when I get it, you're gonna have to hold my hand. What the fuck is that? Antenna? Is that an antenna?
Nah, it's a little thing. I got one right here. You just you swipe. I mean, it's the way you're not using your finger. You know what I mean? You swipe on the phone with it and stuff.
Oh,
why not?
It's called a stylus. Like it's just basically a little pen you write on your phone and stuff with.
Oh.
Yes.
But I see Miss I guess that's Atali D. She was asking for my link. Ghost Devil, if you're still in here, could you drop it for her, bro, please?
Hollis, how you doing?
I'm good.
Shout out to
I'm
Ghost
just
Devil.
listening. I'm fine. I'm only on my first cup of coffee, so I'm fine.
So what do we got? What are we doing?
Right there. If you just hit exclamation point Ismic, his channel's still there.
Oh, all right.
So who sent you this picture, T-REV?
Somebody sent it to. All right, so actually, not somebody. A couple people sent it to me, but they were no subjects, and then one person sent it, and it said receipts. So I know it's somebody trolling, right? It said here's receipts. So I popped it. I downloaded it. So I was like, okay, fuck it. You want to send me something Photoshop to use as an example? Okay, this is definitely Photoshop. I mean,
without a doubt.
Dylan definitely didn't take this picture.
Yeah, you guys can't fall for these little fucking games these people are playing. You can't. This is
You gotta love
ridiculous.
Papa Sal, bro.
Gotta love him.
You know, I remember T when we first did this. When I first met you and we were talking, I said, T, it's going to be unbelievable between now and June how many things you're going to hear and see. Now you got Detective John running naked in the back fucking yard. I mean, you got all kinds of shit, you know?
For sure. You got all types of shit coming out.
T-REV, somebody in the chat said that's the house under renovation.
Yeah, right. Like you
No.
literally. Well, what it is this. They took a screenshot from here. I'll show you exactly what they did. They went here and went from the night vision in Bethany's room, or I'm sorry, Dylan's room, because you can go in here, turn around, and click this right here. Let's see. This is what they did. They took a screenshot of this and stuck the dude standing right there
to block that little marker in the doorway. Yep.
Right.
That's exactly what they did.
And whoever that is that took the picture and photoshopped themselves right there, like, why are you trying to look around the corner? I mean, you can see the way he's like. I wonder how long it took him to do that, because he positioned his body in a way to make it look like somebody's looking. Like, come on, man, that's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll deep dive into that screenshot fucking Photoshop shit.
Yeah, like people that do that shit on purpose. They'll send you, be like, yeah, screenshots.
But when we take that deep dives, lady, should I wear a Speedo or not? No. You'll never catch me dead in a Speedo.
Now, what if he picked up before he dropped off at 9, her ID in his car? See, that's the thing, though. I feel like ever since I mentioned allegedly Jennifer Coffendorfer being the person that possibly get that info, I ain't heard much from her.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We were talking about, you know, the ID in his car and stuff like that. Nothing. We don't know if he was an Uber driver or not, and I highly doubt it.
No, I don't think
If he
so.
was an Uber driver, that's one creepy motherfucker.
I don't think so.
I don't think he is either.
Hey, let me give you my
Oh, I have a
my
question.
thing on this. Oh, go ahead.
I had a question. You know, he was charged with the murders and then what was it, burglary?
Yeah.
How come? So I was wondering, why not breaking and entering versus burglary? Did they know an ID was missing?
Well, burglary is when you actually
Bing
take something
bong.
that they can prove you took from that house. You know,
Yeah, that's stealing. Yeah, that's
where
stealing.
burglary and breaking and entering basically would just be like if he broke the window and just sat there. You know what I mean? Like, but he had to take something from there for them to hit him.
Like an ID.
Like an ID, anything, personal belongings, electronic item or anything, like anything.
Anything
So
he
what did he
took.
take with him? Probably running out.
I don't know. I mean,
Supposedly
it's hard to say.
medicated.
It's hard to say. I mean, burglary indicates he stole something. You know what I mean?
Okay, and right, and then you have that
Rim
they're
said he took
saying
4 lives. Good point.
It's factual that they found an ID in a glove in a box in the car from one of the residents of 1122 King Road.
You know,
so is that the burglary? Is that what he took?
Dylan has mass pics with a knife stabbing a person. Is very dark stuff. I've had that pic sent to me, and everybody said that was bullshit from 4chan. Though they photoshopped the knife in her hand.
The things you're able to do with Photoshop is amazing. Like,
I'm gonna start digging through my email right now to show you all the craziest shit I've seen. I got people that sent me pictures of the alleged murder scene.
Yeah,
I swear. I got the alleged murder scene right now in my phone. I could, and I definitely don't think it's that.
I seen one of the pictures. There's blood on the floor. I seen one of the pictures, and I'm saying to myself, "How the fuck did they get this?"
I don't even know how to say it. Oh, that's Mandy Jill. She said Photoshop is a hell of a drug. She's right.
What if he took body parts? Would that be burglary?
No, come on. Hey, listen. Let me give you before my phone takes a shit. Let me tell you something. I believe. First of all, the 12 times that he's been to their house.
Yeah.
That's everybody's saying he's been there 12 times, but nobody's saying he's been there from August to November.
Right.
Okay. Now, when I was getting my drugs on Jerome Avenue, I would maybe 2 times a month. I would go down and get my Black Beauties, my fucking whatever.
Right.
You know. So it doesn't necessarily mean this guy was stalking them, but he probably did know somebody that knew them and was invited to a party. And you know what I'm saying? Okay. I got that out of the way. Let me tell you something else. I believe this prick was at the top of the hill, looking at the back of the house, where he could clearly see Maddie and Kaylee in that bedroom. There's no window coverings. I believe he could see them clearly. If you look to the left of the house, that's where Xana and Ethan were. Xana and Ethan were. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So now he knew there was a threat. The guy was a threat. So he came down, he wormed his fucking way down to the backyard, checked the sliding door. It was open.
Wasn't the lock or something messed up on the sliding door?
I'm saving those pictures right now that I got sent to me that said murder scene.
Sliding doors in old houses are a nightmare.
Right.
All right, but listen, they didn't lock their fucking doors. They did not lock their doors, guaranteed. So he goes in, he takes care of the threat first, which is Ethan. Probably runs into him in the kitchen. They were getting food. But even if he wasn't, they weren't getting anything to eat. He was going to take care of them two first.
Yep.
Then
they were on the level he entered.
What's that?
They were on the same level he entered.
Right.
You know what I mean? It would make sense.
Right. Why would he go upstairs, come back downstairs? No.
That was what the dad said. Kaylee's dad, he was like, he did not have to go up the stairs. And he's right.
Right. Listen to me. He killed them. Now he goes upstairs and he takes care. Well, I think the whimpering that everybody hears, that's the dog. Okay.
Being locked up for a few hours.
Dog whimpers. And the thud that camera picked up was the door, him closing the fucking door on Murphy. Okay, then somebody said, I think there's somebody here. He goes in and he goes for the kill with Maddie. Kaylee tries to stop it and he's fucking pissed off, which is why she got the brunt of it. Like, you bitch. You know?
What I'm gonna show right now is graphic, and it's all alleged from somebody. But just give me 1 second. I'll show it in 2 seconds. Keep going, Papa. So
go ahead. So
I'm saving it all.
Now, don't forget, he had to have passed Dylan's door to get to Ethan.
Yeah.
Then he had to pass Dylan's door again to go upstairs. Then he had to pass Dylan's door again to come back down the stairs and leave.
Yep.
Why didn't he check that door? Okay, now I think that's my theory with what happened.
Hey, Papa Sal, can I interrupt right there at that point when you said, why didn't he go to Dylan's door or Bethany's door? I've always thought that when he was in the back of the house watching and waiting, I think Dylan and Bethany came home and went through their front door and went to their respective rooms. It may be that Brian never saw Dylan and Bethany come home through the front door because they wouldn't come through the sliding door. They have to go up a hill and around.
Probably. Yeah.
So it could be that he never even thought they were there. So he just went to the rooms of the women or the people, well, because Ethan.
Where he could see the people he could see.
Yeah.
Right.
I actually think I have a feeling that for some reason, I don't know. I keep feeling like he ran into Xana at some point.
I feel like he was in there when they got home, like in a closet or something.
No, I think he was in the car. I think he was in his car and he was look, if you look at that footage of the back on top of that hill, he don't have to be in the house.
Here's the alleged murder scene.
Yeah, that's BS right there.
This is the alleged murder scene, and I'm gonna explain. Hold on, let me read it to you. Let's read the first part first. All right, let's go to Murder Proof 1 here. This was sent to me by an ex-member who always said they were going to come up and show receipts, but never did. I can show you a couple, but I have to go and a number describe it. She was like, this is going to explain everything. I can show you a couple, but I have to go in and number and describe because when I go back to look at him, he just looks like a blob again. But I can send you the pictures of the costumes they were wearing. Mutilated and hacked. They cut their faces off also. I was just traumatized. I had to stop for a while. Trigger warning to everybody who's watching this right now.
Whoa, that's reaching. Like,
yeah, no. We're definitely gonna get into that. Now, look, you see the pictures right here. Right. Zoom into his cell phone. That is Kaylee, and the cop shines his flashlight and takes his fingers and zooms in on the picture. Actually, it was a video streaming. They are still fighting. I noticed the bottom picture on his phone is one of them with no eyes or tongue. The other looks like body on ground and body parts and arms. I can explain the other picture, but I haven't been able to go back in the eye for a while, but I'm taking a break. So let's go. All right, let's pull up 3. Right here says they skinned them. I see that. I can show you a couple, but I have to go in and number and describe because when I go back to look at him, he just looks like a blob again. But I can send you the other pictures of the costumes. Okay, we seen that part.
What costumes? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. This is what was sent to me by you know who.
Oh.
So yeah, first one's Maddie. They made her watch because it was dark, so they put a headlamp on her and made her watch and what they did to E and X. The last one is a person with a beard and a mustache, but right next to him is Murphy sitting. This one has a red cloak and a mask made out of skin. They even have a cow's head. And then one is somebody's head squeezed in a headlock. Okay, and the one that shows, what does it say? And the one that shows like the head, you know, if you look the person in the whatever that the rest. Hold on, let's go down here.
That person's got a hell of an imagination.
If you look, it says right here, if you look, the person in the black is sitting with their hands laying on their lap. Do you see that? Laying in the lap. They cut Ethan's arms off and then taped it to person's arm that's sitting up on the bed and laid his hands on his lap. And then one was naked with their arm over him. And then I believe it was Kaylee was underneath his knees. And I'll send you those tomorrow because I have to find them. And I'm just too tired to do that today, but it's disgusting. Okay, this one I want to, or it says, okay, this one, what I want you to do. And that's the last one. I'm going to tap it and turn it sideways and zoom a tiny bit. And there's Ethan with his face cut off and his arms are cut off and he stopped up like rocks would be. So people sending me this type of shit. Let's pull this up.
Order in the court.
Exactly.
I object.
Listen. And then I believe it was Kaylee underneath his knees, and I'll send those tomorrow. Okay, there we go. Okay, this one, what I want you to do is, and that's the last one. I'm going to tap it and turn it sideways and zoom in a tiny bit. And there's Ethan with his face cut off. Okay, we already read that.
That's crazy.
There's your stuff. And then there's a guy in the black mask hoodie. It was all in a costume so they could hide their faces. And it was all something. I don't know.
Whoever that is, I guess it's a female.
They sound like Stephen King.
Nah, it wasn't email. It was somebody who was actually a member on my channel.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, I guess it's a female. They said, there's your snuff. Snuff is
a snuff film. Yeah.
It's some weird, sick shit. And whoever that person is with that imagination, seek help, please.
Yeah, no doubt. Like literally, and then they said Christy Gonsalves was a money launderer and this and that. I was like, nah, they were saying all this crazy ass shit. And then like I have all the receipts. I got it in my folder in the other room. It's a bunch of BS. I'll put it that way. A bunch of background.
I bet you that's a Catholic.
I don't think he had enough time to saw through.
That looks like one of my tie-dye shirts. Are you kidding me?
For real.
Get the fuck out.
Look like the shirt I had on last night.
I'm just gonna go through. I'll go through every pic here. Here. Look at that. Doesn't that look Photoshop? That looks
without a doubt.
Weird. Like what?
Fucking ridiculous.
It looks like an amateur Photoshop. Like,
that's ridiculous.
Look at that. All right, so I'm gonna go through each one just to show everybody what was sent to me, the type of shit people send me and say, this is the murder scene.
Laughing Stock said, I see a blurred picture of brownies on a blue plate.
Look, this is the murder scene, guys. This is what it was sent to me, told me, and she hit me up and said, I'm crying right now. I seen the murder scene.
Oh shit.
Please, when I looked at this, bro, I'm like, come on. I'm like, are you thinking what I'm thinking? She thought I was literally thinking this was it. I'm like, nah. I see blotches of shit.
Yeah, really. I mean, I could spill freaking chocolate syrup on my counter, let it spread out a little bit, take that, and then get the same effect.
I sat on this for a minute. Hold on. All right, so whatever they got circled, do you see anything besides like?
I don't know what I'm looking at.
No.
They got something circled right here, which kind of does look like a face, but what does that mean? I mean, it looks like Frankenstein with a big nose.
Yeah, I think this person has a vivid imagination or a really strong hit of acid.
He took the time to carve out the face. Are you kidding me?
That's not a human face. Like I can see the eyes, one's dark and one's light, the nose maybe, but that's not a face.
Come on.
I'm just, I had to go over this because people claim they have receipts of the murder scene and this and that, and it's like, really? Like, if you had receipts of the murder scene and somebody really had that and they didn't send it to the police, are you crazy?
Right.
Right, Maria in the chat, bad acid trip. Yep.
What are you sending this shit to me for? Like claiming it's a murder scene.
Yeah, for real. Like,
that's and where did they get that shit? Come on.
I mean, the shit people do for attention and notoriety is outrageous.
They used to be in my chat saying, it's coming soon. I've been doing a lot of research on this case. Oh my God, I got it. I'm telling you, there's 9 people involved. There's 8 people. Like, come on. Like, for real. Like, at the point, I had to stop this person from doing this shit in my chat because it was like, all right, you're a member. I get it. You're this, and I respect this and that. But now you're doing way too much.
Right. I would have been like, if you were a part of it, that's the only way you would have this knowledge.
Isaac, every time I would try to get her to come up here, I said, I'm going to give you the floor and let you produce everything that you found. And I want you to tell everybody what you found. Well, it's going to take 19 hours. I said, okay, we'll do 10 hours a day and 9 tomorrow.
Oh, shit.
and then listen, Isaac, I get this excuse. Well, I got my grandkids now. Well, tomorrow. And then it's next week. Tomorrow ends up next week. The next week ends up the next week. The next week ended up the next week with the next week. And the next week with, mixed with the next week.
So on and so forth. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So that's what I was going through with it. I'm like, all right, I'm tired of waiting for the next week and the next week and the next week after the next week. Tomorrow you're going to call in. The next day you're going to join panel. You're not doing any of it.
Right. Let's face it. If they were a detective with that type of fucking bullshit, they would have been fired a long time ago.
Yeah. That's
There's not even any receipts on the photo.
No, not at all.
I'm just posting the photo for a second. Everybody can look at it, make your own assumptions, but this definitely ain't a murder scene. I put my channel on it.
I'm not willing to bet, but okay.
I'm willing to put my channel on it.
That's.
Damn, I'm willing to put my phone on it.
All right.
If that's the murder scene, then my left leg is real. Okay, like
yeah, I just had to show the type of shit that I get that is so that's so far fetched.
Yeah, for real.
That is not true. That is not the murder scene. Point blank. Period.
How far can you stretch and reach? I mean,
yep.
Point blank. Period. I put my channel on that.
That's crazy. I mean, like I said, the imagination of some adults are very.
Now, did they send you that picture too, T? Did they send you this one with the guy in the front door?
What I just showed you was what I just showed just now is tie-dye T-shirts, different designs.
Right.
Literally.
Right. But this guy here, this guy in the door, that was sent by somebody else.
What?
The guy in the door.
Yeah, the guy in the door was sent by some anonymous email trolling.
Yeah. Fuck these fucking people. And when they say Steve had something to do with it, it makes me.
The guy that called another day said Steve had something to do with it. Remember? You remember that?
Yeah, I think so. I was trying to listen to see if I heard him. I guess his phone took a shit, like you said earlier.
Papa Sal, you there?
Yeah,
I don't know what happened. Something happened.
There we go.
You're good. We can hear you perfectly. Your phone sounds on point today.
Yeah. Maybe because there's a lot of squares. Usually I'm a personal guy. I don't deal good with crowds. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're doing great.
I don't deal good with crowds. I get nervous in crowds. I'm like, I don't know why. I'm not scared of anything. I guess it's just too many personalities for me to deal with.
That guy fucking pissed me off. That fucking guy pissed me off. My son came in the room. What's the matter? I go, this fucking prick is saying Steve had something to do with it. That's what that pic was, fruit roll-ups. He goes, who's Steve? Fuck. I drove him nuts that night.
I like the way he said that fucking prick.
That's exactly what it is. That's right. Exactly.
I won't even say the person's name who sent that to me, but I mean everybody could put puzzles together pretty easily.
Yeah, I have an idea who you're talking about. I'm not sure, but I got a good idea.
I gotta know. I'm calling bullshit.
Low 12 said it looked like tie-dyed fabric. I had a tie-dye.
Hello.
Hola.
What's up? Can you hear us?
I can hear y'all. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello. I hear you.
Yep.
We can hear you.
I can hear you. I think I'm on a delay.
Yeah, it's close out your actual YouTube link.
Annie, you know who sent that.
Oh, okay. All right, I closed out my YouTube. Is that better?
Yep. I mean, do you still have the delay?
Everybody used to want to get in Discord to see the receipts that she has. You guys know who it is.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, it was it was a chain reaction. You know what I mean?
Oh my God!
Fuck our life. Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Fucking people.
Excuse me. The fuck did you just say?
Oh shit! I
That's
definitely need to
funny.
get it in the face, bro.
I mean, it's to be honest with you, like it honestly made me sick to my stomach that somebody would go out on the limb and believe that that would be the murder scene in general. Like that, I just don't understand that. I don't understand that.
Like I said, people want notoriety and attention, and they don't care how they get it.
And that was the same person that was talking about a cartel. Now, listen to me. Really? Come on.
I mean, when this all first started, I did kind of believe her mom had something to do with it. You know what I'm saying? With the cartel. But I changed that very rapidly. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Don't let me slap that fucking headset off your face. You know what I mean? Don't let me do that. All right? Because cartels. Think about it.
You can snap the headset off and my hat off, man. He's on our heads.
And Eileen Warner's, I slapped the drink out of her hand too. No, listen to me. The cartel, really? First of all, the cartel wouldn't leave anybody in that fucking house alive.
Right.
Okay, number one. Number two, when the cartel deals in multi-million-dollar fucking fuck-ups, they don't deal with 4 college kids, maybe with an ounce of coke. If anything, they would go after the dealer, and the dealer. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But no, they wouldn't.
When the product comes from the cartel, it's gonna reach many hands before it gets down to the people actually bagging it up and dealing it. You know what I mean?
Right. So
there's a lot of middlemen that go in between that they're gonna take care of before they go to the users.
Right. So what? Don't you think they would go after that guy first?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I changed my opinion on that very quickly. I mean,
we all speculated some wild shit at the beginning before we knew who suspects were. I mean, we did. I mean, a lot of us did. I remember like the last week and a half, I said, man, there's somebody we don't know. But at first, I was on the JD train allegedly, right? Yep. So I mean, a lot of us were, we're all human. A lot of us were. It's called, man, what do they call it? I had it in my head, but now I forgot.
That's another. That poor kid. Not only did he lose his girlfriend in a horrible way, but he was blamed for it.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. And we even said it when I first started calling into you, T. It's going to be somebody we don't even know. And sure as shit.
Can anybody hear me? Can I interrupt for just a second?
Go.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a technical question because I was on panel just once before and the same thing is happening, and surely it's me. I can hear you guys, but you sound really far away, and I have my volume up on full. And the last time I was on, everybody said it sounded like I was screaming loud.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hear you really clear.
Yeah, we hear you. All right.
Yeah, you're louder than everybody, but it's all right.
Because I have my volume on loud, but if I turn it down, then I can't hear y'all.
No,
so you must be on your phone.
Well,
I am.
Maybe if we threw you a chain, you know what I mean? Get you closer to us.
I did too, and I apologize for my community talking about JD in general because a lot of us did speculate. I mean, allegedly, a lot of people were in here, 3K, 4,000 people. I put up a vote and had like 5,000 votes one day, and 90% of it was JD.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fucked up. That was sad. Really sad.
Well, I want to know what her question is.
Go ahead. I think her question was, can you hear me?
Oh, all right.
My question is, what am I doing wrong on the phone here?
Oh, nothing. We could hear you just fine. I mean,
okay.
I don't know what it means.
Is there anything I could do to hear you all better?
I don't know.
Do you have headphones, like earphones?
I do.
That would make it so you would hear everything crystal.
Yep.
Okay, I'll try that. I'm going to step off and try that and come back.
Or you can just mute your mic. Just hit the.
Yeah, I'll mute and try that. Sorry.
All right. No
Yeah,
problem.
you're fine. You're fine. I gotta know you're just learning.
Right.
Oh, that's Linda.
Yeah, that's Linda. Please, Linda. Please.
Oh shit. Come on,
Yeah,
Granny, get with the program. You
The
got
family's in the building today.
I mean,
Is that,
I know
that
for
I
sure.
gotta know?
Huh?
Yeah,
What?
that's I gotta know. Yeah.
Oh,
I know when I first started this shit, I didn't know nothing about.
Just so you guys see
nothing
the
about
names, there's everybody that's on panel right now by name.
Oh, mine's still. Oh, wait, I need to change my damn.
Uncle Slim Jim's,
rim
rim
job.
jobs. You know what I mean? Hollis, you know.
That was from last night trolling old Jim Road. Oh shit.
Man, Uncle Slim. Boomers on Discord. Boomers on Discord.
What do we call you, Uncle Slim? Is that what you want to be called, Uncle Slim?
Nice.
8 hours red flag. Yeah, no doubt. We definitely
Look,
need to answer for 8 hours.
Show the names again. I just changed it.
No, because I dig you, I respect you, and I want to call you by the right name.
Same here. Yeah, now my real name's Isaac. It's just spelled differently in real life.
Yeah.
A lot of
That's
people call
good.
me Izzy. I-Z-Z-Y.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I respect you too, Uncle Papa Sal. I mean, dude, for the longest time, I was always listening, and we never was on a panel together, and then we got on a panel together the other day.
Yeah. I really wanted. I wanted to be on the panel with you. I wanted to be on the panel with Johnny. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, you know, Papa Sal would have gave Joe hell, bro. You remember? You would have gave Joe hell. Joe would have left a long time before you did if you was on panel with us. Shit crazy. You remember that shit up?
Hold
Back when I would wear my Santa robe and shit.
Yeah, I remember that. T-REV blurry photos with phones being amazing nowadays is bullshit. I know.
Yeah, they still got like an iPhone 4.
There goes Papa Sal's ice.
yeah.
Again?
Yeah, the ice maker started.
It just started, yep.
Here we go. All right, don't let me fuck nothing up. Go ahead, guys. I'll talk to you guys.
He said, "Don't let me fuck nothing up." You can just hit. It's not doing it now.
Yeah, now it stopped.
Really?
Are you moving or something?
No. When you said it's not doing it now, I was getting all kinds of shit. I was crackling all over the place.
Oh shit!
No proof of any drugs.
Dark
Sal's
Horse. I
too
appreciate
funny.
that, Dark Horse. I'm just from South Louisiana. I'm just a dumb Cajun.
Do you have it on speakerphone? Yeah, Papa Sal's. He's got his ice maker on.
All right. Go ahead. I'll talk to you guys. I'll try to call
Papa
back.
Sal, why was it so good for a minute though? You must be. I don't know. You're not moving around.
I'm in the same position I was in, scratching my fucking head.
I wonder if that's what it is.
I mean, maybe. Well, I guess I don't know. Once the phone heats up or something after a while, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Welcome.
All right, so
Welcome.
let me let it cool off. The ice
All
that
right.
it's making, I'll try to put it in the ice machine and let it cool the fuck.
Don't worry, I got one coming to you.
I love you, brother.
Brand new, pal.
I'll try back. Bye-bye.
No doubt, pal. Man, I enjoy Papa Sal, man. It's sad when he goes, man.
I mean, you gotta respect that dude. He tells it how it is. He's shooting from the hip, whether you like it or not. Like,
Trev, you doing open panel? Yeah, I've been doing open panels damn near every day.
Right.
But you got to be selective because yesterday I literally was, kicked off my own panel.
You know what? I was going to ask Annie Potts a question last night, and I never got to. And I think she might be in chat.
Yeah, she's down there somewhere.
Okay, so I wanted to ask her. Maybe she can answer in chat. Whoever can see it first, the answer, shout it out. What would she think if they found evidence of him in another suspected crime that they're trying to solve, like they've been looking at other cases? Would she then be more convinced that he killed these 4 people?
I don't know, Annie, if you're in the chat, answer. I mean, drop your answer, I guess. I mean, if you can't come up, I don't know.
I mean, I know they're 2 separate crimes. It's like, but
How we doing?
we've never heard if his DNA has caught up with any other crimes. I'm just wondering why. Because, they put it out there, oh, he may have committed all these other crimes, but then we haven't heard anything else. So I'm wondering what's going on with that. Did he or did he not?
What is everyone?
And if he did, and they bust him on it, what would Annie's thoughts then be?
Right. I mean, remember when the detectives showed up and the guy with the cowboy hat and stuff on?
Yeah.
That right there made me believe that he is suspected to be a part of other crimes because, I mean, we don't know where them detectives were from. We don't know what state, which bureau they were from. We don't know none of that. But
I think that was FBI.
I mean, even then, a guy with a cowboy hat on in
Cars and all
Idaho,
that.
you know what I mean? I just don't. I mean, I don't see that being
What is it,
somebody
Texas
from there. But
Ranger?
I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I will admit I'm wrong.
I think that was FBI. Remember, they wheeled up in those black cars where you couldn't even
No, they were in
see
a van.
anything.
They were in like a minivan.
Yeah, in the van, and then they
Yeah.
jumped out with all their hats on. And they
Yeah.
never, they always looked away.
Yeah.
I really think that was FBI coming out that night to do, do whatever they needed to do.
I mean, it could be.
I think those were private investigators. Can y'all hear me?
Could be too.
I got my headphones on. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Am I rocking and rolling?
Yeah, you actually sound lower and better.
Yeah, you sound. I mean, yeah, it's good as long as you can hear us. Then I guess we fixed the problem with the headphones.
Yeah, for sure.
It took a minute. Okay. I thought the guys with the cowboy hats were some kind of private detectives. They seem to turn up right around the same time. He's got that his own attorney and private investigator talk.
Let me
and
fix.
they allowed in there. Who let all these various groups in there?
The Texas Rangers don't have jurisdiction in Idaho. They don't have jurisdiction in Idaho, but who's to say that's Texas Rangers?
Yeah, who said this? I mean, a lot of people. Who the fuck are the Texas Rangers?
I see Mandy Joe saying Texas Rangers don't have jurisdiction. I mean, just because he has a cowboy hat on, that don't mean he's from Texas. You know what I mean? I get the connection to Texas and all, but I mean, he could be from anywhere. A while back, I was looking at black suede cowboy hats myself, and I'm from New Orleans. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know that they were Texas Rangers. That's just kind of how they were referred to at the time.
Right.
Especially in here.
Yeah, I think they were making a joke about it, right?
Yeah, that one lady. What the fuck is a Texas?
That one lady who calls in, Helen.
Yeah, she says, "What the fuck is the Texas Rangers?"
Yeah. It's like listening to the female Papa Sal.
Obama phone, Travis.
Oh shit!
It's his speaker. It may be dirty or something. Yeah, I don't know. Papa Sal, clean it off with a rag.
Well, y'all know how. I think I brought this up before, but y'all know how, like, especially if you a metal worker, like if your husband or something might do metal, and they grinding with a grinder. There's a speaker inside them phones, and it is magnetic. You know what I'm saying?
Off the chains.
It could be medical particles or something that's stuck to the magnet in there or something. I mean, I don't know what it is, but damn, it just became a sponsor. How'd that happen? What? Shout out me.
Do they have direct DNA evidence linking him to the crime? Says Annie on Hollis.
Say what?
Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate it. Annie said, "Do they have direct DNA evidence linking him to the crime?"
I said, "What if they did? If they already did, like hypothetically."
Yeah.
So hypothetically, if they had DNA for another murder on Brian Koberger allegedly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I still don't see her answer. Oh, there it is right there. All right.
What is this right there? Let me see this picture. Okay, we can see from the side there. Remember, people thought this was blood dripping off the porch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when I think we had like 3,000 people in here. The phone was blowing up. A lot of people were saying, "Yo, you got to pull this porch picture up. I'm telling you, that's blood dripping off."
No, not way out there.
Well, I'm like, I mean, I know the room right here is where Madison's room was, but I mean, would it leak out the foundation onto the porch?
No, not at all. Because you got to think, all right, this is from a construction worker's point of view. All right, I've been in new construction houses. I've done a lot of commercial construction, but when they do the sheetrock and they float it and tape it and paint it and all, you got to think the paint's like typically interior paint's going to be a latex paint. What are the chances it's going to seep through a latex paint, through the plywood that's behind it, through, you know what I mean? It's just too much shit that blood's got to travel through to get out on that porch. And even the vinyl siding, that's vinyl. Blood's not flowing through vinyl. I mean, I don't care how thin you get it; it's not going through that vinyl siding. But that's just, I don't know. And it,
Talk about the blood, like this was on the concrete on the side of the foundation of the house.
no, we're talking about the back porch, the
Up
third
top.
story porch.
Up on that wooden deck,
Who
right?
the f-
And I think they were concentrating right there on that whole corner.
Right. But
The far corner.
you do remember the how it looked like blood, dripping down the side of the actual foundation, like on the cement. Remember, like on the side of the house.
I'll get
Yeah.
you to that picture right now. I got a
Alright.
smooth one of it.
All right, cool. Well, if you look, I don't forget. I think it was on TikTok. I seen the picture of it, but they took and they turned the camera like on a 40, like turned the picture on like a 45-degree angle, and
Right here.
Look at them sticks. That's what I wanted to look at. Look at them sticks, how they stood up. What are the chances that many sticks are gonna just fall? Randomly, Mother Nature blew the sticks out of the trees, and they all just fall standing up right there. You see them? Like, look at that shit. I don't know how significant it is, but I mean, I do know people here in Louisiana do weird shit with voodoo, and I mean, they use sticks, bones, all types of shit. You know what I mean?
Papa Sal is the male version of Nancy Grace.
Oh my God!
He got that mobster voice. Like,
anyone can wear a cowboy hat. Doesn't make them a different person.
Facts. Now, if you wear a cowboy hat and your name's James Shonk, you Brokeback Mountain reject.
The Irma Taylor murder was in PA. Kohlberger would have been 18 years old.
I mean, it's hard to speculate, and I mean,
yeah, it's hard to speculate on something I don't know about.
I do believe this ain't his first rodeo. Back to the cowboy hat thing, his first rodeo. You know what I mean?
That right there, right? That was right after Steve hired his own people. A lot of people are saying, what was it? What else did I hear? Like I said earlier, bro, I heard like a lot of people were here. I'm telling you, Christy Gonsalves is a money launderer. Let me get to the other stuff too. I'll tell you right now. I got it. What did they send me a picture? I forget exactly. It was somebody on the stage, and I'll tell you exactly who it was. Okay, here we go. Where's it at? I can't find. Now I can't even find it. I'll find it though. Watch, cause it's. Oh my god, bro.
Hey, while you do that, I want to shout out to Regina, Delana, Callie, Randy Fur, Mar R, all of y'all in chat, Puff Puff.
Shouts out to the homies.
Yeah, we're all in Discord. We have a great time.
Yeah, we do. For sure.
It's a blast.
All right, here we go. Okay.
Susie.
Let me get to this because it's here. Damn, a lot of people been sending me shit. I'm gonna have to go back a couple of days for this. Seriously, it's along with that blotchy
Ghost Devil
rainbow shirts.
Gyps.
Yeah, Tammy Felcher. She said, "Yep, you're right about the voodoo stuff. My family is from New Orleans. I was born and raised here, and I've seen some very creepy shit with the whole voodoo thing. I don't practice it, but I mean, I have a voodoo doll tattooed on my neck. But I've seen some shit that you can't deny that it's voodoo. Like it.
Ashland Couch.
What the hell?
Ashland Couch. Oh, shout out to everybody that I did.
I mean, I'm gonna just give y'all a little thing. If you're walking through the woods anywhere, I don't care what state it's in, what area, but typically South Louisiana. Okay, if you're walking in anywhere in the woods and you come across any amount of bones and they're tied together with something, it don't matter what it is, wire, string, hay, like anything. If they're tied together, stay the fuck away from there. Seriously, just get as far away from it as you can. For real.
You said Louisiana, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm a Cajun. I mean,
Run.
Yeah, like I'm serious, and it's just dog magic purposes. Hold on, there was a train passing, but
dog magic person.
If you see any, and it don't matter what animal it's from. It don't matter if you want to sit there and find out if it's human bones. Get away from it because it's it's something nefarious.
I gotta know.
I'm dead serious. Like, I mean, dude, I've seen some shit, dude. I haven't seen like anybody like fucking levitating or anything like that, but
That's for last night's heartaches.
putting curses on people's lives and shit, like it's a very real thing.
I've seen a lot of really strange things being a hospice nurse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when my grandmother died, she died like right before COVID became a public thing. When they said it was an upper respiratory infection that killed her. But
Thank you, Shana.
My dad died in 2003, and I mean that was her oldest son. And when I tell you the conversation she said she was having with my dad, like the night before she passed away, like I couldn't sit in the room and like listen to it. You know what I mean? Like it was.
This is Idaho, not New York. Okay. I think this house is poorly constructed, and that's why there was blood on the foundation.
You know,
Yeah,
I have
don't
one
know.
thing to,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
I have one thing to say about that house, and in no way am I like shaming any of the family members. I mean, nobody would have ever thought this in a million years. But I will tell you this: I would have definitely put blinds and curtains up immediately because that was completely just a predator's dream.
Yeah, that's kind of common sense.
And the fact that they didn't really have a lot of good window covering or use it, you know, completely blackout. You know, you don't want to see two college girls in their silhouette, you know, body images. You know, if he was stalking, I mean, I don't know. To me, that seemed like a very unsafe house to live in as a female because of the way it looked in the back. I would have immediately put blinds on and put a broomstick in the sliding door.
And some lights.
Yeah.
And I feel bad that nobody thought to do that because your kids go off to college, you're buying all this other stuff for them, they move into a house, you know, you don't think, oh, you know, no one's around saying, hey, you know, how safe is this house really?
I have 3 nieces, and one of them's in college, the University of Southern Mississippi, but they practice the Second Amendment. I wish a motherfucker would. You know what I mean? And each one of my nieces, they some tough little girls.
I mean, and I support it as well, but even that, like if you're awoken, saying they were asleep, if you were awoken at 3, 4 in the morning to that, you're not going to have time to reach for your gun, and even if it's under your pillow, I don't know that your reflexes, I don't know, I know mine wouldn't be that quick.
Yeah.
And as far as the curtains, the other thing that bothered me about that is like after the crime, they left all the lights on in that house 24/7 for like 2 weeks. I'm surprised there's not more pictures of the inside of the house, because you could have gone to just walked to a million different locations, got a good camera with a good zoom, and taken inside pictures of that house.
Has blood on the house been verified, though?
No, I mean, I don't know, but
I think
that's the real question.
I think it was.
I think it was.
That's from like Zaina's room. I think that's the, you know, yeah. Unfortunately.
I mean, knowing what I've seen with blood, it does resemble blood very, like it's a dead match in my opinion. But I did see somewhere where somebody was saying like some type of oil that the furnaces use, but I don't know what that pipe is right there. And if you look at that pipe's got a little spot on it where it looks like blood drip down, like dead center of the photo.
See, but the thing is, though, the only people to report that is places like Daily Mail and Vanity Fair, and
I see allegedly with Brittany J said blood has been verified. So okay, all right. I mean, I didn't know if it was a sure thing. But the thing that gets me about this photo, look at them sticks right there. That tells me this was some type of ritual. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I could be wrong, but.
I always wondered if anything was like written on the walls, like, you know, like in Helter Skelter, like did they write anything, or was it just, we don't know that. But with that house being all lit up and everybody could see into it at night, why didn't we see more pictures of blood or
paid actors? Yeah, I mean, not only that, that's another thing, man. I don't know. I just couldn't. I had enough of hearing somebody tell me. I'm gonna show you receipts. I got this. I can prove this, that, and the third. And then when they send me receipts, it'd be a bunch of screenshots of background checks and this, that, and the third. Background checks don't prove that somebody did
Hell no.
anything. You know what I
Don't you
mean?
think it work for like
Paid
National
actors to do what?
They're trying to take pictures and sell them?
I mean, I don't know. I see Delaney, I don't know, Dalaayna, whatever you say that. But she said that small pipe is electrical conduit. No, electrical conduit is actually a little smaller than that. To me, that looks like a gas pipe, and it's iron. It's not cast iron. That's a.
So
That's a
I mean,
that's
let's say what Karen you're saying right here. This didn't have anything to do with how they looked. It's what they knew. What do you think they knew?
Who?
The victims.
Yeah, I mean,
What do they know?
Exactly. I mean, for four of them to be done like that, I mean, it's a personal thing, in my opinion. You know
Definitely ain't no hand in no cartel. Cartel's smoking that whole house.
Right. And I said that when I was thinking it was the cartel, I said that shit. I was like, ain't nobody gonna survive that. I mean, they coming in there and everybody's getting eliminated.
There's a possibility they knew that whole. I told Adam everything, and they're going to get you. Could be wrong 1,000 times. Could be completely unrelated. This, in my opinion, from the get-go, this is just one random ass, just like a Ted Bundy. He just had this in his head. That was the night he decided. He went in there. He did what he did. Why he didn't kill the other two? Maybe he didn't see them. Didn't realize. Maybe 4 was his limit. Maybe he intentionally left them to mess with their heads. But there's a possibility that they didn't know a thing.
I see that guy 104 or TY guy at 104. He says that kind of looks like a copper pipe or a heavy rusted steel pipe. It's definitely iron. That's not a copper pipe. Copper in the elements turns like a green color because of the oxidation. That's why the Statue of Liberty is like a greenish color.
I'm surprised we didn't see videos from random people around the scene right after it happened. Only footage we've really seen from that day was by the news crews. No random uploads to social media.
Exactly. Where's all the nib shit? I mean, everything you see on TV or anywhere is 30. The guy the other night that was going to jump off that tower or had that thing hanging on the tower. There was like 3,000 people sitting there with their cameras videoing it. Now people had to take videos, pictures of just even when the cops arrived, because the apparently conversation was had via text with sororities and fraternities prior to the arrival of the cops allegedly. So how could you, all the things in your world, you're not going to take any pictures or videos of this? And none since. And we don't see any of these people. They've all just disappeared. The other two of the triplets are back to school there, and not a snippet, not a photo. Like I said, like National Enquirer and those kind of places, they pay good money for pictures like that. And I'm kind of thankful that it's not happening because they don't need that aggravation. But it surprises me.
Dana, this was the first thing I thought when it happened. It looked like a setup. I mean, is it a setup? We'll find out. I definitely don't think if it was a setup, you know what I mean, this dude ain't gonna go out quiet. And definitely, I would have been. I don't know.
No, I don't think it was a.
I'd have been screaming and punching shit.
I don't think this was just a random event, and I think this was something that was planned and thoroughly thought out to a certain extent. And this was his last chance to get it done because a girl was leaving and going to Texas. You know what I'm saying? And I think
says why we're all,
right there.
Ain't no doubt. Why were all the cameras down on campus and at the water tower?
Who said that?
Annie.
Does she have the receipt? If she doesn't have the receipt, I won't. And what does that matter? They weren't on campus anyway. That's off campus housing.
Exactly. That's a whole other thing. The house is off campus, but now it's been given to the campus. It's been donated.
And I'm not gonna say her name, but we all know what happened last night. In her mind, he's innocent. I mean, like he didn't do this. But
I can't prove that he's innocent or guilty at this point. I mean, I don't have enough information. None of us does.
Exactly.
I think we go by what's in my common sense says to me.
I mean,
But
did y'all hear what she said? Told me last night. I asked her. I said, if he was sitting in the pool of blood when the cops walked in, would you convict him? She said no. What?
If he was sitting in the pool of blood?
I asked her that last night on panel, and she said no. I said, if the cops walked in and he's sitting right there in the pool of blood, would you convict him? She said no.
With the knife or no knife?
I mean, I didn't specify, but I mean, if he's sitting there with a knife,
you would still have to go through the court system.
I mean, I understand it, but if he was caught red-handed, basically that's what that meant. If he's sitting in the pool of blood, if he's caught red-handed with blood on his hands, she wouldn't convict him. You know what I mean? And it's just, I mean, it was said you can go back and.
Oh my God!
They all swarm up at the grub truck. Hold up, what did Dana say? Why is there only one drip? Never mind, not drop. One drip of blood coming from the house in the crack, but 5 droplets down on the wall. Then they all swarm up at the grub truck. Thank you, YouTube user. If Xana's dad came all that way to change her locks, I'm sure he'd check the slider for safety also.
Hopefully.
But, you know, if that's true, that was the mom, Kara, gave out that information that the father had changed the lock. And I'm not sure how reputable her information is. That's who told us that, Xana's mom, Kara, in that interview she did with Banfield.
Oh, Texas Angel, I see what you're saying. All right, I got it. Never mind. My bad. I just was wondering what you meant, but I get what you meant now. I'm sorry.
But this picture is interesting because the piping meets right up with the siding.
Yeah,
it's hard to. I mean,
that's what they meant. You see, like right dead center of the shit.
No, if we go back like this, right? And hold on, let me pull this back up and get it to pop up.
Well, I see what that comment meant about the 5 droplets on the side and 1 in the middle. Like dead center of that picture, they had just like one little drop on the outside the pipe.
Let me get back to this right here. I guess it don't want to load no more.
The feds took it away from us.
I'm being an idiot again, but I can't see the pictures.
Look, it's right. It would be right here where my mouse is. This is right by the bed, literally.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, I see where that is now. All right, I see.
It's right where my mouse is.
I was thinking it was on the side by where the ladder's at, but like further up by the back. But now that you put, all right. Yeah, I do that. Yeah. I mean,
it shows you the image of the room without the walls, which will give you a great, you know what I'm saying? It gives you a good perspective.
That very well could be blood right there. I mean,
so what's the interior? What's inside of? What's on the interior of where that pipe is?
Her bed.
Xana's bedroom.
And it's right up against that wall.
Yeah. Well, it's wood flooring.
With that right there, we see the cement. We see the cement because it's on an angle, and then that would be 2x4s on the thing. But I mean, there's no cement going up the back of that wall, so for it to come right there, yeah, that's possible. But when we talked about the blood on the porch up at the top, that's not possible.
You said trolling going on.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's blood on the porch. I think that's junk from all those trees over there, like leaves and just crap.
Yeah.
That hang over that side of the decking there. You know, but I do find it interesting, the whole blood trail thing. When this first came out, that's what baffled me to no end, was why could I not see a blood trail? I don't get it.
I don't get that either. And why don't we see, like when cops were going in and out of the kitchen, which really was kind of breaking protocol, in and out of the kitchen sliding door, why didn't we see any blood on their feet or their?
I agree with Annie Potts. What? That this Eisman guy acts like he is your commentator. Come on, man. Leave Annie Potts alone. She's very good at getting information. Peace, love from Idaho.
That's your opinion, but I mean, okay. I'm not anybody's commentator. Sorry about your feelings.
Everybody has an opinion.
Facts.
That'd be my answer to that. But I mean,
I don't hate Annie for her opinion. I'm just saying, like, I asked her a question last night and she gave me an answer, and I'm basing what I'm saying off of that.
Wow, that's intense. If you did leak for that far, maybe Bethany described the eyebrows in detail. Yeah, it was missing streaks from No, I'm just playing.
I got cuts in my eyebrow, bro. What you trying to say? No, I'm playing.
We got I see a team in chat.
Uh-oh.
I see a team in chat. A team of like 8.
Oh shit.
What they say?
Dang, I missed T-REV was gifted out donation. Yeah, just turn your gifting on. I might do it again. You never know. Smash the like button. That's all I ask. I might do it again. You never know. Turn your gifting on.
I want to touch on the Bethany situation. This thought crossed my mind since this newest business came out. It's possible that if she did see all this and trauma and carnage, she could go and snap, crackle, pop and been put in a mental facility and may still be there. I'm not saying she is because I don't know that. But some people, you know, that would be enough, like not for me because I'm used to seeing, you know, blood and guts, but a lot of people, you know, especially unexpectedly, she could have snapped. So maybe she can't physically transport to wherever to say her piece. And I don't see any reason why this Zoom call isn't enough to get her to say her piece. Whether it's important or pertinent or not is a separate story. And here's another little side note. Let's just say, and I still go with my original theory that it's all BK, but let's say I'm wrong. Let's say Bethany had something to do with it. Did y'all ever see One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Repeat
Like,
that.
The
movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, where he chooses to go to the loony bin instead of going to jail.
Yep.
And I have no foundation of evidence or receipts or anything about that, but it, you know, your mind wanders. Could it be that maybe she did have something to do with it, or knew him, or somehow was involved, and that her family just took her, put her in a protective facility so that she couldn't be gotten to? It's a possibility. I think it's a pretty way out there theory, but it's, you know.
You know what I think Bethany's involvement might be is that when Dylan, if she was on the second floor, when Dylan woke up, or actually if Bethany woke up, because she's downstairs, and you got Xana and Ethan there, I'm sure Bethany would have seen him maybe first. Depends who woke up first, but I mean, obviously, if it were me, I would, you know, where's somebody who's alive and can help me? And if Dylan ran to Bethany, then, you know, Bethany saw the bodies, obviously, you know, because it's based, the subpoena is about what she saw or heard. I think what she saw was, you know, the discovery in the morning.
Yeah. I mean, say you got a real close friendship with somebody. You discover them. I say, whoever it was, say you discover 4 of your friends in that situation. Say you're a sophomore or so in college, maybe a junior, whatever, and you discover that in the hazmat suit he wore, a suit. Yeah, that's what I mean. But even if you discover something like that, say you're a sheltered child, teenager, whatever, and then you go off to college, you know, a spoiled little brat, you discover something like that, you're not prepared for that. You're not expecting to see 4 of your friends in that condition. You know what I mean? That it would drive somebody insane.
Yeah.
I mean, the trauma from that. You know what I mean? He might not have necessarily did anything to the person, but one of them girls could be in a mental institution right now because of it. You know what I mean? Like
I mean, it'd be enough. If that's not enough to put you off the grid, I don't know what would be. I mean, I've seen some horrific things through the years, and I'm not, but like I never saw that.
Right. I seen a man one time. He was on a motorcycle and he was riding a wheelie. He hit the back of a car and flew over the car. And I mean, I watched this man take his last breath and gargle. Okay, like I still have dreams about that sometimes. Like I mean, it don't scare me or nothing, but there was nothing we could do to save the man. You know what I mean? But the gargling of his, like, that shit replays in my head, and I wake up sometimes. Like, I mean, I guess you call it a nightmare, but I mean, it wasn't a family member or anything. So I mean, just imagine if it was a family member, you know.
And another thing that I wanted to throw out there, this is because like my husband, he pretends he's not watching, but he does sometimes.
Shout out your husband.
He's not here, he's working. But his theory, I'm going to even throw this one out there. He says that these girls are not these pretty little charming young ladies that, which I'm not saying they are or are not, but women can be mean and they can be evil. And he said it's very likely because they are from, they're blessed, they're a little bit maybe entitled, and maybe, he just they humiliated him somewhere, somehow, publicly.
It was like a revenge thing, yeah.
He was just like, that's it, they're done. But, maybe he was like trying to connect. And then they finally just like dissed him out in public somewhere. And he's like, all right, I'll show you.
Marshall Dove, I see you said they were okay to go get tattooed right after. I didn't hear about that, so I mean that's the first I've ever heard about that.
That was a couple days.
If they were okay to go and schedule a tattoo appointment or something like that, in my mind they were okay. I mean,
that's a good point.
I guess I could retract what I said, but I just I was theorizing, but yeah.
Faraday said something.
The point is that you allow those of us who think it's not enough info is ridiculous. You are always open. Both panel disrespected Annie on panel for having a different opinion. I think it was more.
I just want to know receipts. I mean,
I think it was more than that. I think there's more to the story on that, but once everybody starts disrespecting each other, it's out the window.
I mean, I'm gonna say it now because I was the one that disrespected her. If you feel disrespected by what I said, I apologize. I don't feel I disrespected you. I asked you if you wanted to place a bet on whether he was going to be guilty or not guilty. You said no, and then I told you to shut up. I mean, that could be taken as disrespect, and if that's so, then I apologize. Like a man, I'm sorry, but I don't feel I disrespected you.
Well, I think people.
There's an apology. There it is.
Different people are receptive to different types of language. Like, for example, Annie, she's a talker, and she doesn't like to be interrupted, which is okay. That's her thing. Like Regina, she kind of likes to point out a factual thing. You don't understand, ma'am. Some people don't respond well to that. Some people, everybody's different. That's the whole thing about it. Like, what doesn't bother me might bother somebody else.
Some people are better in one-on-one talks than a group discussion, in my opinion, because some people just can't handle other people's opinions and this and that. It gets out of hand.
Right. And I especially. Don't I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you good. Go ahead.
I was just saying I don't want nobody to feel like I was trying to gang up on Annie. I was speaking on. I asked if she wanted to place the wager. She said no. I told her she should shut up. I apologize for that. But when I got off the panel, when I said what I said right before I got off, don't be like her. I was just meaning like, don't think that what she's thinking. You know what I mean? Like, formulate your own opinion. And again, if I disrespected you, Annie, I apologize. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think anybody intended to disrespect anybody. I think people just interpret language differently. Like, where somebody might say, bless your heart. Some people might think, oh, that's so sweet. Somebody else might think, what's she talking about? So it's just, I don't know. It's just people are different, and that's what makes this so interesting and so fascinating. And just imagine what that jury room is going to be like.
Yeah, no doubt.
Of course, they'll have a lot more information.
Very nice, respectful panel today. Thank you, Baldy Mama. Yep, that's how shit. PCA, hold up. PCA says Dylan states she was originally in her room. So where did she go? Down to Bethany's room after? Bethany's room is under Xander's room. Guarantee some blood dripped into her room. You think? Can we guarantee that blood dripped into her room?
I haven't heard that anywhere documented. Although
no. Bethany, or I'm sorry, Bethany's room is not below this room. Now it's below, like she said. She said Bethany's room is under Xana's room. No, it's not. Bethany's room is at the opposite end of the house.
That empty room would be under Xana's.
Yeah, the empty room would be under Xana's room.
Not really even under. It's like out a little bit.
Like right here. Okay, for instance, we're at the front door. This is the empty room, right? This is where it was verified that Bethany's room was. Confirmed. Okay, 2 of the interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates of the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. So where Kaylee and Maddie were on the other side of this wall, like, but upstairs, 3rd floor. So did blood drip into this room? I don't know.
The Bethany's room kind of sets forward. It's like a stacked, like a stair step. So Bethany's room is like the bottom step. The living room would be like the 2nd step, and Maddie's room would be like over top of Dylan's.
Yeah.
Because remember where that ladder was on the side of the house forever? You could kind of go up that ladder, and there was like, you could almost walk across what would be the roof of Bethany's and the empty room.
And when this first happened, the ladder leaning against that little overhang above the front door, I figured that may have been an entry point with the ladder leaning up there. I mean,
they could have gone up that roof right there.
Exactly.
And climbed in that window. The roof go all the way around.
Yeah, I just want to point out in chat, I apologize to Annie, and she acknowledged it in the chat. If anybody else has an opinion about that, sorry about your feelings.
Peace and love.
Yeah, I mean, she even said we all good, homie. I mean, I just,
passion.
Everybody was a little stressed last night about that shit. I mean,
all I know is I turned my volume down and I joined chat as a, I was just talking in chat. I turned my
bro, like he joined his own channel as a.
I joined my own chat. I was just talking in chat, man, hanging out. Right. I was like, man, you know what? There's some very passionate people up here that just are hell bent on getting out their opinion. I'm just gonna let it go. Whatever. Do what y'all do.
He became a spectator.
You had Detective John and the police officer from Idaho. I think her name was Cindy. I was just letting them. They were rendezvousing on some shit, and then you had people chiming in, asking questions. I was out the middle. Every time I try to say something, I got talked over. I was like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm just gonna let them talk.
Right when I came in, she told me don't cut her off, and then every chance she got after that, she cut somebody off. I was like, oh no, she didn't.
Yeah, no doubt. I noticed.
I know. Yeah, I was looking at her. I was like, I think at one point you put her above me or below me, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? Come on, lady.
I was trying to keep the cops together because I know it was sleuths versus cops. You know what I mean?
We had a GTA episode on panel last night.
Yeah, man. I mean, we all like literally. Hold up. This is what was going on last night. This is the only way you could really explain it.
Oh, Mikey, yes. Come on. That dude said Annie Potts has been under gag order. I shot the sheriff.
That's what was going on last night. You know what I mean? It was.
Yeah. Did that really date Ted Bundy?
She says she did. Cindy says she dated Ted Bundy.
I can see that.
I had gone to the other room, came back, and I said, what?
She said that. I don't know. She said she dated Ted Bundy, and Papa Sal in chat said, and I dated Maureen Warren or whatever her name was.
I guess it's possible.
That's the chick from that movie Monster, ain't it?
Papa Sal he said he was just kidding, but he had me weak.
I seen that comment about the memorial tattoos. Leviticus 19:28 says you're not supposed to do that. Just saying.
Not supposed to do what, tattoos?
It's they claim it says you're not supposed to get tattoos, but what it says is you're not supposed to tattoo your body in remembrance of the dead. Is basically
really?
Yeah. I think it's Leviticus 19:28 because I was gonna get it on my throat. I'm about to check.
That the Crow said, T-REV, can I say something? That is galvanized gas pipe. They rust. We are self-contractors. It is our expert opinion.
Galvanized won't rust. I mean, it'll have rust on it like that, but it won't be that bad. I'd have to show you some of the shit that I learned, and because I took a 5-year apprenticeship in sheet metal work. You know what I mean? Galvanized, it'll oxidize and it'll have like a little bit of surface rust on it, but as far as it penetrating through, it don't really penetrate through that much because of the nickel content in it. It's an alloy. You know what I'm saying?
Papa Sal Or what was it? Detective John hit me up and said, "Damn, man, would you put a plan on? Would you put a plan on panel for me last night?" I was dead. He texted me after, man. Papa Sal had me, or Papa Sal, Detective John had me weak. I wonder if they use an app like Telegram. That's that's more of like shit. I remember that app from like 7 years ago. Telegram.
Use it for what? Communicate?
It's like encrypted messages or some shit. I forget.
Yeah, and it is Leviticus 19:28. It's about tattoos.
But you're going to get it.
It says you should not make gashes in your flesh for the dead. Like that. That's what it. I mean, so getting like a RIP tattoo. That's what's in the Bible. Like it says, don't do that. But that's not really a big thing here.
Why are we discussing hypotheticals? We have some facts that are also sus and contradictory. Let's talk about those. Well, let me know one of them in chat right now. We can get started on it.
Okay.
I'm waiting for it, D Smalls.
Facts, to me, there's not. I mean, it seems like we have a whole lot of facts, but a lot of hearsay.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the facts that we know is that there's a sheet at the scene with his DNA on it. The facts that we know is that they say they got phone pings. I don't know. Yeah, we could try to dismiss those all day, but those are the facts that are laid on the paper. So I better see that in those Verizon records or whatever records they are. Also, with the night sheet being there and the magnitude of the crime, I'm expecting some physical evidence. On top of that, I'm expecting to see maybe he was stalking them in some way. I'm expecting a lot of evidence to be pointing at him. That's what I'm expecting. If it's not, I will personally have a problem. Like, yeah. I mean, going based off the facts I mean, people pick the PCA apart all day long, and I get those people, and that's cool. Pick it apart all day long. But I'm going based off the facts that are presented on those. Whether we want to poke holes through it, we could talk about the Brady Gigolo or whatever they call it, which I think I found that problem 2-3 weeks ago, which is with the Moscow sticker thing and Noons and what was it? Gunder's line on the stand. So why would they have that dude working for them? I question that. I question that. I do question why he would even be working there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff goes on up there as far as how do I say this? It's not necessarily a liberal community.
Mm-hmm.
Between the religious aspect of LDS and the other crazy guy church, in my opinion, and I don't think they're open to. I'm not sure how to say this without sounding disrespectful to people. Mm-hmm. I don't think they're very woke. I don't think I am either, but I don't know. So I think a lot of people maybe aren't talking because of that too.
She said you have touched DNA on a sheath. Clap. I mean, that's enough to have you pinned in jail right now, Christina. Everything that they got against him is enough to have you pinned in jail, me, anyone.
Right. So Papa Sal in chat, he's Salvatore?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's argue the facts. Let's argue these facts. Is it enough to have you pinned in jail? Innocent or guilty? Yes. It's enough to have you pinned in jail.
I think so, yeah.
Like I said, I'm expecting some physical evidence to back up these claims. I'm expecting some stalking of some sort, something that leads up to a motive. That's what I'm expecting. If I don't have that after all this shit, I mean, we're at the PCA phase, right? So I'm waiting to get past that phase and get to the more of the facts of the case. If he had an ID of the victim, if he had all then I'm gonna have some problems. You know what I mean? If he had an ID of one of the victims,
if they don't have more than that touch DNA, how is his defense attorney allowing them to keep him locked up with no bail?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like I said earlier, he would at least have a bail if they didn't have nothing on him.
I speculate the Brady material isn't from Stickergate. He would have already been let go. I don't think he'd have been let go, especially if they have an ID from a victim, etc.
Yeah, he's not just gonna walk out of there freely. I mean, They're not gonna be like, okay, you're free to go.
So you're telling me if that was the case, if it was from the sticker gate, he would have been let go, especially if he had and if he had an ID of the victims, and even possibly more evidence that we don't know about, because there's a lot we all don't know about. Let's stick to those facts. There's a lot we don't know about, right or wrong.
Right.
Whether it's right or wrong type of evidence, there's a lot we don't know about.
I'm starting to wonder how many people in here that believe he could be innocent or a part of the Brian Koberger dating channel or the dating Facebook page they got. Where everybody's like in love with this dude. Weird.
With every case I've ever followed in true crime, I follow the facts until the facts turn to bullshit. So if we get past the stage and they produce more evidence and it just doesn't look right to me, I'm gonna feel some type of way.
If you put me in jail from December 29th till now and you don't have something of value, I'm going to own that town.
Oh, without a doubt.
Damn right.
Civil rights lawsuits are a mother.
Will he be convicted?
Yep.
I'm guessing he will. To be honest with you, I have a gut feeling he will be, but that's just my personal opinion. So I don't want everybody to take it and run with it. I personally think he will be, but I could be wrong. And if I am wrong, I'll eat my own words.
Now, I do want to point out the fact his defense attorney is not a hired attorney. It's like a public defender, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that right there, that alone, the fact that he don't have a hired attorney says a lot. Not only does it say a lot, but what are the chances he's like, you know what, fuck this. When I go in there, I'm gonna plead guilty. What would happen in Annie? No disrespect. What would happen if he walked in there and pled guilty?
That's crazy.
I don't think that's what's gonna happen. I honestly don't. But what if?
If he pleads guilty, don't they still have to prove he's guilty? Like
no,
now,
not necessarily. Not necessarily. He's pleading guilty. I mean, he's admitting his guilt. You know what I mean? Whether he did it or not, if he walks in there and pleads guilty, which again, I don't think that's gonna happen. But I mean, they don't have to go through a trial at all. You know what I mean? He'd be pleading guilty. I mean, he's admitting his guilt.
Touch DNA is not enough. It's enough to have you locked up for the moment. And not only is it not enough, you say it's not enough. Well, then I guess they have something that is enough because he's in jail.
Yeah.
If it wasn't enough, would he be in jail?
That's what I don't understand. I mean, I see all these people that are committing murders on just walking down the street, smacking people with bats. I talked about this the other night, and they're out the next morning, just because it's 4 people. And like somebody said last night, I can't remember, maybe it was Detective John, if these 4 had been shot, would we even be having this conversation? Like there's just so many other things that are equally as horrific.
Papa is out.
Buddy.
What's up?
Let me do this real quick before my phone fucks up. Hey, I cooled it off by the window. I tried to get a rag, but my ex-wife is far away,
Oh my God!
And let me tell you something about the cowboy hat. If you put a fucking cowboy hat on me, would that make me a cowboy?
Yippee-ki-yay. No, not really.
No.
Yeah.
And you know what? That porch. Those are like berries on that tree. And I remember watching a thing where they were stepping on the berries, the cops, and that's what was making it look like blood. It wasn't blood. That was berries falling down from that tree.
And over time,
oh yeah, you're right, Papa Sal.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
Hey, I may not always be right, but I'm never wrong. You know what I mean?
Said not if Andy's on jury. If Andy's on jury, I don't think. I think anybody's walking.
Yeah, I don't know.
My personal opinion, and that's not me being rude either. I couldn't be on the jury either.
And what do they mean by?
I critique my own self. I couldn't be on the jury myself, so you couldn't put me on the jury. I'm just fucking a person with an opinion.
What do they mean by paid actors? What the fuck? Who's coming out with this paid actor shit?
I forget who made the comment, but it was earlier. Yeah, I remember that. I mean, there's been situations
Receipts.
that's been proven. I mean, there's websites that there's crisis actors, people hired to do certain shit and create a certain narrative. You know what I mean? Like the Boston bombings. That was, I mean, I'm not saying nobody got killed in the Boston bombings. I'm just saying there were people there that were part of another crisis and so on and so forth. And you can link them. I mean, it just.
I agree.
Yeah. What's up?
Shut up is rude, no matter what.
I'm sorry.
And, to the gentleman, as far as all that goes, that would tie in with the whole quantity of FBI involved in this.
Exactly.
You know, that's a lot of FBI for a murder. I know it's a big murder, and I know it's interstate, and God bless their souls and all that, but that's a lot of FBI.
And something else keeps bringing me back to the whole thing with the FBI and the
You
crisis.
said, am I loud up on panel or have I be gagged? You're gagged right now because you talk over everybody.
But the fact they want to demolish this house, okay? If they demolish it before the trial, it's a cover up, in my opinion.
Well, it's fucking crazy that they want to do that, because if I was on the jury, I would want to hear somebody say, I think there's somebody in the house.
Yep. I would want to go in the room where she was sitting with the door
too.
closed. Whatever the scenario is, I need to hear that for myself.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
If that house is demolished, it will tell the tale.
Oh, yeah. If it's demolished before the trial, it's a cover up, in my opinion.
It's still standing.
Yeah, for now.
Sadly, people do believe that.
I think they're going to keep it up. I mean, I would until trial.
They kept that school down in West Palm with that shooting. They kept that school for like 3 years, and those people did walk that school.
Because a lot of it also is, you have to think about like the footage of when they have the Elantra and stuff, and the time frame, the small window of time frame. They're going to want to walk that and see, how long does it really take?
Mm-hmm.
Can they do? Can they go from room to room and maybe
My
back
panel, I invite whoever I want up on it. If you don't like it, you ain't got to be here.
Who said that?
I don't know. I'm just saying in general. If you don't like who I got up on here, you ain't got to be here. Period.
Yeah, just go to another channel.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't care.
Go watch somebody else.
I invite who I want. This is my shit. I promise you this. I will not be talked over again like I was last night. Period. I can't even get a word in last night. Motherfuckers were screaming and yelling and doing all types of shit. Right now, I can speak freely when I want, so I feel comfortable. But I literally backed out my own panel because I just don't like throwing people off my shit. So I said I came in at a time and said, yeah, this is over, and ended it.
You left and they were
about to be on that again.
Yeah, it's like you gotta be like a referee when people are arguing and fighting and screaming. You gotta like separate them. You know what I mean?
The thing is, Papa Sal, I'm not about to be the referee to shit.
You shouldn't have to.
For a referee to speak like you.
No, they want to argue. Go make your own fucking channel and argue on your shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? You got free will. Go do it.
Yeah.
Rough.
And you know what?
Okay.
That blood on the side of the house, that was confirmed as blood dripping down. That was confirmed. That was blood. I remember the forensic guys were out there with their suits on and shit. And they were taking pictures of it and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So somebody, I'm trying to think, somebody laid up against that wall by the bed. And that's where it came down.
Yeah, because like I said, the foundation. Oh, shit, my bad. The foundation, it's cement right up to that point, and then where the wall starts, that would be wood from that point up. Wood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it would be anchored into the cement. So for blood to seep under that, it's possible. It's liquid.
I suppose they just saw the mattresses they took out of there.
Well,
I know. Yeah.
I've seen photos during the preliminary hearing.
Dark Horse said it's reported it was Xana's blood.
I bet we get audio. That's about it.
I mean, if Ethan laid there for 8 hours,
a lot of time
and you bleed out as much as he was probably slashed and gashed, and you think about the floorboards of that old house. I don't know. Isaac might know how thick the wood would have been for that floorboard.
I mean,
I mean, it's
No,
framed out.
it's not how thick. It's
Right.
the crack.
Yeah,
It's
it's
where
the
the
crack.
molding on
Yeah.
the bottom of the top
Yep.
of the floor, the molding. There's got to be a gap there that the blood
Oh, for sure.
dripped down.
Yeah,
For
'cause,
sure. I
I mean, for
totally
it to go
agree.
under the wall, that's, I mean, it, like I said, as far as it coming out the roof onto the porch, I mean, it would have to go through latex paint, 2x4s, you know what I mean? Sheetrock, all that shit. And it's not going to go through latex paint, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Yeah. No,
under
the
the 2x4 onto the cement, yes, it will do that.
Yeah, the porch was definitely the grapes or berries, whatever the fuck
Yeah,
is on
I mean,
that tree.
over time, I mean, we all know through the seasons they're gonna produce the little berries and then they fall off the tree.
Yeah,
With them accumulating, let's face it, college kids ain't going out on the porch and sweeping them off
Yeah,
every
they're
day.
not sweeping.
You know what I mean? So with them accumulating and then over the duration of, I guess you can call it decomposition of the berries, it's gonna create like a juice type thing. You know what I mean? Sap, basically. I mean,
yeah.
And there was an awful lot of bags of trash at the back of that house. Like, maybe because they had a party the night before or something like that. I mean, there were just bags and bags of cans and,
it's
so
probably
they
a
weren't
bunch of
like
Trulies.
they were OCD meticulous cleaning people.
Yeah.
Well, here's
I'm
something I
sorry,
wanted to say.
Marlo in chat. Marlon Rando, I apologize. You said slash and gash. That's a disrespectful way to describe the injuries.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I understand that you might think it's disrespectful, but you have to remember that the coroner said these were not stab wounds.
When did
And
this
he
country
used a
become so?
K-bar knife.
Yeah.
And if you're going to kill somebody with a K-bar knife, that's what you're going to do. But so I'm just trying to be more descriptive of what kind of person he is and killer versus.
I mean, if they take
Probably
offense
thinking
to,
about the respect of. I mean, I'm just trying to be, just describe it for what it seems to be.
if they take offense
Not
to
to be
somebody saying,
disrespectful to the
if
family
slash
at
and
all.
dash on a true crime community page is offensive to you, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a true crime. I mean, did you watch horror movies? You know what I mean? Like, if you get offended by a couple little words like that, then I mean, please.
I'm thinking at this point, there's absolutely nothing that these families have not heard. Not that makes it better or polite or whatever words, but it's all out there. We're not the first ones
Right.
using terminology.
I mean, if you're going to watch the trial, which probably you will, you're going to hear that more than you can imagine. So, I mean, I'm just kind of like that kind of person, I guess. I didn't mean disrespect to the families at all.
Somebody
We never do.
All the chat, man.
So I want to think about this. Remember when they did the little video that we all saw where they each are pretending to be another person? Like,
Yep.
Yeah, that was so cute.
Xana is pretending to be Dylan. Am I right?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Okay, when Xana is pretending to be Dylan, she goes and gets the dog and says, "You bad dog, get out of here." Like, jokingly.
Yeah.
But as someone who's a very big pet proponent, that kind of made me wonder,
But did we know if he really said that?
Did you hear the echo in the house when they were talking?
Yeah.
Yep.
Listen to the echo in that fucking house.
Yeah, really.
The comment that's on the screen right now, she said, T, can we talk about when he said, did they catch anyone else? He was saying he is guilty right there. Now, the thing is, Brian Enton reported that, but I
didn't hear him
ever seeing it anywhere else.
Right, yeah, I didn't see body camera footage of him saying that.
And who was Brian Enton's source on that? You know what I mean? So that's another thing. So where did he even get that from?
I don't know.
That's the only thing I question on that, Terry. You know what I mean? Because why? How is that out there?
I do have an opinion about that, but go ahead, Papa.
I want to know how he got Ashley Mansfield. That's what I want to fucking know. She's out of her fucking mind, that witch. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God!
Why are you teaming up with this friggin' no brain?
She said she calls him every night. She's got to burn her phone and she's trying to get him to answer her back.
Yeah.
Says now whether or not that's true.
Alexa, play "Kiss Me Through the Phone" by Soulja Boy.
I want to know why everything in this case is such a secret. I'm with you on that one. And you know what? Another case I want to know why everything is such a secret is the Delphi, Indiana murders. I want to know why that's such a secret and under gag order and everything. Like, I want to know that too. With Richard Allen, I will never understand both of these cases being under a gag order, especially with the Delphi and especially with the Idaho 4. And it's crazy to me.
Yeah. I see Kim in the chat. She says, "Oh my word, I love Papa." Mom, if that's you, please go to work.
Could it be because all the victims are minors? Could it be because all the victims were minors, or is it just that they're holding it all close to their vest?
No, I think because everybody's getting crazy.
No, she means Delphi.
Texas Angel, Texas.
Sorry.
Texas Angel said gag order because of minors.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Texas,
because they're small children.
Yeah, I had followed that since day one. So I mean, one was 13, one was 14, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure 13, 14.
Yeah. I think that might be my mom in the chat, y'all.
Thanks for letting me join in. It's been a blast, and I think I got my electronics figured out here. So I'll try to catch y'all another time. Let somebody else come up.
All right,
Okay.
there, Linda.
It was nice hanging out.
See you, Linda.
Listen, Linda.
Listen, Linda.
Lock your doors. Bye-bye.
I see Cajun Chick in the chat. She's laughing. She was trying to come up last night on panel.
Who's that?
Cajun was the one who said she bet $100,000.
Oh, yeah.
She said she would bet $100,000 that
he's guilty.
That he's not.
Oh, he's not.
Guilty.
Chick, I can't.
I'm a pretty betting man. I'd take that bet.
Yeah, I'll bet her. Tell her I'll send her my info.
But I'm not stupid. I want half up front.
I'll take that bet in a heartbeat.
He said, "I'm not stupid. I want that half up front."
give me 25.9. The rest when you're done.
Yeah, we'll split it. Really.
I don't know. I just could never bet on dead ones, man. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, that's why when I made my proposition to Annie last night, it wasn't about no dead person. It was whether he was going to be guilty or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't place 100,000 on it, but I mean, a few hundred. You know what I mean?
Shit. It's crazy, man. This crazy is crazy, and it's like I say, it's like no matter what other cases we hear about, for some reason, I'm just come back to this case all the time.
Yeah, this is going to be one for the decade. I mean, if not longer. You know what I mean? This is definitely a decade type case.
Yeah.
Mar R said Cajun go up.
Well, we know what it takes for Annie to say he's guilty.
Yeah, for real.
100K, she said. She said, I'll say he's guilty for 100K.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, I'll bet you, Annie. Can I bet you?
Wait a minute. She's saying that he's guilty.
She said, I'll say he's guilty for 100K.
Oh, never mind. I don't want to bet you.
Annie got me dead on that one.
I think she was.
She's got me dying on that one.
I mean, with the economy the way it is, I guess I could see that.
I was
But
going to
listen,
say.
here's the thing. There are people out there like Annie who really, 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 go from the viewpoint of innocent until proven completely guilty.
Yeah. No doubt.
I get it.
She needs to see facts in front of her face.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she needs to see evidence and proof.
She basically needs him to wear a GoPro, and she needs to see that footage. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
That's I mean, at least that's how it was perceived. Maybe if it came out right now that victim's blood was on his gas pedal, and this is not true at all. This is speculation and me saying, but maybe if that came out right now, and her mind would change completely.
Right.
I don't know that. I don't know enough about Annie to know what her stance would be if victim's blood came back right now on the gas pedal, on the the driving wheel, whatever, even the head seat.
Yep.
I see Melissa in the chat. She said, "I'll pass on the money and accept the date." Who you talking about, me? Holla at me. I'm a single man. What's up?
Kim Bannon, can we discuss this tripod shit? What's the tripod
I
shit?
remember that. I remember that. So what
Kate,
it was,
I'm sorry, go
do
ahead.
you want me to tell you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, break it down.
So what it was it was a college photography class, one of their projects, whatever they had to do, and they had set up a tripod that was just filming, and I think it was filming the house on 1122 King Road, facing that way from further back, like way further back, or it was somewhere along the line they had set it up where it, or at an angle where it caught the house, right? But it stopped recording at 2 a.m. So this whole thing about, oh wow, this woman's running and it was caught on a tripod running out of the house. No, this was just a girl caught running at around 2 a.m. just running.
I thought it was a naked guy. What are they talking about now?
She could have been jogging for all we know.
So somebody was caught streaking now? Oh, damn.
No, she was just, probably trying to catch up with whoever, she was just running across. It had nothing to do with the house or anything. And so because they had the footage, of course, anybody who had camera footage turned it in. So the college campus had to bring the tripod with the footage, and they saw that at 2 a.m. a lady ran by, and that was just that. It's really no big deal.
But people are going to make it a big deal by saying it was one of the two surviving roommates running out of the fucking house. This is what I mean. This is how.
It has nothing to do with running out of a house. This person was like running on the road, like on the sidewalk.
Oh.
They weren't like running out of the house.
Well, don't listen to me. I'm fucking confused. All right, just don't listen to me.
And the way they described it, the first thing that came to my mind is, oh, they caught a jogger. Great. There's nothing to it. Turn your footage in anyway, because it didn't really amount to much.
T-REV said, "Is this true crime or plenty of fish?" I don't know. Are we fishing or what?
Is this proof? I'm single, Isaac. I'll take you up on a date.
Bro. I'm gonna have to create like a dating show or something. Shit. You are the weakest link of true crime.
So in chat, Tammy Fletcher says, "What about the naked guy?"
Yeah.
So where's it confirmed that there was a naked guy? Who stated that? I think the Daily Mirror did.
It's not on paper, so I haven't seen that yet.
Like I don't take the Daily Mirror seriously.
And that's the same. Okay, so we know
no naked guy she saw. I mean,
and it's kind of like the same with the ID, a victim's ID. We know they found an ID, but we don't know it to be a victim's ID because they haven't. We've only heard that from news capping. You know what I mean? So in general, if it is true, then I think allegedly, speculating wise, like I said, Jennifer Coffindorfer, 25 years, FBI conducted those search warrants that found that ID. So I put two and two together and say, if that's really true and they reported a victim's ID was found, the only person I think that could find out that a victim's ID was found in his possession, if it is true, and this is speculating, is Jennifer Coffindorfer. Make a few calls, 25 years FBI, you definitely know some people. So that was my take on that situation, and I still hold that stance, and that's speculating. Allegedly, I don't know that to be a fact, but that's what I speculate on. If really a victim's ID was found, that I think that she could find that out with her 25 years in the game of the FBI.
Can you highlight Dino Spamone's comment? He says he's an accident. Yeah,
I see it.
I thought about that. I'm sorry, Papa Sal. Go ahead.
Guys, I gotta go. My son is home today. And I promised I'd hang out with him a little bit. And actually, my daughter-in-law's got to pick up her car. She's driving up to New York, and she's got a hitch. She had a hitch put on her car. So I'm gonna cut out. Come on in. All right, guys.
All right, Papa Sal.
All right, so I'll talk to you guys later.
I thought about the whole hazing accident thing. Like, what if that's what this, like a hazing going wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, because they do weird shit like that in colleges. You know what I mean? I thought about it, but I don't know how much credit I'm willing to give to it. I mean, I just think if it was a hazing accident, it wouldn't be 4 people, though. You know what I mean? Like, because if it's a hazing thing, that's a fraternity or a sorority, and they're strictly women or females. I mean, women or males. You know what I mean? I don't see it being a co-ed killing. I mean, unaliving, I guess.
True crime dating, y'all. That's like true crime and makeup. I can't get into that shit.
We're gonna solve this real quick. If you would date me on a dating show on YouTube, put an 88 in the chat. Number 88. Because that's the year I was born, ladies. So if you want to date me on a true crime dating show on YouTube, I'll start it myself. Put an 88 in the chat.
A true crime dating show.
I'm dead ass serious because I got a second channel I could do this on. It's called Dr. Sue Sleuth.
Dr. Seuss Sleuth.
I swear that's my sock account. All right, so I gotta record this. April.
Let's see how many. Let's see how many thirsties are out here. Let's see it.
My boy said how many thirsties.
I'm dead serious too.
Twisted Goblin.
Hey T-REV, if you don't mind pulling up some footage that I know you can grab your hands on, I just want to show you how Brian Kohlberger's face is.
Look at that goat.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, man.
Can you pull up the footage of Brian Kohlberger receiving his diploma?
Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Where's it at?
All right. I don't know. You're the engineer.
I'll find it. Seen it before, so I mean, I'm
piloting this plane, my boy.
It's out there somewhere.
Yeah, I found it already.
All right. Can you throw it up there? And I just want everyone to watch his face. Now, this is someone who's graduating, which should be a celebratory moment. So just take a look at his face and watch his expression when T-REV plays this.
He said he got a few men answering.
Not the animal looking alarm. Is that
Whoa, pump your brakes, fellas.
Yeah, you got a couple men in there answering.
we don't do that. No.
Oh man.
Moscow police say 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger is the man
Look at the nose on that dude, man. God.
University of Idaho students. Records show he's from Pennsylvania. He completed both his undergraduate studies at DeSales University. Bachelor's degree in psychology, according to his commencement video from the school, and his master's degree in criminal justice. He just graduated this past May. This video is from the commencement, showing him accept his diploma. We know he then was a PhD candidate at Washington.
No excitement or nothing. I mean,
none. Replay that.
When somebody hands them that
Rewind
diploma,
it.
typically they happy, they smile, they show
look at his
enthusiasm.
Face.
Yeah,
degree in criminal justice. He just graduated this past May. This
well,
video
even the dude handing it to him's got a smile on his face.
His diploma. We know he then was a PhD candidate at Washington University.
Okay, you can stop it.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's
now
it's
show
not
the
a telltale
footage.
sign, but it does show you who he is a little bit.
It don't make him a murderer, but I mean, I get it.
But wait, I'm getting to something. T-REV, show the footage of him in his orange suit. The close-up one with more profile, where they walk him through the hallway.
Oh, okay. I got that.
He does walk with a little bit more enthusiasm on his face. You're right. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Hold up, I got that in here. I just gotta find it again.
Some JC said robot Kohlberger, right?
Look at his face. No emotion. I just got arrested for 4 murders. No emotion. No
it's when he gets in the courtroom, he cracks that little smile. You're right.
Nothing whatsoever. Now, play him when he gets into the courtroom, that little clippity dip.
Yeah.
When he what?
When he comes into the courtroom and sits down with his lawyer. And
oh, yeah, I know which one you're talking about, too, on that. Hold on. Let me see. I know exactly which one you're talking about.
He looks at the attorney and cracks a little smirk. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, I want y'all to see that one, too.
Well, I'm pretty sure they've seen it 1,000 times.
No, but I mean, just watch.
You know what I mean, though. Hold on.
I know. That's true. That's true.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But if you do a compilation,
set preliminary hearing out into June.
No expression.
Oh, let me see if
Kelly in the chat said, "Damn 88, that makes me an absolute cougar."
Nothing.
I'm a cougar tamer.
Pan-faced.
Yeah, and the fact he's not handcuffed or shackled, what the hell?
So play it all the way through now.
You can tell by the stretch of his steps he's not shackled.
No expression. Not at all. None whatsoever. I guarantee you if they took a scan of his brain, it would show that his frontal lobe does not operate. He has no emotion.
This guy by his looks.
Oh my God.
He has no emotion no matter what the situation is. If you go to the one where he was pulled over by the car, in the car,
yeah, I have that.
He turns and he does just a quick smile to the police officer, and from the rest on, his face is just pan-faced.
Maxine said, "Don't judge him by his looks, but I'll be waiting to see if he's convicted guilty. I'll wait to see what your response is after
Maxine
that."
done filed for the marriage license.
I would love to pay for an MRI scan of his brain.
Yeah, if the frontal lobe's not operating properly, then
oh my God!
Technically,
because it
he's
also
like half brain dead.
Yeah, that part also operates fear, all kinds of emotions, and he had no fear walking into a home and killing and then to continue. He had no fear stalking them. You know, he had no fear
of
messaging Maddie on Pinterest so much. And then you have no emotion here no matter what. You're graduating, you should be happy. You're busted, you should be offended.
I'm sorry. Stutter 614 said he's guilty because he doesn't smile. Okay, what?
Well, it's not guilty because he doesn't smile. It's just an example. That's what happens if your frontal lobe is not developed. You don't have an
We're pointing out
your
the body
emotions
language
are not there. They do not operate the same as everyone else.
We're pointing out the body language of him. Body language tells a lot about an individual. Sorry if you see that way.
But. Right. And because he has no emotions, you know, of course, I could imagine slaughtering a bunch of people and just walking around and, you know, not thinking anything was wrong with it and going to my doctor's office and going to my job and teaching and, you know, on and on and on. So you have to understand that his body language is saying a lot. There could have been so many different emotions going on in each of those clips. And yet there was absolutely none. Now, I'm not going to say that's going to get him off at all because he knows what he's doing. He walked in there, he pulls the chair out, he sits down, and when he leaves, you know, he gets back up and he walks out the room again. He knows what he's doing.
You know, people act like that our opinions are going to nail him to a cross. Our opinions don't mean fucking shit to the jurors that are going to be there.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing.
Now, I do want to point out to anybody, I mean, it's not necessarily related to this case, but if you ever get called into jury duty and you don't want to do it, you don't feel you could do it, just tell them you're biased and you'll get out of it.
Maybe he was invited to his house and the groupies did this.
Man. Oh, I'm sorry, not messaging Kaylee on Pinterest, following Maddie on Pinterest and messaging her on Pinterest.
Here's what you were talking about.
I misspoke, sorry.
Pay attention to the way he looks at his dad, too, in this.
How y'all doing today? Good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could.
Watch his face.
He's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the into that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay, cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU.
Did y'all just see the way he looked at his dad?
What's WSU?
April, I agree 100%.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh,
we're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Look how many times he keeps looking forward like he wants to drive away.
Yep.
Hours, days.
To drive.
Yeah.
Almost a day.
It's ridiculous.
When he first the dad starts talking and he looks at his dad with that psychotic fucking look in his eyes, like shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean the whole emotionless face. I mean, he's a criminology major, right? Criminology major. He's gonna know about body language. He's gonna he knows the what we're talking about right now is body language. He's gonna know how to try to control his body language to not look so guilty.
I'll be waiting, Maxine, to see your if he is convicted. I will wait to see what kind of comments you make on his looks and all that. I'll be holding you to that. I'll remember. Trust me, I'll remember that. I'll remember that comment.
I mean,
next thing you know, I'll see Maxine in comments. But did you see the way he looked in his eyes?
He knows, being a criminology major, he
I'm
knows
just
they're
playing,
gonna go off of his body language. They're gonna look
see, my
at
thing is, okay, the thing is, a lot of people, and I think this is why a lot of people jump on the looks, is because of past people like Richard Ramirez, Bundy, and a bunch of the looks of these other killers from our past. I think that's why a lot of people jump to, well, this guy look at the look in his eye. He had no emotion. He had this, people jump to that because of just from killers from the past. In my opinion, I personally think that, but I could be wrong, but I've noticed that a lot of people compare it to that. So that's why I think that.
I'm sorry, body language is controlled by your subconscious, like you thinking about it, so your body language is showing it. You know what I'm saying? And it's very telling. A lot of investigators go off of body language. You know what I mean? Look at the interrogations and shit of some of these cases. You know what I mean? They speak about body language a lot. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not talking about what he's supposed to look like. I'm showing you an example of a human being functioning in their day-to-day life who cannot express an emotion properly. So that's a problem. That means the front of your brain is not working correctly.
I see a number of people in the chat.
That's a major issue. That's a major issue in how he does not think like us at all. I mean, you should see the scans of a normal human being and then serial killers whose frontal brain, where they have no empathy, they have no emotions. That's just how they operate. I'm not saying just because he looks a certain way that he's guilty. I'm just saying the way he's acting. I think it's quite telling that he lacks that development. Like I said, I would love to pay for a brain scan of his head, of his brain.
I see a lot of people in the chat. I mean, a number of people. I ain't gonna say it a whole bunch, but a few people are mentioning the way he looks at his dad. That look he gives his dad, like if that cop wasn't right there, I guarantee he would have slit his dad's throat. I mean,
well,
you
know what?
Oh my God!
You know what?
Excuse me. The
Well,
fuck did you just
I'm not
say?
gonna say that.
I was gonna say he would have slit his dad's throat. Good gracious!
I mean, look at the way he looks at his dad. He gives him this evil eye, like, motherfucker, shut your mouth.
You know what I was gonna say, and I know people are gonna think I'm absolutely bonkers for this.
What you got?
I kind of feel like he would have gone home and killed his parents at the holidays. If they didn't come and raid, I don't know what would have happened. If his parents confronted him with anything of this, I think he would have killed them too.
Just to shut him up, yeah. Like,
my God!
I really do. I really do. And I think he would have taken his anger out on his mom.
I mean, I don't know. His dad kind of looked like a pushover too. So I mean, he could have just.
Oh, total pushover.
I mean, I don't know. The fact that his dad had to go there to drive back with him says a lot. Like, what do you need your dad for? To hold your hand? To use as an alibi? Like, what's the dad needed for? You could have simply drove that by yourself.
Michelle says, "Ma'am, I've seen people in the grocery store standing waiting by a register, no emotions expressed on their face. Are you giving X or are you a doctor? You do not know his daily motions."
All right, so Michelle, explain body language. Is body language something that interrogators use to try to pick apart their suspect? It most certainly is. If they're showing certain things by their body language, the rubbing of hands, indicates nervousness and so on and so forth. They go off of body language a lot. You know what I mean? It's
Tons.
I don't know. I'm gonna end with that argument right there. Like
No joke. Do you think he could be autistic? Somebody asked.
No.
I don't think he's autistic. I think he's lacking upstairs in what normal humans think and do. I think he's, off his rocker.
If he would kill his dad and mom, why not smoke the cop right then and there? That's a little noisy.
Yeah, for real.
That would have been too. What? Smoke what cop?
The cop with the body camera on.
The cop that pulled him over?
Yeah, the one by the door, by the passenger door.
You mean in front of the whole highway?
Yeah,
That's stupid.
Becky says, "Oh my God, reaching! This is getting ridiculous. Reaching! This is, reaching. The people who are poking holes to the PCA, they're reaching too. If you want to think about it that way, I mean, people who are coming up with these theories of Brent Kopeka, this, that, and the third, that's reaching also, in my opinion. So, I mean, it goes both ways.
Yeah, that whole Brent Kopeka thing, that's a little.
I respect people who believe that, but at the same time, I respectfully disagree. But I listen to those people. I'm not gonna sit there and bash them until you start. When you start coming at me trying to bash me, that's when I start bashing your ass back. But it goes both ways, though. It doesn't just go one way. Like, it really does go both ways. It's you can't be one way with it. Like, if I just can't run one way. I gotta hear both sides, regardless of the fact. At the end of the day, no matter how crazy shit sounds, you got to hear both sides. So, to get pictures like I was showing earlier, though, like this is the murders, that shit's a little bit too far ridiculous for me.
Right. Look, P. Fox said, she said, well, I can only imagine what Chat would think by the look on his face, on my face right now. Oh, I mean, we can't see your face. So, I mean, send us a picture of your face and
the shit really does go both ways, and people get mad when you mention that too. Like, they poke holes and come up with all these different theories, but if you bring up something that somebody disagrees with, they get angry.
Oh my God, really? Cop touches the back or side. Oh shit, side of the car to put his DNA on her DNA on it. His or her DNA on it.
It's not really science. That's one of the reasons why they get away with the crimes like this. Well, if I was wrongly accused, I'm screaming, "Help me! I'm innocent!" to every human I'd see. I've taken body language classes in my criminal justice academics.
I would like to hear Melissa's point of view on that, straight up. Like, if she's willing to come up, could we send her the link? Maybe, I don't know. Even shit, hit me up on Instagram or something. I would like to see what a body language. Not necessarily say an expert, but somebody who studied in it. I would want to see their views on body language. You know
There is no baseline. Dark Horse Justice. I love this comment. Body language means nothing unless you have a baseline, which is absolutely correct. And where's his baseline? That's the problem.
She said body language isn't shit. Critical thinking is a lost skill in mainstream society.
Or they want you to go with the narrative they laid out in front of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Critical thinking. Critical thinking don't mean shit to their narrative.
See, for me, in almost every case, if you got some sort of DNA, they captured the victim right off the get, or not the victim,
I think all of that is his baseline.
Suspect right off the get. I'm gonna go with that until there's red flags. Simple as that.
So Melissa says they never saw his baseline. My point is that is his baseline. That's his problem.
The crowd anxiety plays a factor. Ma'am, you're accusing a person he would kill his parents if they know. Wow.
No, she never accused him. Oh my God.
She says she thinks, but that's just her opinion.
Right.
I think his parents could have been in danger had it come out more, like, I don't know.
Who throws their trash away at 4 a.m. or whatever time it was?
I think his parents knew he was weird. I remember his mother and father in one of those write-up articles that I trusted. the mother did think he was off, and so did the dad.
Yeah, and didn't like people from his past say that he was kind of weird?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's always been off.
But they're the ones that want to hand out the
You know what
petition.
I noticed is kind of like the comment, like with the comments when I'm on the phone with somebody and just listening. I noticed that the comments go the same way as they're going right now.
Yeah.
You know, so somebody will call in and have their theory, etc. And I listen. I do notice that some, people say like the same thing as some of the people on panel. Like they'll start attacking certain things or fuck this, I'm out, or
Right. I mean, and that's another thing too. If you're emotionally attached to this case, you're gonna have a biased opinion. And I don't feel I'm emotionally attached to this case because I'm not there. I'm not related to anybody there. I'm just giving my opinion, and if you hate me for that, then I hate you too.
So I remember thinking about this last night that I couldn't get an edge in word wise. That Kaylee was a real true crime buff, right? Right?
I think I did hear that.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, T-REV?
That what?
Kaylee was a real true crime buff because Olivia, she watched Olivia's channel.
Yes, I did hear
Remember?
that. Yeah,
So,
I did. I 100% heard that.
I am telling y'all, those girls, Kaylee probably grabbed his hair, grabbed his hoodie, scratched his arms, scratched his neck. They have fingernails,
The sheath was on.
There's no way if they find the and they bagged the girl's hands. So, if they find his DNA, then it's a slam dunk.
Wasn't the sheath found by either her or Maddie?
That is the biggest fact I've seen yet. Yeah, they say screw this, I'm out. Then they come back under a fake account. I agree with you 100%, and it's so easily noticeable too.
Yeah, you can tell by the way they type and shit.
So if those girls, I'm not to be graphic, but imagine screaming. Well, not screaming because I kind of think he cut them off really quickly because he knew he was up against two or at each point, whatever. I don't know. But anyway, just all of that in and of itself. I forgot my point.
All in of it of itself.
What were we talking about?
We're talking about
with Kaylee being a true crime. Yeah, I think with all of that going on, I do believe Kaylee and Maddie and Ethan and Zaina probably have his hairs, his skin, even just the slightest dead skin cell on them from grappling with him. He wasn't in a complete, zipped up suit from head to toe. I'm sure they made contact with his hair and even maybe his big old bushy eyebrows. And with that blood going on, it's going to stick to those girls and the victim and Ethan. You can't clean that off of 4 victims. So I really have a feeling, no doubt these poor kids went down without with a fight. And I think that's going to be what happens in court. And I honestly think Brian's just going to sit there in court, just completely pan-faced, but he'll love every minute of it because he's going to be reliving that night and he's going to get to relive it all over again. And honestly, he deserves his day in court, no doubt. You can't convict with what we know now. He definitely deserves his day in court. But I'm just saying, from watching this from the beginning, currently up to here, the circumstantial evidence is about as high as Mount Everest.
I see Annie. She just said they better have his DNA on victims.
That's what I'm saying.
I hope they do.
Ask Annie if she would believe that he did this.
Oh no, she probably wouldn't.
How many times have I mentioned that?
I mean, Annie, if
I haven't seen that comment yet, but I've mentioned that so many different times, bro.
If his DNA is under, say, Maddie's fingernails, are you still going to convict him? Serious question. No disrespect.
I think Kaylee related herself to Gabby. Reason for becoming a true crime sleuth.
Yeah, I mean, and like I've said it before, the Gabby Petito case was what got me wanting to, look into this whole YouTube true crime thing, because I find this shit very interesting. You know what I mean?
Justice says it amazes me y'all have this man guilty and they really have nothing DNA
Oh my
from lab
god!
number 2. They don't have his car on camera. It's ridiculous.
So the car wasn't made on doing a 3-point turn on camera. Nope, that
Yeah, they
never
have the
happened.
car on they have the car on cameras
See,
a
the thing
lot.
is, Justice, is you don't
So
know
the
that.
DNA.
The thing is, Justice, you don't know that though, and I don't know that. It amazes me that y'all have this man guilty and they really have nothing DNA from lab number 2. They don't
They
have
have
his
his
car on
DNA.
camera. It's ridiculous.
They have
So,
his DNA. That's why he's in jail.
yeah, exactly. If they didn't have his DNA, he wouldn't be in jail. But in general, y'all
He's
have
on the
this
night
man
shift when he
guilty. They
got
don't have
close.
his car on camera. How do you know they don't have his car on camera from any cameras that they collected around the neighborhood or anything like that? We don't know that, and you don't know that.
Well, he did own a white Elantra, and that white Elantra was caught on camera even in the morning. That came back at 9 a.m. to see what was going on.
Agreed, Dark
It's
Horse.
been caught on camera like 3 times, I believe.
Okay.
And who knows now with the time they've been able to investigate, they might have even gotten a few more of them.
And he said, I already said it. If they have his DNA on the victims, he's guilty. All right, that's.
I follow the paperwork. Period. I'm gonna
That's
follow.
what I mean.
I don't want to. I'm not following no mainstream media, no nothing like that. I'm following straight up paperwork. I don't care who's poking holes through that. That's y'all's opinion and what you do. Go ahead, poke those holes. I'm following paperwork. I'm following the sheet that has his DNA on it. I'm following and until that evidence gets wonky. When they produce the evidence that they do have against them, if it gets wonky, then you're definitely going to hear an opinion change in me. People may still say, hey, he's guilty, this, that, and the third. But if they drop evidence and I think it's bullshit, I'm going to say it.
Right.
Simple as that. That's how I am. That's how I've always been with every single case I follow.
Oh, what up, Bernie Blue Eyes? I just seen you in chat.
You said what?
Oh, I was saying, what's up to Brittany Blue Eyes in chat. I just seen her comment.
See, Annie wasn't doing. Hold up. People bashing really any is allowed their opinion according to PCA.
How are we bashing?
What did she say? Who bashing?
I mean, I don't know.
Everybody's turning this into bashing Annie.
No, y'all don't bash Annie. I'd hire her in a heartbeat if I was guilty.
I mean, I don't.
She's good. She's thinking on a whole nother level.
I don't
that
feel
a
I'm
lot of
bashing
us
it.
probably don't think, and I think she has good input. It's just just
if I already said if
let people have the floor every now and then.
Guilty. Yeah, she said that. She's saying I already said that if and she did say. Matter of fact, Annie, and I recollect the phone call with you where I've actually mentioned that, and you did say, yeah, I definitely.
Yeah. I mean,
I think I mentioned that gas pedal shit to you too, and you said, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I read that comment. I mean, like I said, I wanted to know, That's all.
No, I had a couple phone calls with Annie, and I asked her that. I said if they found, this, that, and the third, she did. She said, yeah, definitely, he's guilty. Then fry him.
I respect that,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But now people are trying to carry that shit a different direction. If you heard me talk on the phone with Annie, then you heard that. Then you know.
I might have missed it, but yeah, like Texas Angel said, no one's bashing anyone. I don't think it's bashing up here. We're thinking with our own fucking freely thinking minds, our own thought processes, and people can't handle that.
No, I think people are just holding us to a standard of like we're about to be picked for the jury or some shit.
I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I'm not on the judicial side at all. I'm actually a convicted felon, but that doesn't make me guilty in this case. I mean, I've never killed. Oh, what's up, Brittany? Oh, that's Mark Keller. Not Mark Keller. Fuck. Why did I say that?
Let's see, everybody said no bashing Annie. Who's bashing her?
The reason I like Annie is because she really does take it from the point of view of innocence first and foremost.
Alexa, play Annie. Are you okay by Michael Jackson?
She doesn't let anything interfere until I think she's probably waiting till trial. I think she just because it is you're innocent until you are proven guilty.
Yeah, but
And I don't think there's enough there for her to feel like it's proving that he's guilty. So I think she's standing up for that principle, and I admire her for it. Her and Regina go at it.
Stop bashing me. How about that?
Yeah, she's got passion, and Regina has passion.
I'm just talking shit.
Stop
bashing me.
Mar R, who you talking about wishy-washy?
I know. Based off of the only thing that got me with Annie is when I seen her in another chat the other day and said these parents are going to be so upset when they find out Brian Koberger is not the killer. That's what got me with Annie, because I just had a discussion with her on the phone previously, had her up on panel. She said, I'm not saying, but she said, yes, last night, what changed my opinion is the exculpatory evidence that, and I'm glad Nancy made a video with Dell breaking it down, saying that shit don't mean nothing. They didn't even spell her fucking name right, which I noticed that from the jump. And it doesn't mean anything. And a lot of people are, what I was trying to ask Detective John last night is people are saying, okay, when they go in and get this interview with her, they're going to have this, they're going to get some type of bombshell statements from her that they're going to be able to use against the prosecution at the preliminary. But in fact, her lawyers are already coaching up that statement right now. So good luck.
And I see Dark Horse. She said, dang it, my Alexa is playing Michael Jackson. Sorry, I hit you with the proximity chat.
No disrespect to Annie, but would she feel this way if her kids were killed like this?
What's up, Rocket Queen?
I don't know. That's a hard question. That's a hard question to ask.
That's taking it a little bit. I mean,
yeah, that's too personal.
Exactly. I was about to say that. That's a little too personal, and even I'm
that's
saying
too
that
personal.
About Annie. I mean, I wouldn't ask Annie that personal question. You know what I mean? That I wouldn't want her to try to put herself in that predicament.
I think
the thing is that Annie brings up good points.
Somebody said, I think Annie is more than innocent until proven guilty. She's a BK fan.
Damn!
Now that's bashing.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, exactly.
3434 JJJ is in chat. I've been dying to hear her story.
Yeah, 34JJ. I know that's somebody under a different alias for some reason.
Who just joined the panel?
Karma.
Oh.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's up?
What's up, guys? Sorry, I can't see the bottom part of the screen, so I didn't know I was on.
What's up?
What's
¿Qué
up?
pasó? ¿Qué pasó?
Oh, bro, what's going on, man? Every time we have an opinion about Brian, we're bashing. But when everyone else has their theories, we have to just shut up and listen.
That's what I was just saying, man. It goes both ways.
Yeah, make it make sense, please.
Exactly. It goes both ways. I mean, and the excuse for it is, innocent till proven guilty. But then why are you trying to find a way to let somebody walk who is a potential killer? I'm not. What I'm saying is I follow the facts that are on paper until they don't become facts no more. I'm not going to sit around and try to pick something apart of using, Brent Kopeka did this and this, that's not proving nothing. That's up to the investigators to do.
Exactly. I mean, I don't quite understand why it's even gone to the point where it's at right now, because the information that was given to us was pretty clear. They have DNA, they have phone pings, they have shitload of other stuff that we probably aren't privy to, as is normal for a trial and a case this big. So why all the theories? Okay, everyone has their opinion, but then don't attack people over their opinion when you want to share yours. So,
where that comment went? Shit, Miss West Lower. She said, "New panel, please." Wrong.
New panel, please. I got control of this, so thank you, though.
Funny that.
Miss West Lower.
I have a tattoo for people like that. You see the little teardrop?
It's not a normal murder. It's normal to use a knife.
Right.
What's up, Randy? Brent drove a similar car. Okay. Was Brent DNA found at the scene, though?
Nope.
See, Wizard Walt, I agree with him. Follow the science.
I bet you a lot of them people that say we're bashing, they got the MR.
All right, so here comes. All right, so I'm gonna tell you what's coming right now. Touch DNA don't mean nothing is coming right now in comments. I'm gonna close my eyes, read them for me.
It means everything.
My boy said, "Yeah, I'm closing my eyes, read them for me."
I'm just calling it. I mean, it's always the comeback for that. So it's
They
like I
never
said.
found Brian DNA at scene. Aristocrat. They never found Brian DNA at scene.
Why is it in jail?
Yeah,
It was on
with
the
no
knife
bond.
sheath.
With no bond. The sheath was at the scene, and his DNA was on the button snap of the
On
sheath,
the button, yeah, where it opens.
which indicates he opened the sheath to pull a knife out. If that's not DNA on the sheath, dude, I mean,
That's the DNA they ran in Texas because they had to. And then it ran through the genealogy and it matched his dad's.
Do you know
That's why they went down there. Well, at that point, they started aerial surveillance on him and the FBI was already on to him. Those 2 car stops, that was the FBI.
Oh, yeah, just to see who was with him and shit.
Yeah, that's why they didn't ask for his license. They wanted to check it all out and get a good look at him. Yeah. And they probably go, you know what? That guy's got bushy eyebrows.
So aristocrat, send me the receipts of who planted it and stuff like that. I'd love to present it right now.
Yeah. Do you know if your boy Kid, the one that did that conspiracy theory thing, would he strike your channel if you played that song?
Who?
Kid. You bought that this.
I don't know.
Because I embrace facts. Oh, he
Bars.
got
Play that shit.
Karma, how are you doing?
Let him listen to that shit.
I'm doing Hollis. How are you? How are you guys?
I'm doing lovely, Karma. How are you?
I technically can't complain.
I've just been sitting back and listening to all the arguments and stuff. Like last night was just hectic. It was a lot.
I know. Honestly. I literally left my own stream.
When I jumped down off the panel, I jumped in my bed right here and I cried myself to sleep. Wink, wink.
Yeah, I had a really bad headache, to be honest.
Yeah, I had a migraine last night. That's why I went to sleep early, woke up, and got back on live because I went to sleep shortly after.
Oh snap! There's Lex Luthor. She said, "Where's her wrench?"
Who? Lex?
Lex, she's right there. Yeah. No, long time no see. Lex, what's up?
Where's her wrench? What do you mean? Where you been at? That's the other question. Where you been at? You got to be around to have a wrench.
Yeah, mechanics don't use their wrenches; they get them taken away.
So here's the thing. I would like to know people's theories on why there's no blood trail.
But we don't know there isn't one, do we?
Well, you're right.
I think who put that out as a fact? Sorry, I'm just asking because I hear this stuff every single day.
Yeah,
there's not this, there's not that. But who told you there isn't? It's not written anywhere. You don't have proof of it. It's not in the affidavit. It's not in the piece. Like, was it all the court documents that have been released? It's nowhere. Why are people saying that there was no blood trail? There was no evidence on the bodies. How do you know?
Yeah, because we haven't even got that far, really.
Good point.
That's what I've been saying.
I was wondering if the reason they were taking pictures through in the kitchen, what looks like the kitchen.
Yeah.
If it's because maybe he had like done something right in that area or something.
Yeah. And I seen somebody early in the chat. I don't remember.
Jumped out of his jumpsuit and thrown it in a bag or something.
I don't remember who it was in the chat, but they asked if a male his age and like agility, I guess, could jump from the hill right there to the balcony. No, I don't see that being possible. I know, like I said, it was way earlier, but now that I see
I think he's too much of a pussy to jump off that balcony.
I mean, he is tall, so reaching up to pull himself, but no, I don't think he's athletic enough
to jump off. I mean, I'd hang off that. Hang off that right there.
They were saying jump up there.
Oh, jump up there? That's
jump up.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't remember who it was. So if you're still in here, I just I'm not
jump up. I don't know. Jump off, yeah.
Yeah,
but I know a few people that could jump up there, but I mean.
Some of them AN1 guys, you know what I mean? There's a ladder, and the ladder, 34 JJ or whatever, There's the ladder, but it's towards the front of the house by the like overhang over the front door. And when all of this started, I thought maybe that could have been like an entry point or something. But I mean, I don't know if I'm willing to say that now.
Yeah, knowing the house will be demolished soon. Mm.
Can I bring up? I just wanted to ask, like, because I'm not what is it? I'm not like pro convict Koberger without any evidence. I mean, I have a lot of questions as well on the other side of things. You know, I have questions about certain things that have been published as facts, but just don't sit right with me. But I also believe that no one would arrest someone for 4 murders without having significant evidence to prove that that was the person who committed the murders. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah,
I agree with you, Karma.
But I do have questions. I mean, I have questions, a lot of questions actually, about DM and Bethany. I just, you know, some things just don't sit right. They just don't. And I'm confused. What size foot was Brian?
13. I think he was size 13 in shoe. From
You know what I think we're going to find out? I think we're going to find out that that's actually Hunter's footprint.
Yeah, because I don't think it's the same size as his actual footprint.
I think maybe after Hunter went in there and kind of had to go like confirm what the heck was going on after, you know, Bethany and Dylan, you know, I think walking downstairs to confirm Ethan passed away, it could very well have been even Hunter's shoe print then to walk upstairs. You know?
Yeah, definitely.
I said it last night on panel. The lack of other, because with that much blood spilling everywhere, he's gonna have footprints. I mean, he's gonna be slipping in it. You know what I mean? Like that's just what it is. I mean, he didn't do this and just not get nothing on him. I mean, it's 4 different individuals.
Justice. It amazes me that later found the knife sheath. You mean knife sheath? It found 1 speck of touch DNA.
Why does that amaze you? And how do you know it was only 1 speck of DNA? I mean, just because they only put in 1 speck of DNA that they mentioned doesn't mean that's all they found. They don't have to put everything in the paperwork before they've even gone into discovery.
Yep.
That's just an outline for the public as to why he's been arrested.
He says they planted it there.
And what proof do you have of that?
That's what I'm waiting on receipts of this being planted there, but I mean, nobody's yet to send me any proof to.
You know what?
That they planted it there.
You know what? Annie Potts has a good comment in chat. She said, "We never got a shoe size for the print. It could be Bethany's."
Yeah.
Are you sure? Because I thought there was a size in the affidavit.
I thought they said in the affidavit it was a 9, but I mean, am I tripping or I don't know? I know his shoe size was 13. I know it said 9, but the shoe print.
I can see Dylan being a 9.
I wear a 13, and I'm not fitting my shoe in a 9. I'm not fitting my foot in a 9.
But the real question is here, though. Now let's think about this shit.
What size 9 says Brooke in chat?
Let's think about this though. Did any of the victims, or not victims, did anybody that came in the house that morning go towards anywhere, look in the kitchen to see if Kaylee or Maddie were in there, and then turn and go up the stairs? What, you know, I wonder about that shoe print. Where could that shoe print be explained now at this point? Do they know where it came from? Maybe they already have it figured out. It's something that we're not going to know because of that tight gag order.
Right.
They could have this shoe print figured out right now, and we're talking about it. I mean, look at the whole time we were talking about Jack D. They had Brian Koberger in their sights November 29th.
Facts.
And we were talking about JD all the way up. I mean, people were voting 5, 6, 7,000 votes on the poll that I would have. Like literally 90% were voting JD. So, I mean, all this stuff that we speculate about, we could all be wrong. You know, both sides of every side could be wrong. And somebody's wrong, whether it be me or anybody else.
Oh, I guarantee you, we're all going to be wrong. But when the information comes out, none of us are going to be right. I mean, not even the ones who are right on guilt or innocence. The stories are never going to be what the actual reality of it is, and that's why trials are so interesting, because they shock the shit out of people when they realize how mundane crimes are. And I think Koberger is leading us up for the same surprise, to be honest with you.
What if we find out this was Hunter Biden? I mean,
Could be.
That's how outrageous. I'm just saying that's how outrageous some of this shit sounds. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't think it was, but I mean, who knows?
And honestly, from the beginning of the crime until they made the arrest, I was all about one of those J's.
Me too.
JD, JS, like I was confused between those two.
Yeah.
I was absolutely convinced that it was one of those two. And I would hear people say, oh, you know what? We're going to find out that it's absolutely nobody that we know. And I was thinking to myself, that person's nuts. What do you mean? No, it's got to be. Look at the relationship. Look at, and look how wrong I was.
Yeah.
So
John said, what if JS is still hunting elephant in Africa? I mean, what if Hunter Biden was right there on the steps smoking meth?
Hey, y'all, hold it down for a minute. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta take care of something. Y'all can talk and do whatever. I'll be right back in 1 second.
We got you, bro. You know that.
Discuss what
I was gonna say do it so I could click on comments, but never mind. I ain't. We'll be out here.
How do I do that?
I'm not sure. I don't even know how to do it on my channel, bro.
If somebody, I'll figure. Oh, you got to ask somebody as a team member, I think.
Yeah, no, we're good. Yeah. We can just address it.
I'll figure it out for sure, so people can click on comments. While I just got to take care of something. Y'all can hold it down.
You good, bro? We'll be here.
No worries.
Like Mar R said, like Mar R says, what if I mean, if it was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. You know what I mean? Especially in this case, because there's so many different aspects that go into it. I mean,
100%. And right now, all there is what ifs.
Email. I would need an email for you to be able to pull up comments.
I sent it to you a while ago. That's how you sent me the link. But I mean, it's cool. Go take care of what you got, bro. I ain't tripping.
No, but still though, that's actually a good idea.
All right.
I could add 3 people that could pull that up. 3 people that I trust.
All right. I'll send you mine, bro.
Yeah, Kerry said D Smalls, I don't know, maybe my son is still growing, but he's 5'4" and a size shoe size. That's crazy. Your son got some abnormally big feet. No disrespect to your son, I'm just saying that's some big ass feet for somebody 5'4". My dad was 5'7" maybe. I'm 6'3", almost 6'3", and my dad had like a size 8, something like that.
Okay, let's try this.
Yeah, because the shoe print was definitely smaller than what I was under the impression Brian was. So, I mean, it confused me why they would even put it in the affidavit if it's not his footprint.
Right. Yeah, I mean...
And I think this is why everyone's having trouble.
How would I do that?
Accept the invite, Karma. I got her email. Where's yours at?
Where do I accept it? It's just not coming up, bro.
It should be in your email.
All right.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'll send y'all the one.
I need to get the damn computer. I need a longer Ethernet wire. That's what I need.
Yeah, if it was a size 9, that was a female shoe. But yeah, I would have to see that it was actually a size 9 in the affidavit for sure. But I don't know if they said that in the affidavit.
I see.
I do know that I think Brian's shoe size is a 13 from them getting shoes from his apartment.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it was from. Yeah, because when I saw what they had collected from his apartment and the size 13, I was like, but wait, that doesn't match the footprint at the crime scene that you have put in the affidavit to charge him with. That's not right. Why is it there?
CB3 said that size 13, that's not feet, that's flippers.
Maria says, so a girl's 9 would be an 11 in men. No, it's actually a 7.
Yeah, you got to go down.
I'm a 9. If I go to men's, I have to go 2 sizes smaller. I wear size 7 in men's. I mean, yeah, 7 in men's, 9 in women's. So you go down in size, not up for men. So I'm not surprised. That's to me, that screams of a girl's shoe. Just in my opinion.
Right.
Just so y'all know.
I guess Karma left. No, I was just saying, I guess Karma left. She maybe dropped down. Hunter said the truth would come out. He knows. Oh shit. He knows those frat guys talk. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, who's to say this wasn't a ritualistic thing that, you know, was some, I don't want to say cult, but like something, some society or something in the college. You know, we don't know. Anything's possible, and I'm not putting anything past anyone. Because this is 2023 and shit got strange a couple years ago.
Well, this is definitely an awful case for sure.
Oh, without a doubt, hell yeah. I mean, I honestly wouldn't want to be one of the family members of this because I would be emotionally attached, and something like this, I would be seeking revenge.
I wonder if they'll show up for the trial. As a parent, I might feel hard pressed not to show up.
Right.
I wouldn't want to see his face. I wouldn't want to read the autopsy results. You know, I wouldn't want to hear how it methodically went down. That's just me, though. I just wouldn't, if it were my child, you know.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't think I could handle that.
I would definitely flip out and run at him in the courtroom or something.
Yeah. I remember with one of the high school shootings, there were a couple of parents that never showed up because, you know, they didn't want to hear, you know, they just don't want to hear it.
Yeah. I can't really say I blame them, you know.
Yeah, I know. It's way too triggering.
Oh, Lex, he stepped away for a second. He'll be back in a few. He said he had to go do something.
Probably went to go let Sosa out.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably give you the wrench back. He was just, you know, tied up, busy doing things. I mean, I don't think he took it like being a prick or anything. I don't think he did nothing wrong. But
no. Yeah, I saw a report that 4 weeks ago, some guy who got thrown in the jail cell with in the same space with Brian Kohberger, not in the same cell, but
they're in the same dormitory or something.
Yeah. And all he kept doing was screaming nonstop that he was going to kill Brian Kohberger so bad that the guards in them had to like remove him and put him someplace else because he literally did it for like almost like 18 hours nonstop. And I thought to myself, dang, you know,
the passion.
That was the guy who knew about him before he got thrown in the slammer, and he already hates him. This guy's going to have to be pretty much left alone.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, I mean,
he needs the protection. I mean,
oh hell yeah, somebody like that, they're going to have to put him in solitary confinement. He's not going to be able to stay in population. He's going to have to check off of every dorm that he goes on to. That, I mean, and if you know anything about the judicial system, and when you enter a penal facility, checking off a dormitory means you can't stay there. They're gonna hurt you. Oh, would I be back? Yeah, Lex was asking for that wrench back, bro.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I got a close circle of people. I done changed up my wrench game.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I didn't know.
You know what I mean? I had to change up my wrench game, man. You know, I changed up my wrench game for people I see every stream. It's just personal preference.
She said, Sarah Q said, apparently if it was true, the police said it wasn't connected. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm lost. I don't know.
What reason?
So I want to ask, what do you guys think about that neighbor, the neighbor girl who had her panties stolen from her car?
Exactly.
That's definitely weird.
I mean, to me, that showed me that somebody's in that area lurking and has a weird fetish. Does that? That's what that showed to me. You
Or
know what I
could it
mean?
be a possible murderer hunting for their next victim?
Possibly. I mean, that type of shit. Yeah, that's weird shit. Agreed.
Because that was only what, a few weeks before the murders happened, I
Wasn't
think.
it August?
Or
If
or a
I'm not
couple of
mistaken?
months.
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe August.
Yeah.
I'd have to relook at it because I know Plunder came out with it, but it was definitely concerning.
Yeah.
Bad boy in the comment. I'm looking cool on my stool, huh?
What is this? How the trap curtailed the direction of the conversation to stop the irrational judgments of victim survivors. Seems like the cries of innocent before guilty for the accused do not apply to them.
Somebody going.
So other people can have questions, opinions, and thoughts, but I can't. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's what it kind of.
I mean, get real.
So
Don't play
Carla,
around. Don't play around, please.
so
Behave
Carla,
yourselves. Yes, Hollis.
you mentioned something about you had the issue of the 8-hour time frame, right?
Yeah.
So just what's your thoughts?
The 8 hours? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I have a lot of thoughts about the 8 hours. I mean, if I was a theorist, I could come up with 100 different stories as to what could have happened that night between those 8 hours. I don't believe that cleaning up the crime scene because there was drugs is even a possibility. I'll say that much, because if that crime scene had have been tampered with in any way, those girls would have been arrested as well.
That was weird.
Right.
My shit just like kicked me out.
Okay.
That was weird as hell.
They would not be walking around safely in their homes, sleeping at night after all of this has happened. They would have been locked up, because not only do you have 8 hours unaccounted for, but then if there was a sign of the crime scene being clean, then that's leading to you being involved.
Right.
They're not going to just take your story and say, thank you, goodbye. You know, it doesn't work that way.
Like, thank you, come again.
Yeah, exactly. But I also have questions. I mean, really shocked? I believe shocked you could be, definitely. Of course. Why wouldn't you be?
Yeah,
but I don't
for
understand
to be
the whole
shocked and
8
not call
hours.
a cop. Yeah, I was gonna say for not 8 hours. I mean, after a little while, reality would come back, and you'd be like, hey, I gotta call the police. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Or you know, I don't know. Wouldn't you call your friend who's sleeping downstairs? I mean, I find that really fucking sus.
Yeah.
You telling me you wouldn't shout down to your friend or
Yeah,
call her? Where was her phone? Where was her phone? She didn't have her phone with her?
Yeah.
You know, it's just questions after questions after questions for me with those 8 hours. And unfortunately, what brings up all the questions is that there's a gag order and we don't know what the story is for us to even have a solid opinion on whether or not we believe the story, because we're not being given the story right now. So this is all just in our heads, really.
Right.
And that's a
Well,
fact.
the way I look at it is sort of they told their story, you know. So they were there. They were from what I gathered with Bethany, she was asleep. Dylan heard ruckus a couple times. I cracked the door. I don't know if that's when she said, at one point she said, y'all be quiet or whatever. And then she did crack the door. And then she went to sleep. And then from there, all I've heard is Dylan was the unconscious person because she fainted when she ran outside trying to call 911. And the couple walking the dog down the street got the phone and continued the 911 phone call.
Right.
So that's what they've said and have always reported. So I have no doubt. I mean, I know people are thinking like, oh my gosh, 8 hours, what are you doing? You know, sitting there having fish and chips and chatting. I think 8 hours is a good amount of good sleepy time.
You think?
I think they were traumatized when they woke up and realized that there are 4 deceased people in their home.
Maybe she didn't know.
And I think I
I
can't
mean-
even imagine maybe the PTSD for survivor's guilt. I know
Yeah.
a lot of people are hung up on that 8-hour time frame. But you know, hindsight's 2020 that 4 people were murdered that night. Looking back on it, you know, people are like, why did 8 hours go by? Well, I don't think they knew that people were being killed. I think they shut their doors and went to sleep. I think they heard things, but that house is always busy and always going on. And I think when Dylan opened the door and saw what she said, a man, you know, dressed in head to toe for black, walking away with bushy eyebrows, I think she really just thought, oh my God, what kind of crazy home am I in? All these people all the time. And she just shut the door. I just think they went to sleep.
But didn't she see Brian coming from Xana's room?
No, because Xana's room is downstairs.
Isn't it on the same floor as where Dylan was sleeping?
Yes.
It is, isn't it?
Yes,
so
it
she
is.
claims to have seen this guy with a mask come from her friend's room. Her friend who has a boyfriend who's staying over the night. I mean, does that not raise any questions?
Exactly.
Because that only raises
I
more
think
questions.
I think she saw someone come from from when you remember the last thing was I'll help you, I'm here to help you.
Yeah. Did it specify whether it was a ski mask or just one of the mouth covered masks?
It doesn't specify.
All right, I was
I
wondering.
don't think it's specified. It's just a mask.
All right, I was just wondering because I was going to show you something, but
I think that was Xana saying that, and I think he had to go back downstairs and finish off Xana and come back up the stairs. And when he exited straight across to the sliding glass door, that's when I think Dylan opened the door and she saw him exit. I mean,
No,
I'm sure, you know, I'm
I
sure
think-
she's like, oh, some dude leaving Xana and Ethan, or maybe probably not, but I don't know how well she knows Bethany. I think she
But
just brushed it off. I think it spooked her. You know, I think she was like, yo, whoa. And then she was like, oh, whatever.
We're gonna have
And then
to
shut the
look.
door.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look at that then, me and you, Hollis, because I think on Discord we'll have a look at the affidavit and go through it because I'm pretty sure the way it's put in the affidavit, she saw him when he was coming from Zaina's room, and she froze in shock.
Oh no, I agree with you.
And he walked past her, which already brings up another question. I just killed 4 people, and I've got this chick standing right in front of me. I'm just gonna leave her alive. I don't know. I would. I don't think so.
Well, the other day I had T-REV take the footage from inside the house and walk up the stairs as if, you know, he was Brian, come up from Zaina and Ethan's room as if he was going to exit the back sliding glass doors. And when you pass through the hallway, and if Dylan's door was cracked, all she kind of sees is a quick profile. Like she doesn't see eye to eye.
But she saw his eyebrows.
Right, but he passes by in such a close manner that with the backlighting and the small lighting that was in the house, I think his eyebrows popped out. He's very pasty. And if he had a mask on and his mouth and his nose and his eyes were exposed, I'm sure the eyebrows stood out more than if he's all in black. That's probably why she said bushy eyebrows. Like, that's literally the only way she could describe him, tall and bushy eyebrows. I don't think he saw Dylan.
Whoa, Brittany Blue Eyes, what are you saying, bro?
I don't think he ever saw Dylan crack the door open. I really don't. I think when he was in the back, scoping out the house, being
my God!
You see that, huh, T?
Waiting for them to get home. I think Bethany and Dylan came in through the front door and just went into their rooms. I don't think he even knew that they were there. I don't think he ever saw them enter the house because I think they entered through the front. I think the other 4 entered through the back sliding glass door, probably, or whatever. But he knew when they were all home, those 4.
Right.
So, but yeah. But we have to
I
wait
don't
and
know.
see.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I mean, there was something else that came to my mind the other day, and it was that that light. What was it? The good vibes light.
Yeah.
And I think I mentioned it before that. How do we know? I mean, speculation. Everyone has ideas, and I was trying to think of it from another side of could one of the girls be involved because of that 8-hour gap? And
Right.
the one thing that really came up was that good vibes light, and it could have been used as a signal to signal Brian in, either by switching it on or switching it off,
Oh my goodness.
so that he
Can you
would know when
imagine?
it's clear to come in, as if to say, you know, everyone's asleep, get your ass inside.
But
That
why?
way you don't use phones, because then you don't have any way of connecting them to one another. And Brian would know that, being a criminologist.
Brianna said, "Leave Osmic alone." I don't mind them saying I'm into kinky shit, whips and chains, you know.
So, so Karma, you think one of the other roommates might have been involved?
No, I don't think it. I'm
Oh.
just saying, like, my brain thinks of a lot of things, and I have questions about a lot of stuff, and that's just something else that came up in my head. Could that light have been used as a signal to signal him in? You know,
Right.
I mean, anything is possible. I don't think or know if one of the girls is involved. I don't even try to put that on one of those girls. I mean, I think that's a lot for you to be involved with. But we don't have facts because it's being hidden from us. So our
annoying,
minds,
right?
Yeah, and our minds are free to wonder. And I wonder about stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
It's not too far-fetched. It really isn't.
And the crazy thing is, when you think about this, because you know we're going to be watching Gavel to Gavel, the trial.
Yeah.
The defense is going to be so good at defending him, and they're going to, you know, and so is the prosecution is going to be really good too. So it's going to be this spin on both sides, and we're going to have to pick whose spin we believe the most.
Right.
I mean, I think they should just like duel it out like in the Renaissance time. You know?
Who I believe the most? Shit, if I see some physical evidence, I know who I'm believing the most.
Yeah, for real. I mean, I can see it now. They can be like, oh, I mean, I see why they said the whole kinky thing. I got a bunch of masks over here, but that's neither here nor there. They're gonna be like, oh, Ismic's the killer. Jesus Christ.
Oh, damn. What have you started?
Oh my God!
Let me grab another mask. I'll be right back.
Taking a shit. Get down.
These are Smokey Bacon taking a shit.
Don't tell me you have a sheath as well.
I do, but it's not a K-bar knife.
Okay,
so I'm
good.
not the killer. I didn't do it. It's not a K-bar. I just had my knife. Look, it's right here. Watch.
But Trev, I mean, what are you thinking so far, bro? How do you feel? What do you think? Could that light have been used as a signal as well? If you were
Sending
to
like a bat signal type deal.
Yeah, if you were to think of maybe, I don't think Trevor's here. He's muted, isn't he?
Nah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, you here? Oh, yeah.
You said what now?
Do you think that good vibes light?
Yeah.
If you were to think about, could one of the girls be involved with Brian, and this could have been like a 2-person deal? If that light could have been used as a signal for him to come into the house, because he would have needed to have known that Ethan was asleep.
I'll tell you what I feel about that.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a
Let me
reach.
grab this light bulb.
I feel like that's a reach, but could it be real? Could that be a scenario? Yeah.
Wait,
absolutely.
more of a
But I
reach
think it's
than Brian
reachable.
being innocent?
Huh?
more of a reach than Brian being innocent?
No.
No. But in general, no. That's a hard one to ask, but no. More than a reach than Brian being innocent. As far as on paper right now, Brian's not innocent until they prove why those pings are there, and I get explanations. If they don't have the physical evidence to back up Brian being that guy, then that's why I said I will have problems. My opinion will change, but as of right now, fact on paper, people can pick everything apart. I know what I think right now, but till other shit is shown to me that changes my mind, which my mind can be changed easily if they come back and
show it.
Put the prosecution in a position where they don't have no answer. My mind will change very easily.
Hollis, good look. Yeah, I think so too.
I'm wondering if they collected paperwork in the Washington search. I'm wondering what all that paperwork was. I'm thinking sketches of the interior home, plans of the house, maybe obsessive papers of Maddie or one of the roommates. I wonder what the paperwork was. Was it also maybe instead of that, like comparing one serial killer to another? All kinds of stuff. When they raided his apartment, must just be fascinating with whatever they collected. Because I think whatever they got in Pennsylvania was just what he travels with on a short-term basis. But whatever they got in Washington, I think they got a lot more in Washington.
Mary said the dog ate my receipts. Munch. Alexa, play Munch. Oh, wait, wrong song.
Karma, are you still there?
Uh-oh.
Is
Yeah,
Karma
I'm here.
still there?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay. You're so quiet.
Oh, I was just gonna make a coffee.
Just gonna make
Give
good
me
coffee.
2 minutes, guys.
I like that name.
Oh, yeah.
Puff.
And he says, I love all these theories so much. If they're any accurate, it means I was right all along. Law enforcement been lying from the jump and falsified a PCA to submit to a judge.
Yeah, I'm still curious about that skinned dog.
Well, as far as theories go, I just believe that what's on paper is. I believe that Dylan gave those statements. I believe that they found a sheath on that bed, and I don't believe it was planted. I believe that I don't know, I believe that they pulled that speck of DNA that everybody's torturing.
Yeah, really.
I believe that they got that tip from the security guard about Brian, and shit, they wouldn't even have known about him really if it wasn't for that.
Exactly.
I don't even think we'd be at this point. We'd probably still be on, we'd probably still be every day loaded up, every day going crazy.
He'd still be out there. If it wasn't for that DNA on the, even if it was touch DNA,
they got the DNA right. But if it wasn't for that security guard, they wouldn't even know who he is.
Facts. And I mean, if it wasn't for the DNA on the button snap of the sheath, they're not gonna go from freaking Idaho to Pennsylvania just to pull something out of the trash at his parents' house if they don't have reason to do it. You know what I mean? Like it was done for a very good reason. I mean,
right.
Yeah, that's the comment I was talking about. That I agree with Hollis right there.
Oh my God!
I mean, I feel like those students are a lot safer with him behind bars right now. I wouldn't trust letting him out.
Hell no.
I just believe what's on paper. I'm following the facts that are on paper. I don't care about what mainstream media says. I don't care about nothing. I know what I read in that PCA, and I'm hoping that law enforcement got it right. The only part I think they fucked up on majorly is sending somebody to the scene that is lied on the stand before. There's my issue. Now,
oh my God,
that's my only issue.
They were hungover. Look at shit.
That's my only issue with the PCA.
Yeah, 34. I put the chain on my front door. Don't come in my house, okay? Please.
I want them to get this right. I don't want them to put a innocent guy behind bars. I want them to get it right. Like I said, if shit comes out further down the line, my opinion will change big time. Or it just may strengthen. You never know. I mean, it just depends on what I hear or what I see on paper be put out. What I see was found. What do they collect? What tests came back positive, negative? Nothing was on anything. You know, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stuff to strengthen up. If it doesn't strengthen up, if they don't have anything concrete, they didn't find nothing on his computers. He wasn't stalking none of the victims. You know, we heard all these rumors that he was stalking victims. I want to see that for a fact that he was doing that. I want to hear that come out of their mouth. I want to hear them say that, hey, we found evidence that he was stalking them. I want to hear those things. Like I said, if that's straight, you know, if that comes out, then my opinion will strengthen towards, yeah, okay, now, yeah, they got the right guy. If it goes the opposite than that, then you're gonna start hearing me switch up. And that's just a fact. I go based off the papers. I always have, always will. And that's just how I'm going to stick to it.
Exactly. So Justice wanted to know if anybody had a theory as to why BK did this.
I don't know who brought it up earlier, but they were saying maybe he got dissed publicly or something by one of these girls, and it was a revenge thing.
And that and his job, losing everything.
Yeah, I mean, I believe
it's kind of like, yeah, everything hit the fan at one time.
Yeah, something worth looking into. But I mean, the whole public humility thing, and then her leaving to go to Texas, and this was his last shot. I think that's why it had to happen right then and there. I mean, who's to say she wasn't waking up the next morning and leave and go back to Texas? Yeah.
Oh, so you think he was targeting Kaylee?
I mean, possibly. I don't know.
They say the papers are lying, but show me the papers are lying. Where's the papers lying? Show me the physical evidence of the papers being a lie. I'd love to invite anyone to present that to me, and I'm not talking about what you think or speculating on. Show me, scientifically, show me what's lying on that paper. Show me that sheet was planted. Show me that, you know what I mean? Like, show me that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's speculation, but, you know, and I get it. There's people out there that question that. That's cool. That's fine. Poke holes in that. I respectfully disagree. I'm not going to treat you like shit because you think that. I'm just going based off what's on paper. And, you know, just because you got communities out here that think they're lies and they're poking holes in this and that and the third, we haven't even heard the rest of what they have behind closed doors. The Brady Giggly, whatever you want to call it. I want to hear exactly what that is too. I think I found it, but I could be wrong. I want to see what that is. There's more stuff that has to come out. Like I said, I lean towards, I think I would say FBI would get it right. I mean, they got a 97% conviction rate or I mean, come on now.
What is 3434 JJ? What are you talking about? Blood on washing machines, fire in one machine, front door tagged on Greek Road. What?
If Brian is innocent, I don't want him in jail either. If Brian can provide, yeah, exactly. Then they'll let him out. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If Brian can provide compelling evidence to prove that, then they will let him out. Exactly. And we'll watch it right here.
You'd be acquitted.
Exactly.
And Brittany Blue Eyes, what if, I mean, I think they have the knife, but I don't know for sure, so don't hold me to that. But I think they do. I mean, he would have a bond or something if there was speculation. If there was doubt in the law enforcement's mind, he would have a bond.
Very much so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just he don't have one.
I could sit up here all day with everybody and go through theories and speculate on a bunch of different things. But at the end of the day, when I get off this stream, I want everybody to know that I'm going to buy that piece of paper. Or piece of papers, though the alls and papers. I'm going by it. I'm hoping they got it right. I'm thinking the FBI, you think 97% of the time they lock shit down. You know what I'm saying? So I would feel, you know, it wasn't just, you know, Moscow police that assisted in this. You know what I mean? FBI, they use the FBI resources. So saying that, you know, if they planted something, if you don't think the FBI will get, which I would hope they would get down to it. And if it is, we'll find out because everything will still be funky even after they release everything. and people will be like, "Oh, this shit's funky." And then you'll see a whole different stance out here. I mean, it's just how it is, and we're about to see. We'll see it unfold right here in front of our eyes.
But why would they even plant anything? Who's got time to do that?
I mean,
That's my problem.
Somebody that really dislikes him.
I feel like they had time to do that in the Stephen Avery case. I feel like he got fucked over, but that's just my opinion. Some people think that Stephen Avery killed Teresa Halbach. I personally don't think that Stephen Avery killed Teresa Halbach. You know, I think that his blood was planted in that vehicle. That's just my personal opinion. Now I'm coming from a different stance on that case. When I stand on the Stephen Avery case, I really think that he's innocent. If you look up the things that Brandon Dassey's brother was searching on that computer, like having you know, how can I say, having sex with dead bodies, women's bodies and shit like that on his computer and shit. I mean, it just, I don't know.
Arachnophilia,
you know, allegedly.
No, necrophilia.
Necrophilia, yeah.
I said a necrophilia. That's spiders.
When it comes down to that case, now that right there is sussy. When you know, if it comes and we're not past the PCA process. That whole case went through its course, so you're able to see all the documents and everything that went down. Right now, we're in the phase of, okay, I'm at the beginning phase. I've seen the PCA. I know that they got this little speck of DNA on the sheath. People want to pick it apart. That's on them. I'm going based off of what's on the paper right now, black and white, like you just said, Annie. Now, if people want to speculate and tear that apart, that's fine. I'm just going based off the facts that are presented in front of me right now. The Brady Gigolo, we don't even know what that is yet. They haven't even put it out there. We speculated on that. I speculated that it's the Soviet sticker. I could completely be wrong. So if I'm wrong on that, then I was wrong on it. But I said I was speculating when I put that out anyway, so it doesn't matter. He is still locked up. So what you talking about, Willis? Who's Willis?
I think they meant Hollis. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh yeah, you know what? I was wrong. That he was having problems at his work after the murders.
Problems?
Yeah, that's when a lot of people in chat are mentioning that it was after the murders that he was having issues at work.
But
things went kind of sour at work was after the murders. I thought it was before the murders.
Because weren't there reports of children saying that he was so happy when he came back the day after the murders? He was like a brand new person, wasn't he?
Yeah, because he finally,
rejuvenated, fulfilled his fantasy.
Yeah, I agree with So Curious. T-REV, we would change our minds based on science and admit it. Yeah, exactly. Conspiracy theorists probably won't admit it if they're wrong. Am I wrong? No, you're not wrong.
No,
they'd probably disappear. They probably never come back. They probably hit unsub and you'd never hear from them again. But then you got some that'll swallow it.
I'm 100% a conspiracy theorist, and I'm also willing to admit when I'm wrong. And I don't necessarily mean that it's a blanket statement. You can't cover everybody with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm the same way. I think it was a solo act. I just think he's a weird psycho serial killer type guy. And if he's not, then I'll just say I was wrong. And
he says the same FBI that ignored Epstein for 3 decades. That FBI, maybe that's why NPD skipped over them for the sheath and test.
But Jeffrey Epstein was a powerful individual. BK's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, BK's
that's a big difference as far as social status. You know what I mean? Look at who Epstein was. I mean, for Christ's sakes, the man had freaking paintings of Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky's dress. The man had paintings of George W. Bush sitting on the floor, Indian style, throwing paper airplanes at 2 Jenga towers. I mean, look who the dude was. Brian Koberger didn't. He wasn't that important. I mean,
yeah. And I couldn't stop laughing. Who was it? Who said the other day? Someone in comments said that Brian couldn't have committed the murders because he was clean cut. But it's almost like everyone forgets Ted Bundy was clean cut also.
Oh, very so much.
Just saying.
Very intense.
FBI legitimately ignored Jeffrey Epstein's human trafficking ring for 3 decades, so it's reasonable to question them. Yeah, you can question them all day, but you can't question physical evidence.
Right.
In my opinion.
Yep.
What are they gonna do? Take Brian's blood and or the victim's blood and put it inside of his vehicle?
Yeah, really. I see. Marta. She said, "Who is EP? You talking about Epstein?" Oh my God! If you don't know who that is, please.
If you don't know who that is, just stay that way.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you don't know who he is, you're in the wrong area of YouTube.
Security guy had access to all the stuff BK touched apart from his car. What would be a reason to report BK? Because it's a white Elantra and they're looking for it, and the dude probably seen this shit plastered all over.
Yep.
That was the reason why. In my opinion, if I see a white, the case is so big, and I'm out there as far as I heard, and I lived in that area, and I seen a white Elantra, I'd probably report it too.
I mean, I see Aristocrat said physical evidence like Flight 93 vaporizing in Pennsylvania. Yeah, that wasn't. Those towers fell because of nothing. You know what I mean? Like
Just like we were the reason behind the Malaysian aircraft crashing.
That the whole case right there still baffles me. Like how the fuck? Like, yes, aliens do exist.
Dark Horse Justice says, T-REV, I believe the officer did some stupid stuff that would make him not credible, but nothing to do with the crime at 1122 Kane. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, so I can't say that. But I mean, I was thinking it was the Soviet sticker shit, which I could be wrong. But hey, I'm baffled over what it could be. I think what else could it be? He lied on the stand there, so. Before and after, is Karma on the panel? Yeah, Karma's on the panel right now.
Yeah, I think she's the one opposite. Well,
Karma's on the panel.
Yeah, I'm up here.
See,
I'm watching you.
Ta-da! Oh, that's Brian Kohlberger. Right? Oh, do you your avatar thing? Like, click. Yeah, look, that's Brian Kohlberger right there.
He said, Brian. Hold on, let me.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord, is that me? Yeah, I mean the beard was a little longer. Look at that little baby face, my little brother. Well, you older than me, huh?
33.
Yeah, no, you're younger than me.
33.
Yeah, I just turned 35. I'm old.
Called Different Strokes.
Different strokes for different folks.
Different strokes for different folks.
Bong rips and blunt totes.
People asking, who's panel? I've been selective on my invites today because it ain't turned into what it was.
Yeah, that was a little outrageous last night.
No, sir. But I
had a part in it being outrageous. I mean, I'm willing to admit that.
No, it wasn't even that part. I mean, I get it. You apologize for it, so that's a man to me. A man apologizes for whatever.
I mean, I was wrong for what I said. You know what I mean? I mean, we're not gonna go over it.
You know, I mean, you like I said, you swallowed your pride and said you was wrong. I mean, it takes a man to do that, in my opinion. So, you know, somebody who is, you know, selfish just won't swallow that pride like that.
Right. And I mean, I'm just in touch with reality. If I was wrong in any situation, I'll admit it. You know what I mean? But that's just me.
So do you guys think they ever found the knife?
I do, yeah.
You think they did?
I think that's part of the reason he don't have a bond. Because I mean, with that knife, that indicates fingerprints are on it, blood traces are on it. I mean,
I keep bouncing back and forth.
You did?
Oh no! On what this comment says, I made a video on it on my channel, and I posted it in the where is it? I'm looking for it right now. I actually covered a video on it. Let me refresh my page here. It might have been the last video I dropped.
Nika says no knife.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, I just said like I think they do have it. That's why he don't have a bond.
Yeah, I don't
know. Go ahead,
I don't
Carla.
particularly. Yeah, no, I don't think that they have it. I think that if they had that knife,
my bad,
we would be hearing whispers about it. Let's put it that way. I don't think anyone would keep that a secret if they had it, because that is the ultimate number one, nail in your coffin.
Yeah.
For a lack of better words. So I don't think that would be hidden from the public. And that might be, I have questioned it before as well. Why is why the big gag order? I think it might have something to do with the knife, but I think it's in terms of maybe they think someone is hiding it for him, or that he has hidden it in someone's property and they don't want that getting out before they have a chance of going there and investigating.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's my thought.
That kind of convinces me that they may not have the knife. I don't think they have the knife, and that's just my assumption. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
I think he took that. Well, I
just want to bring up the fact.
I'm not sure. The knife tosses me back and forth.
We do differ in our opinions on the knife, and I totally respect your opinion on it. That doesn't mean I have to dislike you because of your opinion. And honestly, I respect it. You know what I mean? Like I don't get why people's got to take this shit so personal. And
I know, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think you're a bad person because you think differently than me. That don't mean I have to dislike you to the point it turns into hate. I mean, and I respect the difference in opinion, because that just shows the creativity of our minds based on just being a sheep that's going along with. I mean, how many people are actually guided to the slaughterhouse by another blind sheep?
I'm not a follower, so I like to think for myself and use my own head, and I don't get offended because others don't
it's healthy
agree.
To be that way. You know what I mean? It's actually it's healthy. I mean, in my opinion.
Yeah.
A lot of people say no, there's no tox on this case. Well, they're not going to release a tox. They definitely, in every death, they do a toxicology.
Again, my question is, how do you know that?
No, I seen some people saying that earlier, and I see some people saying it now. But I'm saying in general, they already did the toxicology. I guarantee it.
Yeah, well, she was like basically asking them, how did they know that?
Yeah, I'm asking them, how did they know that? Like, there's no tox. You don't know that. Where are the facts? Receipts? Any? I'll drop Trev's email in the chat so you can send in the receipts, because I want to know where you got that from.
Show proof.
I'd like to look at. No, I'd like to look at the results myself. If there is results, then I want to know and I want to see myself.
I don't know who the guy is on the panel, but he said he goes conspiracy doors. Did he think VK didn't do this?
No, I don't. I believe he's guilty. I'm a conspiracy theorist. That means I'm willing to theorize off of a thought. You know what I mean? Like people are weird.
Sweet and Salty said one first presser said no knife found.
That was before the gag order too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they have the knife. I know Papa Sal thinks they have it, so I bet him $1.
See, that's a friendly, what they call it, a gentleman's bet or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're not out here talking about $100,000. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a Cajun chick that said that yesterday. She said $100,000 she'd bet that Kohlberger didn't do it. I was like, damn, $100,000.
I mean, to the so curious, I identify as a conspiracy theorist, and my pronouns are I told you so.
Beverly West says, what in Brian's past are people connecting him to being a crazed, homicidal, psychopathic serial killer? What in his past? I don't think, I mean.
What about if we don't have that? We don't have much evidence, to be honest. We do have his DNA on the sheath.
Yeah.
Which leads to an arrest, which leads to them getting more evidence, in my opinion. If it is the right guy, there's definitely more evidence there. There's definitely more stuff that's going to paint a concrete picture to maybe he may not say why, but they're going to find the puzzle pieces to put it together. Phone records, hard drives, etc. Especially if he planned it out ahead of time, which, maybe he didn't. You know what I mean? But maybe who knows? We'll find out because they're gonna paint that. They have the access to get all that shit.
Well, I do remember someone saying like he didn't have a lot of friends, or he was awkward or weird or strange, you know, in high school and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, there were a few accounts of that.
But I don't know if somebody's past.
Did anyone ever read his online posts back from when he was going through puberty? Because I read them.
Those were crazy.
Those were like a really deep, dark look into his state of mind at that time when he was such, you know, he was in such a vulnerable age where he would have easily been driven to go the wrong way already. It just shows a lot of stuff that was going on in his head, and it wasn't pretty stuff.
No,
already.
it was very dark.
Yeah, it was very dark, very miserable, very detached from reality.
You know, and then, and with that in mind, you know, I feel so sorry for someone who's like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they have to live their life feeling that way and going through life. And if he is the killer and proven in court, you know, you kind of feel sorry for someone whose brain does not work the proper way, who goes to those links. I mean, you're not right if whoever, you know, you're just not right in the head if you do this.
Yeah.
You know, so that person, you know, I can't help but feel some sort of empathy towards that person.
I'll be honest. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Like I really struggled with it at the beginning because when I put the crime aside and I was reading those papers as a mother and thinking, if I read my daughter writing stuff like this at her age now, that would break my heart.
Oh, absolutely. You'd have run to the nearest therapist.
Absolutely.
For sure. I mean, there were signs that, you know, his mom said he was awkward. And, you know, it was kind of, I don't think they were too surprised when they found out he was arrested for it from what I think I remember hearing his mom.
Let's go down memory lane real quick. What was it? This one? Nah, I don't know if I want to. Did we watch this?
Oh, let's do it.
Yeah, we've watched this before. Memory lane.
Good evening, America, and welcome to this special edition of Cross Country in Moscow, Idaho. Tonight, we are in front of the Moscow Police Department, and you may be asking why. It's been about 3 weeks since the horrific stabbing death of 4 college students at the University of Idaho. 3 weeks since we lost Zaina, Maddie, Kaylee, and Ethan. 3 weeks, and still the police have no suspect or person of interest. The community has been left in limbo, left with more confusion and more questions. We are on the hunt for answers for them. Moscow deserves answers. The students of the university deserve answers. These 4 young innocent victims deserve answers, and so do their families. So let's start there. Joining me now on set, the parents of Kaylee Gonzalez, Christy and Steve Gonzalez. Thank y'all so much for being with me. You guys have been so transparent and strong for the public. Christy, you called the person that did this the boogeyman.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's literally like what nightmares are made of. Like when you're a little kid and you think of the boogeyman, that's just how I feel. Like that's just the horrific details of everything. Them just having a good time, going home and going to bed, and that's happening to them.
Your best friend crawling into bed.
Just crawling in bed.
Every
and
girl
the
in
boogeyman
America
comes.
knows what that's
The
like.
boogeyman doesn't, you know, meet you at McDonald's. I mean, the boogeyman comes and snatches you out of your bedroom.
Steve, we've been talking. I've been talking to folks in the community. You said something that stuck with me. You said, until this person is caught, you can't sleep in your bed.
No, I can't just lay in my bed and do nothing. That's not the way I raised my family. That's not the way I raised my girls and my son. You don't be a victim. You stand up for yourself and you do everything in your power to make sure people hear you. And they're gonna hear Kaylee. They're gonna hear Maddie. They're gonna hear these.
The other two as well.
Yes.
All of them.
I'm careful saying anything about them because I need to be careful because I can't speak on somebody else's child. But these two girls, I'm not trying to be a glory hound, but these two girls, I'm going to do what I can do. And we're not being victims. We're going to fight. We're going to figure out how to make sure that we hold everybody, accountable, and we keep eyes and attention on this and get this thing resolved.
Steve, you have made it very clear to our audience that you are supportive of law enforcement. You support the investigation. But recently, I've been watching and talking with you, and you're getting frustrated. What does that frustration come from, sir?
They put certain people between you and the officers that are making things happen. And those people are like lawyers and they don't want to say anything. And they don't have the guts to come up and be alpha and be like leaders and say, hey, we might say something that's wrong. We're going to take that hit. So the officers, they look me straight in their eyes. The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can. But somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out there. Like, don't do that. Yeah, I get it. Your town doesn't want to have reward posters posted all over when you come and you do your rush. You're not going to get a lot of students if they see those things. But this community is not going to heal until this guy's pulled off the streets. It ain't going to happen. Think it through. It's not going to happen. He has to be off the streets. We all are working for the same thing.
When was the last time y'all heard from the police?
Thursday,
we looked at our phone records. We want to be accurate. We don't want to sell anyone out.
about 3 o'clock on Thursday.
And did y'all get an update from the police about the investigation?
There was nothing. We have no updates for you.
There was no update. They needed me to sign a waiver form so that they could investigate something.
Some mail.
That was mail related. So we're working with them. We're not selling them out. We love our law support.
The FBI, everybody that's here. We just have no information as family, and it's tough day after day after day. I mean, every day you just wake up and think today's the day. We're going to hear something, and you see these, there's a break in the case, and it'll just be something stupid.
The sixth person on the lease that was never there. Stop playing games. This is serious. These are people's lives, and this is the future of this community. There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't. So be serious.
I had the opportunity to speak to some of my sources, and I've been told that there were differences in the way that the victims were killed. Some were more severe than the other. And this week we heard the target attack walk back and then reverse it back to it being a target attack. What can you tell us about the targeted attack?
They have told us that it was targeted, but they told us they can't tell who. We asked specifically, and they said, we'll try to get that information to you. And they got back to us a day or so later, and they said, we're sorry, we can't give you that information. But then a day later, we saw in the news that it was not targeted, or they think the whole house was targeted. But
I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's and Kaylee's cause of death, it does not match based on the autopsy report.
They don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to go up the steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it. It wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill.
Report.
I don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to go up the steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it. Wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
I was also told from sources that are closer to an investigation, because there was a lot of roommates in there. And this was horrific for those roommates that were there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The preservation of this crime scene. Witnesses tell me that it may have well been preserved because the phone was passed around between.
They say listen carefully to this part, right? When he goes, I pay.
Back to us a day or so later and have.
We heard the.
He said the whole house.
Maddie's. It does not match based on the autopsy.
Here it is, right? This is where they say pay attention.
They don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to go up the
target.
steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it.
Their points of damage don't match.
It wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral.
It wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral.
Paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from
My
me.
right.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill.
Don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. He paid for his daughter's funeral. He's seen, basically, you know what I mean? He's saying he's seen
He
it.
had to go there to identify the body. Right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, would that indicate that a different method was used? Like, I remember when they said it was like different wounds. You know, one was more harsh than the other, range and all this other shit. But would he be implying that a different method was used?
I think.
Yeah,
Go
sorry.
ahead, Karma.
I think that in these types of cases, if BK is who I believe him to be, just a not crazed serial killer who gets extremely obsessed with women, I think that the target that night would have been more mutilated in certain areas of the body than the other victims would have been, if that makes any sense to you guys.
I agree with you all on that, Karma, except that I think, except for one thing though, it's kind of the opposite for me.
What's that mean, Chikanti?
I think that I think the target that he wanted to attack, he got, but I think he took it out on the person that made him the maddest, that was there, that didn't allow him to do what he wanted to do to his target.
That's also possible.
Playing games, guys.
Like, we're kind of both agreeing, but in a different roundabout weird way.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible because we don't know for sure who the actual target was.
That's exactly right. I do remember in the reports, though, it was really sad to read because Kaylee's body was much more, I believe they said her face was kind of unrecognizable.
For who? Who was that?
Kaylee. Yeah.
Wow.
Points of damage. What does that mean?
Points of damage mean sort of like certain areas. Am I there?
Yeah, you're there.
Sorry.
Points of damage was like you're saying.
The points of damage were different. So that could have been, I mean, he could have attacked more of her breast and her nether regions to show more rage towards her. Does that make sense?
Yep.
As awful as that sounds.
It makes perfect sense.
Because I really think Maddie was I think he was infatuated with Maddie. And I think he took it out on Kaylee that she ruined his sexual fantasy night.
By being there that day.
Yeah, by being there, because I don't think he really expected her to be there. I think he finally thought he had Maddie alone for once.
That's
And her
interesting.
showing up, I don't think he recognized the car. Why would he? And her
It was a
showing
new
up
car,
random.
yeah.
Yeah. How would he know Kaylee got a brand new car and had just pulled up? But nonetheless, he was peeping through there at night, so he knew they were together, but he probably thought maybe when the lights went out, Kaylee went to her room, but Kaylee didn't go to her room because she had moved out, so she didn't have a bed. All she had in that room was Murphy's crate. That's where Murphy was sleeping for the night. So she ended up sleeping with Maddie. So in my opinion, I think when he came up there to do what he wanted to do with Maddie solo and in private.
34. Why are you acting like you're part of the families?
I mean, it's just a chain reaction. You know what I mean?
That's fucking disgusting.
Stop the cap.
You could go up, but you won't. What's she saying?
That's disgusting.
What was she saying?
Play like the families are here, like insinuating she's the family, or he, she, whatever. I don't know why people do that shit, bro.
Texas Angel, I don't know why you're saying last warning. Boot that bitch. They've been in here saying weird shit. Out of here! Block our ass. Block. They've been saying weird shit like that all day.
Block his ass. Block his ass.
Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
I was also told from sources that are closer to an investigation, because there was a lot of roommates in there. And this was horrific for those roommates that were there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The preservation of this crime scene. Witnesses tell me that it may have well been preserved because the phone was passed around between one of the fraternity members and the girls. One of them unfortunately witnessed the body there. Can you confirm that?
We cannot actually. We know nothing about that whole phone call. We've asked, and it's, I mean, I know that a lot of people want to know, but that's just not our agenda. We just are like, somebody called 911, somebody was reported unconscious. We don't really know. I mean, we've heard so many different things and nothing has been clarified or been told to us at all. And I mean, I don't know if I personally have asked anything about that. I don't know if you have asked that, but we know that this is getting 3 weeks in and it's starting to get, we don't want it to go cold. We're reaching out. I've reached out to friends down in California today that have connections that we're hoping to raise some money to get a reward, to get a private investigator.
Third party.
Why go the private route? Do y'all worry that at the end of this week that this case may be
100%.
cold?
We're scared.
When you tell me you don't want a photo up there with the reward offering information, that kind of sounds like you're trying to like suppress the story. I mean, why do you not need help? But hey, I could be wrong. And you officers, I apologize if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I want to,
absolutely.
please forgive me. But if you don't have the information, people do know. If they don't, then the community, this is a community that is IT based. These guys live a digital footprint like we've never. All of us older people, we don't know how much that digital footprint could be helpful. So that's what we asked for. I hope like a DNA, a family lineage, if they could come out here and just start taking, this town is not that big. We could figure out this, and it might not be him. It might be a family member. We have family all going to the school together. You know, there's cousins, there's aunts, there's uncles. We could find this guy just with volunteers.
Lineage companies were,
Put Idaho on the map.
Christy, Steve, We're going to stay on this case.
Thank you.
We're not going anywhere.
Thank you.
You guys have been candid with us. We'll keep asking questions. Any resource that we have available, our audience is praying for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. It was big for you guys to come back to Moscow tonight. I know it took a lot of courage to do it, and I'm hoping we can get some answers for you. Thanks so much for joining me tonight.
So let's bring it up. She said, let's bring it up. Here it is right here. What is the definition of damages in medical terms? Harm, diminution, or destruction of an organ, body part, system, or function?
Yeah. I mean, I heard,
what is
you know what it was? Remember when Papa Roger was around?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, T, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you remember when Papa Rogers was around?
Mm-hmm.
And 4chan? There were some pretty freaky posts about what had happened to Kaylee.
Points of damage don't match. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, you have to remember, this is a K-bar knife. It's, you know, it's got huge serrated edges on the back of it. I mean,
I'm in shithole part of PA. The chances of that happening are much larger to me, just for the fact that the chances of that happening are so large to me is for the fact of how high profile this case was. I mean, we had people from Bangladesh and, South Africa and all over the whole entire world tuning in. So the chances of more trolls being gathered, not only from our country, but from other countries, people who troll in general. Like, for instance, there's a story. I don't know if any of you know about it, but there was this one guy. He lived, I forgot exactly where he lived at, but he lived in another country, and he was assisting everybody to suicide through the internet. It's just, you never know who the hell is behind whatever they post. Now, it is interesting that they said, you'll never find me. I'm in, I forget exactly the whole entire, key phrase. I've seen the post. I've seen it several times. I'm in bumfuck shithole PA. You'll never find me. I do remember that from 4chan. It is interesting, but the chances of that happening are higher because it's high profile case and there's so many people. You never know. You know what I mean? If it is or it was him, I'm sure they'll get down to it. Or if it was whoever, right?
Right.
Yeah. I agree.
Well, I disagree with this one comment that the K-bar knife is still going to leave the same style of wounds on the victim if it's the only knife used in the crime. I disagree. You can do so many different kinds of wounds with a knife.
Yep.
You can stab directly in and pull out, or you can slash it wide open. You have a lot of choices, especially as a surgeon. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
Yeah, you can
write on the walls, I wonder.
You can cut a heart out and rip it out with your hands with a scalpel, and you can split your wrist. Those are two separate, entirely different knife wounds using the same tool.
Yeah. I mean, a scalpel is very sharp. I mean, that's sharper than sharp. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
I mean, the knife we were talking about earlier when they asked me if I had a sheath, and I said I do. I mean, the knife's right here. I mean, it's a Remington hunting knife. I could shave the hell of my arms with this thing. I mean, I'd probably cut my arm if I tried, but it's just sharp as hell. You know what I mean? That's besides the point. I mean, you cut yourself with a razor blade. You cut yourself shaving. You know what I mean? It all could be used as a weapon. I mean, look at in prison. They take the razor apart and use the little bitty blade that comes in a one blade razor to do damage in prison. You know what I mean?
Yes, Texas Angel. A K-bar knife does have serrated edges.
Yeah, it's not like
they're pretty freaky. It's a scary knife.
You see the back of this one? Like it's not like that. That's just for your thumb to be there. But it's got y'all know the military knives.
It shreds on its way out.
Yeah.
It shreds in and on the way out. That's
You know what else it does? It also, when it comes in contact with an organ, it will pull it as you pull out the knife. So
Yeah.
it's literally gutting you at the same time.
Well, if y'all remember, a K-bar is the one that they put on the end of the AK-47s for the bayonet.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's military.
I got screenshots of all the different articles and info.
It's a massive hunting knife.
Oh shit! What just
happened?
happened? That was like a. What the hell? Yeah. It was like blue static. I don't know. It sounded like a channel changed or something.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It just sounded like a channel changed or something. I don't know what the hell.
He said the channel changed. Good
For
God.
real, it did. Like your voice got low, like your mic got low, and it was like static.
I turned. Damn, maybe it's the spirits in here or something. I don't know. For real, I got spirits
from his burner phone. Oh no.
I got spirits attached to me, so I mean, it is what it is. Real shit. I'm not even joking either. Kara, can you hear me fine now?
Yeah, just fine now. I just
we can
for
hear
a
you.
second there.
All right. Cara Willis, I almost called her Wilson. My bad. Cara Willis said, "I've got screenshots of all the different articles and info. If you look past Brian Koberger, you see a lot." So,
did she send them to you?
My question to you is, what makes you look past Brian Koberger from what the police presented? What makes you?
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just saying in general. What
Yeah.
you know? What? And this is what I would ask everybody. You know, I always let people call and dump off their thoughts, right? And this panel's not one of those. This is one of these panels where we're talking. We're up here talking, and then we'll answer everybody that's in the comments, etc. And I'm gonna pull up stuff and we'll answer their questions. So put questions up that you guys may have. Good stuff like Annie's dropping shit like that. So I like this question, but what I want to ask you back is, you got screenshots of all the different articles and info, and if you look past Brian Koberger, you see a lot. What makes you look past Brian Koberger? For the fact that, are you just thinking outside of the box, or what makes you think that Brian possibly could not be the guy? Because we're still at that first phase, right? We haven't got past the first phase at all. We just know that they had the sheath, the DNA, etc. And on paper, you know, that they said the pangs, etc. But people, I mean, that right there, I've seen people be put behind bars for pangs, etc. and shit like that for being close to the crime scene and DNA, but with physical evidence to back it up, which is why I say in this case, there should be physical evidence or other things that nail him, because I've seen it in prior cases.
I want to point out what D Small says. They say, "Come on, guys, be an alpha." He is speaking to the frat, and yeah, that could be like a code type thing. I'm not saying he's in cahoots with them or nothing, but I mean, they use the Greek alphabet in the fraternities. You know what I mean? And that I feel that it could be a very possible connection, in my opinion. I don't know.
Conspiracy theory. D Small says it's not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a realist who has been through some serious court corruption and was in a sorority. Steve is speaking to the fraternity. Disagree. I don't think he's speaking to the fraternity. I respectfully disagree, but I mean, I respect the opinion.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think the fraternity had anything to do with this.
I mean, not necessarily saying one of them did it, but what do they know? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't think they know much of anything.
It's actually good to have these panels because people can actually hear what I think. I'm mostly just listening, and you know,
the fraternity's probably happy he didn't go into their places. You know?
Let me see. I want to see.
Ted Bundy did that too.
I want to see him on surveillance, not his car, not his lack of license plate, not some stupid ping sequence. The car and him in it, for one.
There's no footage.
Okay, Leo. So I would say to this, I just want to be able to see that some of the victim's blood is possibly inside of his vehicle, shit like that.
Yes.
That's the type of shit. I mean, I don't need to see him on camera there. I need to see physical evidence that is showing, hey, I was at this scene, and whether I committed these murders or not, I got blood on and I need to say why the fuck I was here. And if somebody else helped me, then I need to, go ahead and assist in that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I firmly believe if he's found guilty, take him outside right there, right outside the courtroom, and just do away with him. Don't make the taxpayers pay.
Eye for an eye.
Yeah, I firmly believe that, and I'll say it on this panel. If we went back to the ways of the when this country was founded, like eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, a lot of people would shape up. A lot of people would shape up what the hell they doing. Shit like this wouldn't even be possible because they know, hey, if I do this, this is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna die immediately.
Yeah,
a lot of people would switch their tune. I'm telling you.
Back in the day, and I forget which country it was. If you stole, you got your hand chopped off.
Oh, they still do that in some countries, like the third world countries and shit. You get caught stealing, your hand's coming off.
You think?
Yeah. Can you imagine some of these woke teenagers?
Oh my god. You'd be walking around, nobody be able to open doors and shit.
Oh my god, they wouldn't know what to do.
They
get
there looking at you with no
for
fingers.
breathing. They get certificates for breathing.
Yeah, for real. Participation trophies for signing up.
It's so bad.
Devil Doll said, do you think the gag order was granted because of the Goncalves wouldn't back down and new stuff?
I think it was to shut Steven up a lot.
Steve was out there, really. I mean, he was talking.
I think they thought Steve was gonna like keep going and maybe hinder what they were doing. I don't think it was anything malicious. I just think, you have somebody very passionate whose daughter was just, killed, murdered.
In a very heinous way.
Yeah.
Let's see more interviews. We could definitely pop up some more interviews. Where's the one where they're sitting on the couch?
I guarantee you they're going to have a front row seat at the trial and be present every day the Goncalves.
Oh, you're damn right they're going to be.
Yeah, they're going to be.
With the passion that Steve was just talking with, I wouldn't be surprised if he jumped.
He said it himself that he's going to be in their faces.
Yeah, no doubt.
I wouldn't be surprised if he jumped and put his hands on old boy.
I know. You never know.
I mean, I kind of want him to. I'll help bond him out.
All right, here we are, right here. I found it.
Just so
I'm gonna step away for a second. I'm going run outside and talk to my neighbor for a second. I'll be right back.
With the Goncalves family and Kaylee's home, their loss, it is so heavy, and they have been vocal about their relentless search for justice and frustrations with the investigation. Here is part one of our conversation.
She was hurt so bad that she was not able to recover. That is just terrible.
Oh, it's okay.
It's terrible. I cannot fathom in my head what kind of person did this.
It's capable.
And why. I can't sleep at night. I lay in bed pondering just millions of different scenarios. And just, I want to know, but then there's stuff obviously you don't want to know, but I think I want to know it all. And
you're okay.
I just don't understand why, how somebody could take somebody, four of them. It wasn't just my girl, just so savagely.
Is anyone acting differently since the murders? I mean, is there anyone that you have a weird feeling about that the girls knew or that comes to mind?
Yeah, I would say not in the immediate circle by any means, but a few of the names that have been circulating around, I think it's hard not to kind of, dig into this. And I don't know how much of that is just because we have so little information from law enforcement and how much of it really is, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that you knew or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That maybe he shouldn't have been. And
Share the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
If you can dismiss
an hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that definitely should have been looked at. And
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
And very fast. That I.
You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that you knew or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast.
Someone that you knew or?
Who do we think those couple individuals are, guys? Chat, pop it out. Who do we think those couple individuals are that were cleared too fast? Chat, let's see. Come on, chat. I want to see who you guys think those couple individuals that were cleared too fast. roommates. That's my first thought. Just to be honest with you, Daniel, you hit it. Allegedly, I think that too. The roommates, you guys, okay? Bad guys just made an Irish bread. Roommates, survivors, DMBF. A guy left his bag on the sidewalk. Back in hand chopped off. DMBF, roomies. Answer the roommates. Dylan, Bethany, DM and BF, roommates. Yeah, absolutely, Wizard. Yes, roommates, Bethany, for real. DMBF, Adam BF. Okay. Interesting answers. The roommates put a rose on your nose says DMBF. Roommates, yeah, I agree. New noise complaint callers. Oh, that could be interesting too. I actually that's an interesting take. Interesting. I couldn't argue with that one either. Jax, okay. Because you call in so many times. I mean, that's interesting. The roommates. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people. The majority answer is roommates. Now let's take a vote on it too, because I want to see the poll. Who do you think the All right, here we go. I'm gonna put it up. I want to actually see. I'm gonna leave it there for a little bit. Roommates. Next, pool. Okay, here we go. I want to see what you guys think on this. Take your votes. The vote poll is up. Who do you think the Goncalves family or the Gonsalves family said was clear too fast? Roommates, Jack or Jax, food truck people, anyone else, frats, etc., which can mean that, anybody else other than that. So I want to see what that vote ends up going. But let's run this back again because it's interesting now looking back at it after they have an arrest. It is interesting to see the way that they're thinking. Now, they're a grieving family. They're very vocal and they're not scared to say. They're watching their mouth. You can tell they're watching their mouth, but they, it's kind of, I don't know. For me, I think they're talking about the roommates.
You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not, maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
That gives it away for me. She had a strong alibi. Okay. That gives it away for me.
Alibi. Just really fast.
If you can just
and cleared.
Let's put that on slow-mo. I swear he said she.
Maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
She had the strong alibi. She had the strong alibi.
She had the strong alibi. She had the strong alibi.
Strong alibi. She had the strong alibi.
And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
If you can dismiss
an hour later, and we're like, what?
I want to replay that whole segment because that whole segment is very interesting.
You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not, maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
If you can dismiss
an hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want.
We know that's okay. So for right there, they give it away. We could take Jack out of that. They gave it away right there. That they didn't. That's not who they were talking about. Steve gives it away when he goes, "She had the strong alibi." We know it's a she.
Want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that
It's someone that she knew, or
listen again.
I have something about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not. Maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
If you can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals.
Oh my God!
They were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with.
Oh my God! Bing bang!
If you can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that, that's not what we're honing in on here.
We don't want to make more victims out of innocent people.
Exactly.
We definitely don't want to do that.
You've mentioned before that you didn't want to.
I'm gonna go out on the limb and say I think he's talking about Dylan. Allegedly, speculating Dylan could be Bethany, but I strongly think Dylan. Allegedly, but then again, if you look at the I don't know. It's hard to go just off the PCA because I don't know the statements that she gave, but why they used DM's statements in that PCA. In Bethany, you don't see much of in there. Statements used wise, right? She shared the strong alibi. Now, is Ann Taylor questioning? Is there a hole in that alibi? Is there a hole in that strong alibi? What do you think, chat? Let me get down here to the bottom. Now, when I listen to that, it gives me a different perspective after going back and revisiting a little bit. You know what I mean? Right. What is Brian's alibi? Was he questioned? 15 minutes. Maybe T. I think Dylan too. Papa Sal was in earlier. I'm going to keep going down. I'm going to say Bethany. I see Gypsy said. Maybe T. Yes. Share. Not she told you. Right. I think that too. Right. The DD driver was a female.
Oh my God!
That's a very good perspective too. That's because that's what we found out. Absolutely. Keep listening. They also say not that. Ooh, okay, hold up. Let's run it back now. Let's go through and listen all the way through, and then let's talk about the points.
I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not. Maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
If you can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And
all right. So what stands out to me also there is I don't know about these individuals.
They were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
I don't know about these individuals.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So
I don't know. I don't know later. And we're like, what?
What she said?
I don't know.
I was saying
I don't know anything about those individuals.
I don't know anything about those individuals. Okay. There's some interesting stuff said in this interview, though, that just really throws me left. But this was before an arrest.
No. Right. They were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way.
It's
so
not
I just
him.
kind of want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that, that's not what we're honing in on here.
We don't want to make more victims out of innocent people.
Exactly.
We definitely don't want to do that.
You've mentioned before that you didn't want to have a funeral right now because the killer's still out there. Is that something that you're still thinking about? Are you nervous at all? I mean, because in Moscow, we talked to students. People are really nervous there.
They should be.
Yeah.
This targeted to me, it seems behavior based. That's why I don't like it, and it kind of pits the parents against each other. So I don't like that. I just told some of the other parents today that if your daughter has no ill will for me, man. To me, if you go have a couple beers or go out and hang out with your friends and then come home and go to bed, if that's your target, then I think we all do that. I think we all come home and go to our beds.
It's all target.
Yeah. So
it's kind of a bad word then. It doesn't really make sense in some ways.
Exactly.
Even the prosecutor told me that.
Yeah.
He said, I think it was kind of a weird word to choose.
Yeah. I mean, if it makes sense if there was some bad behavior that they did, let's say, I don't know, they came from a strip club or something, and then somebody followed them home. That's a targeted thing. That's what comes. I've had innocent people that were interviewed that were their neighbors, and they said, I'd be a lot more scared if it wasn't targeted.
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing anything to target me. And I'm like, well, if targeting's just going to bed with your friends.
So maybe that was just a way to calm people down?
I feel like it was strategic.
Yeah.
It was a strategic way to keep people from hitting the door, transferring out, and turning that place into a ghost town. So,
You never think you're going to lose your little sister. Ever. You never think you're going to have to bury your daughter.
Absolutely unbelievable. It's nothing compared to the pain that I feel.
Yeah.
From Kaylee. And I don't know. It's several things. It's her age. It's how it happened.
So life.
Why it happened. Who did this to her?
Just graduated.
Who did this to her and her friends? The fact that she was with her best friend. Since they were little girls.
That family tonight is so heartbroken. I've been in touch.
That's just sad to watch.
Yeah, to hear her mom, you could see the emotion on her face and hear it in her voice. That's something no mom should have experienced,
Yeah, I agree. That's very sad to watch.
Yeah, that's just heartbreaking to see it, man.
But I tell you what, though, that interview, she had a strong alibi. She shared a strong alibi. Like, it's just, and then the comments that Steve makes on about like, why wouldn't you like it, bro? It does throw some things in there that just make my mind wonder about who she.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to think now in my head, I was just thinking Dylan, but at the same time, the statements and the piece, like Dylan talks more in that PCA, right? Like it just shows more that I think Dylan talked more than Bethany, because what statements in the PCA did Bethany really make? Just in this is just the PCA, which Bethany could have a lot more than Dylan for all we know. But I'm just going based off she allegedly came face to face with him damn near. Dylan did. So what is Bethany's strong alibi? Was she sleeping? Or is there stuff that, maybe she was on her phone during that time now and now Ann Taylor wants to question it? I mean, what is it? What is it with Bethany that a defense wants? What is it? Even if they're picking at straws, what is it?
Yeah. I think they're picking at straws. I think it was one of those things where they wanted her story and they wanted her to come over there to Idaho to give her story. And, notwithstanding the PTSD and all that stuff included, but I think she started, a life in Nevada. And one of the things that they said is one of the reasons is for, not to upset or uproot the situation. And that was I think they just didn't want her to have to go to Idaho. It's like, come on guys, you want to talk to me on your dime, you get your butts over here, you fork out for your stay, and I'll talk to you. I think it was really unreasonable, and I think Bethany's lawyer did an amazing job with that. I think
We
it's
also
really
got to play into account during these interviews that they are in a mind state of literally just lost their daughter, sister, and you know what I mean? Like they literally just lost a family member so tragically that they're used to talking to on a daily basis. So their minds are definitely going wild on who could have done this, who, what, when, where, why, alibis. I don't care who, if it was a friend that lived with them or not. They're going ham on who they think or what, their mind. They want to know who the hell did this to their daughter too. So they also have that's going through their mind. So they're questioning everything. So
right.
we got to
And
take that
and
into
I agree with
accountability
you.
too.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I just think that I think Bethany just slept through it all, but I think she saw stuff in the morning. I don't. I honestly remember somebody saying that they stated they heard water running, and I cannot remember if it was Dylan or Bethany. But if it was Bethany,
Bethany. It was a rumor though. We never really
yeah,
got.
it was a rumor, and so I don't know. They're in the kitchen for a while, so it seems like to me Dylan would hear water running more than anybody than Bethany, unless he was downstairs running water. I don't know. I mean, Bethany definitely heard something and she definitely saw something. She's in that house, her and Dylan obviously discovered the bodies without a doubt, right?
Right.
I mean, they had to have. I mean, I'm sure I know if
Somebody
I was in a room with,
who discovered the bodies? You said
well, Dylan and Bethany had to have.
they're in the house. So yeah, I mean, based on where Dylan's room is, she had to. What did she do? Exit the back door? I mean, she would have to walk down and at least look down that hallway.
Yeah. And if Bethany comes out of her bedroom, she's already down there. I mean, if Zana was in the doorway or even in the bedroom, I don't know. Something was off. I think she, yeah. It was definitely that they had discovered the bodies and ran out of the house. So Bethany did see a lot, and I don't know what she heard that night. Defenses, they're doing a good game of making everyone start to think differently, and that's their job.
What
But
is this?
it boils down to, it's basically no. If you want to talk to me, you come to Nevada on your dime.
What
I'm
is
not
okay?
I
So
don't know.
Annie says, but they also had access to the phones, text, social medias, etc. Because Mr. G broke into the phones for law enforcement, so they know more about the she cleared too soon. Broke into the phones, plural phones. What phones?
Whose phones?
Mr. G broke into the phones, or you mean phone?
Whose phones?
And who's Mr. G?
Gonsalves.
Oh,
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Gonzalez.
That's what I get from it. I mean, but I'm saying she's saying break into the phones. I mean, because he would
I
only
mean,
have a right to go into his daughter's.
yeah, I mean, if he went someplace and had them break into her phone or whatever, what does that have to do? What are they saying about that though? What part does that play in any of this? That's like a half a sentence.
Yeah, but phones is phones plural. Like that's phone. Like what? Where is that evidence that he broke into multiple phones?
Oh,
I
they're
do
saying Dylan?
I do want to say this. When I caught my felony and was convicted, they couldn't get into my phone because it had a number code on it.
Yeah.
They had to have a search warrant to go with my phone.
Yeah.
And they obtained one. Trust me.
Oh, I'm sure they've got one for all four of those victims' phones. I'm sure, right?
Oh yeah, and all they needed to do was see records of my transactions.
Yeah, they're gonna have records for
They
the
took a whole
two
Snapchat
surviving.
account. They took a Snapchat account from me and a Facebook account.
Yeah. They'll have
Yeah.
record of every single thing they ever typed on any kind of electronic machine, trust me. And the
But
same
for
with
all
Brian.
of them, for all of them, it won't be just for the 4 that are dead. It will be for the 2 that survived as well. They will
Oh,
do it.
you can bet they would go through it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I would want to see the survivors first.
Of course, because that's going to tell us a lot about what went on during those 8 hours, which is a big fucking question.
That's a really good thing I hadn't even thought of. The survivors' phones too.
I would want to see theirs first.
Yeah, I want to see if they they had contact with Brian or whoever.
Yeah.
Can somebody highlight Mandy's comments? You missed the dating show we had earlier. Sorry.
Because at one point in time, oh, I'm sorry. At one point in time, I remembered hearing something silly, and of course, it could be another one of those gossipy rumors that Dylan in the morning actually was trying to call the roommates, I guess, to see if they were okay because they weren't answering their phone or whatever, which I find kind of odd. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, without a doubt, if that's a real thing, like if that really happened, why wouldn't she go check on him?
Yeah, exactly.
Can I say if
I don't remember that interview. What interview?
Well, I remember that there was somewhere along the line where it was, she had seen blood, so she tried to call one of the roommates. Maybe it would be Zana, and they didn't answer their phone, and so then she went to Bethany.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. That was just one of those wild rumors. So I want to know if in fact that is true. You know, did she? It's supposedly she was trying to call the roommates to see if they were okay because she kind of thought something was a little sus in the morning.
But can
and
I
then
say?
Woke Bethany up because she realized.
Yeah.
And her and Bethany went to check out the situation, and that's when things were discovered. I could be completely wrong though, but I want to see if that did happen.
I would think that if that did really happen, her calling the friends in the morning to check if they're okay tells me that after those 8 hours, she realized that that person with the mask and all those noises and all of that stuff could only mean something was really bad in the house. And I think that's her trying to reach out and find out, but not wanting to actually go and see. Maybe she's scared. She doesn't want to know what the truth is.
That was in the rumor mill, and I don't really remember where I read that.
You in the bath?
Detective John would be really mad at me. Because I don't have a source. It was so early in the game, y'all, when things were just flying off the walls. And we were being bombarded with something every day.
Yeah.
We'll find out. They're not going to be able to. People think that they're going to go over there and bully the shit out of Bethany, and that's just not going to happen with her lawyers. They're already planning and coaching up what's going to be said. If you think that this defense is going to get her in a room and torture her,
I know.
I mean,
like nobody's going to be there to stop certain things from happening. You got to really play that out a little bit different.
Yeah, they probably at this very moment they probably have her statement typed up and what she's gonna say and what she ain't gonna say. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
Oh yeah, she'll be coached as well.
I can't recall
on everything.
I can't recall.
Yeah.
No comment.
I can't recall. That's me. I'm sorry. I'm always the person that can't recall.
Yeah.
But I know I usually trust only a few articles, like the New York Post, things like that. But I do so much.
But I've been on 5.5. I've been on 5.5. I'm about to get off for a little bit. I need to go eat. I need to go eat and all that other stuff. I might be on again tonight.
That's what I had to go grab from my neighbor.
Seriously, I need to go eat and collect myself.
Take a smoke break, a safety meeting.
Yep. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you, Trev. Thank you for having me up here.
Yeah, no doubt. I appreciate everybody that's been here today. Thank you, all my panel guests, everybody that coming by, showing love. I'll see you again. I'll be back on more often. So, like I have been lately. So,
y'all smash that like button. It's free 99.
Thank you, T-REV. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, we'll be doing it again real soon.
It was an honor.
Keep an eye on the second channel too.
I will. Don't worry.
Like to talk to ghosts, so you know what I mean?
I try so hard. I don't hear anything, so I just watch chat. But they behave.
See y'all later.
No doubt.
All right,
I'm out.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
Love you guys.